but it'll probably get posted in the next 4 weeks.
Okay, good.
So the first thing, if you could look right into the lens, say your name.
Dick Gregory.
And you're watching Real Black.
And you?
And you're watching Real Black.
Okay. Hey, this is Dick Gregory, and you're watching Real Black. Real Black Black. Real Black 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 Black.
It's an honor to have you on the show. Thank you for doing this, agreeing to do this. We've had so many great people on, and I've always wanted to meet you. So.
Thank you.
The first thing, we're talking about black film. Like we talked to a lot of people about their opinions on black film and the current state of black cinema. How would you define, what is your definition of black film?
Just what you said, black film.
Black
film. Only thing I would change is black film in a white racist system.
Okay, because?
And the blackest film that's ever been made was made by a white boy, Tarantino, and Django Unchained. Never been nothing like that.
You really like that one?
I went 46 times to see it.
Well, why do you say it's the blackest black film?
Because it was a story of a black man and a black woman, a love story, and it wasn't no fucking, no drinking, no cussing. Never have that ever happened in the history of Hollywood. Never, no sex. And it's a real story. See, it probably couldn't have ran if we knew that Jamie Foxx played the role of the first person who died at Harper's Ferry with John Brown. He went there with 26 people, 5 black, and Dangerfield Newby was the first person. They found a letter in his pocket, and that was the letter they was talking about in the film with his wife. My problem was, I knew the story of John Brown. If I had to take everybody that's ever lived in the history of the planet, including Jesus, not God, and Jesus, and write them in order, John Brown would be ahead of Jesus Christ. And most black folk don't even know that.
Wow.
Why? Jesus came here to die for our sins. Okay? John Brown didn't come here to die for our sins. He was a white man that somewhere a conscience was there. And think about John Brown, the greatest movement in the history of the planet was a group of white folks, abolitionists, especially up in Boston way, abolition. Now, they didn't get paid. They was talking about freeing black folks, and there was no bounty on how many black folks you can free. And the reason John Brown is my hero, I will die. You got to go a long ways to get blacker than me. He took his 2 sons with him. 2 sons with him. I'm not taking my grandchildren with me. And if it was back when my youngsters, my children was going, I wouldn't take them with me. He did, a white man.
Now, are you
and
drawing?
Had it not been for him, we wouldn't be here now. I mean, America. It was that raid on Harper's Ferry that tipped off the Civil War.
Now, but Django got a lot of criticism for the use of the N-word.
Let me tell you something about black folks. Did you see the Abraham Lincoln movie? You see how many times they used nigger? Nobody criticized that. Huh? Did you see The Butler? Nobody criticized that. Okay? It's a game they play. That's what I said in the beginning. Black movies in racist Hollywood? I mean, think about that. Here's a white man put a movie together where Jamie Foxx and that white boy was blowing white folks' head off, and they showed the blood splatting on the wall. That's why I said I want to see it. I don't give a damn what it did for anybody else. I know what it did. All my life I've been to movies. before there was television. Man, I sit there and cried when I saw Jamie Foxx right in town. Why? I've only seen white boys in cowboy movies. They didn't even have black buckwheats in cowboy movies. That was all white. And they fouled me up so bad I'd go through a cowboy movie and pull for the cowboy over the Indian, okay? And so I'm sitting there and watch Jamie Foxx and this white boy stroll into town. And when that white woman said, "A nigger on a horse," and then they rolled up, got off the horse, and tied the horse there to the stall, man. Wow. I said, "Yeah, thank you, thank you, thank you."
So, I mean, you've been in this game for a minute. Like, how do you think it's changed, or has it changed? As long as you've seen it, black films, black filmmaking.
Well, I don't get it. They make black films. You know, it's black folks in film, but they're not black folks in film. We accepted black film without any restrictions because the movies was the most powerful thing in the history of the planet. Why? Because you could make a mistake and correct it. You took your camera out there to a fire and you missed it, you can't. But you could correct it. You could slant it any way you wanted it to go. And so, how do I not treat myself to the most powerful thing in the world? And so, and I didn't care who you was, just a black face. Probably one of the biggest money makers, not now, at that time was Stephen Fetchit. Most folks don't know that. I mean, more money than white folks made. Why? Because when white folks looked at him, he was strengthening their stereotype. And when I looked at him, I just saw a black person. See, it didn't bother me because I knew black doctors as a boy. It's in the family. Black school teachers, black principals. White folks never had a balance at all. They saw him. And plus, you know, what a good actor he is, he was probably the #1 pimp in the history of America. So for him to come from that role, had a stable of nothing but white women in L.A. and had 43 Bentleys. So you got to understand what kind of actor he was when he can take that character off and say, "How's the boss? Whatever y'all need, huh?"
Oh, did you ever get a chance to meet him or any of the early those guys that were forced to play those stereotypes?
No, they wasn't forced. That was, we don't give them no break, man. Huh? So a whole lot of women would starve to death before they would sell pussy to feed their children. They would believe death is better. So we always want to come up and pick up some slack. Soldiers going to war, huh? To kill folks you don't even know and come back and they shoot your mom in the back of the head and you ain't gonna go get no gun. No, 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 no. See, that's the beautiful thing now. There's a new mindset coming through that ain't gonna tolerate none of that crap that they told us at all. My mother, if she was alive today, she'd call the police on me, most of the shit I be saying. Why? My mother raised 6 of us by herself. 2 weeks after New Year's, she did other jobs so she could raise money that we would have a good Christmas. And they told me a white boy brought it to me. There's no excuse for that, even if it was my mama. Huh? None whatsoever. Can you imagine a Jew bringing toys and stuff to their children and telling them Hitler and the Nazis brought them? That's, see, the most ignorant, stupid things that ever happened to me. Everything I was doing bad, the Ku Klux Klan did, I got it from my mama at home. At home.
So you talk about this new crop of people. I mean, what from your perspective, what do you think is the current state of black film today?
Well, see, I don't see that many films. And there's not that many black film to judge from, you know.
But you've seen Belle, right? You talked about seeing Belle on one of your podcasts.
Yeah.
And 42.
But that's not a, you mean the girl in London?
The movie, the English
Yeah, but that ain't no black film. You serious? How many black folks did you see in that film? See, this is the problem. That's a white film. When I hear you say black film, I thought you talking about black folks that.
Well, it's a black director and writer.
In what?
In for Belle. You know.
So everybody go to the movie know that that's a nigga that did that. Come on, man. You know it because this is your job. Huh? You know what's in the hamburger meat if you grinding it up. I don't know when I'm eating a hamburger. So you bringing your professional stuff in here and think my mama she don't understand that. Black film to black folks is how many black folks do you see? Huh? There'll come a day when you are a black person that's already directed film with no black folks in it. But that ain't a black film to me. The mind ain't ready for it. We so far behind on it, you know. And so I tell people, Belle, 20 years or 50 years before they can do another movie to equal that. And if I had to close my eyes and look at it and say, who wrote that?
Right. Because of the technology, there are more films being made by black people than
well, see, you know that.
Right.
Huh? You know that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But people who don't know that.
Right.
You know, how many black folks in America has a McDonald's franchise? If you was a business person in that, you would know. I don't know.
Right.
Okay.
Right. So I'm just setting you up. I'm throwing you a softball.
Yeah.
So, last year there were more black films made, there are like 20 that were released nationally theatrically, including and the biggest grossers were like 42, which was directed by a white person.
Yep.
It was about Jackie Robinson and The Butler. Those made over $100 million each. The year before that, The Help was a big hit. Made over $100 million. Why do you think that the stories and the 12 Years a Slave won the Academy Award? Do you see a trend in those types of films?
Yeah, I look at 12 Years a Slave as a trick, man. I didn't buy into that bullshit. And the guy that said he wrote it, he didn't write it. I know that. It's like somebody called me when, what's the guy, the spook that sit by the door, Greenleaf. He didn't write that. Well, let's take it real simple. How come he didn't do another book? See, I don't even believe the great book that sold The Invisible Man. I don't believe he wrote that. How you do one book that brilliant and can't do another one? I ain't buy that. About 45 years ago, I was in Paris. My phone rings. Dick Gregory, so-and-so, so-and-so. Got something you need to see. Can we come up? No, I'll come down. I'll come down. Give me a script. See, we'd like to leave this with you. Come back tomorrow and see what you think of it. I don't read nothing overnight for nobody. I started reading this, and I couldn't stop. It was called The Nigger That Sit by the Door. And I said, wow, man, what a, whew. He said, it's yours. Mine. Is this some kind of trick? I put it out. And then somebody comes and say, he didn't write. No. So, oh, no, it's yours. I said, well, let me tell you, I like this so well. Let me read through it, and if I can make enough changes in it that I can feel that it's mine without changing it, then and I never called them back or talked back, and the next thing I know, I see this piece of shit coming out. In the real one, those were white folks getting killed. In this one, it's in Chicago, and black folks killing black cops. Huh? So they called me, said he died, and I know, not me. I thought he was dead.
Right. So, but in terms of there's like the most successful black films, um, from my perspective, they tend to treat racism as if it were something that happened in the past. Like The Help or 42.
Yeah.
Like racism, prejudice was something that was conquered in the 50s and 60s. Why do you think these types of movies get all the money or make
We don't know
hundreds
if
of
they're
millions?
getting
Hundreds of millions, whereas
we don't
Front
know if they're
Station.
making money or not. Let me tell you, if they take a book of yours and want to make it a bestseller, they buy thousands of copies and throw them in the ocean. And that week you come up on the New York Times bestseller. I don't buy all that bullshit, man. In no shape, form, or fashion. See, I know what they do. And they do it so much, even when the real one come through, I have to question it.
So, I mean, do you think of film as a form of social programming, or?
It's always been.
Okay.
Always been.
All right. So let's go back then. You talked about how when you were growing up
Well,
watching
let me
movies.
ask you something.
Sure.
Did you see the movie The Wizard of Oz?
Mm-hmm.
Go back and see it again. That's about the Kansas City First National, Kansas City Federal Reserve. That's what that's about. Did you see the movie King Kong?
Mm-hmm.
That's about Jack Johnson and the white women. What's a gorilla doing in New York? Ain't no trees, and Lord knows it ain't no bananas. What's there? The boxing capital of the world, Madison Square Garden. So sometimes you look at it and you don't see the code, see through the code. The other side of midnight is about Kennedy did not die in Dallas. He was a vegetable. Okay, and then if you look at the movie that Frank Sinatra made,
Manchurian Candidate.
yeah. Now, when that came out, before Kennedy was hit, and they realized, the big boys, that they paid Sinatra and them hundreds of millions of dollars to pull that off the market for X amount of years. Now they know it's getting ready to come back on, so Denzel Washington, he don't know nothing, just an actor. He don't know nothing. Brilliant actor. That's all I expect out of him. So when Denzel Washington did the Manchurian Candidate, it was different. So all the young folks is born that saw the Manchurian Candidate, they didn't see the real one. Didn't see that Lee Harvey Oswald was treated the same way with brain control. So that's what they do. They can do that anytime they want because they're in power. What's dangerous is when the universe pick you and you put on the magic glasses. There's rules that go with them. You can never take them off. You never see things that they're supposed to be. You see things as they are. And you can never force nobody else to wear them. So I read all the papers, not because I trust none of them, to look for the crack in the fabric. You think a mighty nation like this would have the Washington Post and the New York Times and don't have CIA agents and FBI agents on? You think the evening news ain't got agents on there that we grew up with? We think it's the game they play.
Were you always a questioner? Did you always question this?
No. Why would I? Shit, I like bubble gum and tutti frutti and as I got into comedy, I'll tell you this and I'll go back to Rodney King. I'm in Chicago. Black club. I get up with the newspapers and make fun of the white folks. Sun Times, Chicago Tribune. So 3 rich billionaire white women was murdered at a reservoir called Start Park and raped. So they arrest one white boy, and I get up and hold a paper and say, now watch this here. One man can't rape 3 women, and sex maniacs don't run in pairs. So what they telling us? I'd hit this every night. And I said, and they not just ordinary white women. They sports like white women. You have to be something walking in 22 inches of snow. So one night, one Saturday, I looked down, there's 3 white boys. 4 ain't laughing or nothing, just sitting there. So I finished and get up, walk back, white boy said, come here, boy. I said, your motherfucking mama's a boy. Your mama's a boy, you. He pulls this shit. Oh, that? I thought you were going to show me your dick, you faggot cracker. Huh? So he gets, his partner comes up and says, Mr. Gregory, he's just a little upset he had a problem tonight. I said, oh, y'all must have a problem. I did some funny shit and yet none of y'all laughed. So I walked to the dressing room. And he said, you know, he crazy. He could have shot you. I'm crazy. I'm crazy. Y'all think y'all know crazy niggas. Y'all know criminals. I'm crazy. So he said, well, here's the problem we got. I said, I want to hear about your problem, man. I come here and I make $10 a night. And I'm not taking no shit off nobody. I go out there and I do my work and I come on. So then he brings another guy in. And he said, Mr. Gregory, I hate everything you do about the Starved Rock thing, but one of them women was my wife. So I'm willing to give you this $5,000 if you drop that. I just said, fuck you. Tell your mama. Yo, get out of here. Then I knew I had something. I knew I had something.
Because?
$10 a night, 3 nights a week. And this white boy gonna bring me $5,000 to stop doing something that he don't like. Whew. So after that, I'd always looked at the paper. I'd always ask questions, you know. The devil. I was a little boy. You couldn't ask around ignorant black people. How come I ain't never seen a fat devil? I see fat preachers, fat popes, Buddha fat. How come I ain't never seen the devil in a dirty uniform? How come I ain't never heard the devil cussing and talking loud? Then as I get bigger, I increase it. I can go all over the world right now and recognize a prostitute. You know, the streetwalkers. You can't recognize the real ones who go to Vassar with PhDs and stuff. That's another story. So see this prostitute? You can too. You can recognize her by their demeanor, their wig, the way they swing their hips. But if you don't tell me you're a Christian, I don't know you one. There's something wrong with that. I can recognize a hoe without her telling me. But what's wrong with your demeanor that you have to tell me you're a Christian? So I've been doing that all my life. Simple question, man, that my little grandchildren ask me now. Granddad, God sent Jesus here to die for our sins. I say, that's what they say. Well, how come he didn't just kill the devil? I mean, think about that. If the devil is making us do that, and it ain't but one devil, kill him. Why send your son? And then when I heard what Jesus said on the cross that last day, Father, Father, why have you forsaken me? Don't that sound like a nigga trying to get away?
Right.
That's all you have to do is just, and that's all I did, was just sit. And ask, I couldn't ask too many questions around the old folks. Because their ignorance, there was no room for that. And I can understand that. If the 3 of us was at a conference 120 years ago and we say one day horses would be obsolete, they wouldn't even examine. They'd take us right to a mental hospital. Because that's all we've had for thousands of years is horses, and there's no room to change that.
Right. But
and so what I'm saying is, the question you asked, I've been doing that for a long time. Groundhog Day. If the groundhog sees his shadow, 6 more weeks of winter. So I tell my little friend, Boo, I said, look here, man. I got this calendar I made. February the 2nd, see here, right here? Now spring is March 21st. So here's 2 calendars, two sheets. And I said, if you count from February the 2nd, or as they said, 6 more weeks of winter, from February the 2nd to March 21st is 6 weeks.
Right.
The groundhog ain't got nothing. I've been doing that all my life, man.
Right. I mean, you're a philosopher. I mean, you know, even like your best albums, you're causing people to think.
Yeah, but that wasn't what I was doing. I was me. I was talking me. When I dress up and go to your daughter's wedding, that's for me. They might have fatigues on or barefooted. I'm going to something that I think is important because I know you. So I dress the way a white racist system say you're supposed to dress for something important. The mob do the same thing. That don't mean they're clean. You know? And that I've been knowing for a long time. The only reason the CIA and the FBI and British intelligence, the reason I'm ahead of them, they represent filth and slime and darkness. We represent light. And there's no darkness in the world. That's what I love about nighttime. I get up and watch the sun come out. Sun come out and smack nighttime. Clean out the sky. It don't listen to no, oh wait, let me get 2 more. Pop, and it's gone. That's the power of light. And when you all understand you light, then things change. They got niggas believing they dark. You go into a dark room and strike a match. And the room gets light. If you walked in this room today and it was 10 million cockroaches in here and 300 rats, you can't shoot them. You turn the light on and they will leave. That's the role of darkness. But when light gets scared of darkness, then you violate the universe. You violate the universe.
So that's your job.
No, I don't look at it as my job. I just get up and do it. That's me, you know. Then I'm willing to die for it.
So
when I hit big and made more money than anybody was making in entertainment, it wasn't for my wife and family. It wasn't for them. It was for black folks. Why? Why black folks? When I started off in comedy, little bitty old ratty nightclubs, black folk come in. That's all I had. They listened to me when I wasn't funny, and when they got through listening, I was so funny, they'd push me all the way downtown where they couldn't afford to come see me, so I got to go back. I have to go back. That's why I'm always listed in the phone book, don't have no bodyguard. And so this is the game. And so when you sit and you see that, you don't have to be validated by nobody. I mean, when was the last time black publication Dick Gregory was listed with the top 100 black folk? Never. But here's a book out that says 1,100 people who made America. This is a game. And once you get tied up in the game.
So what's your legacy? How would you like to be remembered?
I don't see you keep reaching back to that bullshit.
Okay.
I know who I am. And if I voted for myself for something on the tombstone, it'd be simple. He had no hidden agenda. I don't care what nobody think about me. Can you imagine if a welfare mother told Rockefeller he broke, if he reacted to it, I'd take my money out to Chase Manhattan Bank? Anybody that come to defame me is either the government or crazy. When I need you to define me, I'm in trouble. This is a game. Why'd you get me? It's in a letter. My wife read it. She controls me. Black woman and the black church is the 2 most powerful forces in the history of America, and we don't know that. Black woman. Because they lie on her, they lie on us. For instance, I got 10 children. If I left them children, white folks stand and said, those children gonna be affected. No man at home. The problem in the black neighborhood, there's no black man at home. But if I go to war and get killed, they never say that's gonna affect my children. Ain't that funny? As long as I'm getting killed for white folks, it's okay. But if I just walk off from her, oh, the baby's gonna be, oh, the baby's gonna, come on, y'all.
Right.
This is a game. Honky, 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 honky. You know?
So,
see, prostitution is made for the benefit of white men.
right.
Okay? I get pussy free. I don't mean as a celebrity.
Right.
I get pussy free. So we running prostitutes off the corner one day in St. Louis. And I'm on this TV show, and I said to this white boy, I said, we out there cause prostitution's for the benefit of white men, so I'm trying to send them to sit in front of the First National Bank. He said, you mean black men don't have it? Oh, yeah, I have her. She's my sister. I get her when she come home after she got your money. I get her for free when she's wet. I never had to pay for it. And so it's that whole, that.
So when did you discover or realize that it was all a game?
You don't. It's like growing your hair grow. If you can feel your hair grow, you go crazy. You just look around and realize you got to go to the barber. You don't feel nothing. What's dangerous is when the universe pick you and you put on the magic glasses. There's rules that go with them. You can never take them off. You never see things that they're supposed to be. You see things as they are. And you can never force nobody else to wear them.
So let's talk real quick, just in terms of film and social programming. You know, a lot of these films that take place in the 50s and 60s that involve black people treat as if racism is over, as something that happened in the past. I mean, do you think that that's true?
Sure, but let me ask you something, man. If a brother will lie to get some pussy, what do you think a white boy do to control the whole world? Huh? That's like sitting here complaining about Hitler and the Nazis. They was doing that long before Hitler came along. And we missed what them Hitler and them Jews, what they were saying. He said he gonna make a perfect race. He was talking about Germans. He was talking about killing them misfit Germans. That's what he said. I mean, World War I and World War II wasn't white folks attacking Africa or black boy. They was attacking each other. I'm looking at a white boy. The white woman in America didn't get the right to vote till 1921. That's his wife. That's his girlfriend. That's his daughter. She came over on the boat with him. Boy, what a fool I got. Think about that. Mm-hmm. If I impregnate your sister, half that's mine. So all them slaves he was knocking up, half that he can't nothing about it. If he don't care nothing about that, he don't care nothing about nothing. So that's where I look at it now. I look back and I see it and I look at it and the power that they have, the real ones. I told the audience last night, if ever I took over America, I'd make you black folks apologize to white folks because you mad at the wrong white folks. The white folks you mad at couldn't help you if they liked you. If the Ku Klux Klan would have done this year what the Supreme Court did, was mess with the voting, we'd be still complaining. Powerful white folks do it, don't say a word. You know, we're really stupid enough to believe that the Ku Klux Klan, a bunch of ignorant, redneck crackers that can't read or write, determines public policy. The Tea Party, do you think the white businessmen in America is the most powerful, cruel, evil, most of them, on the planet? You think they would let the Tea Party shut this government down if they didn't want it?
What are the politics in Hollywood?
Whatever the people who run the world want, that's what the politics are.
Okay.
They glamorize war. Man, I couldn't wait to get to the war. Wasn't no TV. It's a woman thing. Every Hollywood movie you saw, a woman, man. A woman. John Wayne died. Before he died, he tell his friend to tell Betsy I love her. Then we get TV in the 50s in Vietnam. And I'm listening to the dudes, they calling for mama. Mama, come, mama, come. And that's why they can't get a military together, because the children saw it. And war ain't glamorous. War is not Hollywood. That's what they do. They throw that whole piece there, the whole piece there.
Right. Let's bring it back to Django real quick because we had the sound. We had a sound problem there. Like you said that was the first time you saw a hero that you could relate to in Western.
No, only white folks was my hero. Man, when Martin Luther King came through talking about John Wayne was my hero. Man, John Wayne said, if you got a gun and they got a gun and you right and they wrong, kill them. That was my hero. That sounded good to me. Then King come by and said, don't kill me. Oh, King, you're king too late, man. I'll go with you, but don't tell me. And then when I got to see that movement, see it, old folks, young folks, with no fear. Huh? I remember this one brother, they kept beating and stomping, and he wouldn't get up till he got his hat, man. Put his hat back on. They caught him again, kicked him and stomped him. And I never thought I'd see the day I'd sit here and tell a person, like I'm telling you, I'd rather be killed by somebody than kill somebody. That's what that movement did for me.
So who's going to take the weight? Like how are things, what's happening now?
What do you mean? Who's going to take the what?
The weight. Like a lot of these leaders and the movement, a lot of people think things are fair. Like a lot of people don't want to, like there was a case last week, this half black woman was suing her university.
Well, you know, black folks, y'all sometimes worse than white folks. A nigga got a right to be crazy? Huh? A nigga got a right to be crazy? You act like we don't have a right to be crazy, huh?
Okay.
I have a right to sell drugs, huh? I have a right to be gay. So all you black folks sitting around talking about the youngsters with these pants below their butt. Who gave you the power to be the overseer of niggas, huh? I remember when I was a little boy, we didn't have TV, big bulletin, talking about this big crime that happened. First thing my Christian mama said, I hope it wasn't a Negro. Well, who do you hope it was, Mama? Jew? Italian? Huh? I didn't hear the Christian thing come out of you, Mama. I hope it didn't happen. Huh? This is a game, man. And these youngsters, thank God these youngsters, they don't give a damn about what old black folks think. Huh? They couldn't care less.
Right.
You hear talking about, well, black folks is like a bunch of crabs in a pot of hot water. Once one get to the top, they pull them down. That's the water that's making them do that, nigga. It ain't the crabism. And all y'all come with that whole foggy bullshit. That's why they stop listening to you. They don't give a damn. Bitches and hoes, bitching, all these black folks is mad. They didn't get mad at James Brown when he said, shake your money maker. What's a money maker? It's a vagina that the universal God, not the church, gave you. And when you sell it, it's called a money maker. They all be out there doing what he said. Then he came up with a song, big song. It was a lie. I'm black and I'm proud. He should have been, now I'm black and I'm proud. Because there's one time he had so much concholine on his head, he looked like something in the zoo. Huh? And so consequently, when you stop and think about, where this thing is going, when you tell me, your son, out of some perverted love you got for me, that you got to be twice as smart as a white person. Children don't hear what you mean, they hear what you say. So now they got tests now where they give black children same income, same this and that. With all blacks, Hispanics, and because of that social economic group which they're all part of, all of them make 100. Then they take another group, same everything, and put some white children in there, and they flunk it because Mama told me I was dumb. Do you know what a violation it is when you teach me, your son? You going out for the weekend, bunch of white racist cops out there. Just they stop you, just behave, talk slow, and put your hands on. Anytime you My daddy. Teach me to respect filth. You make me think there's something wrong with me. See, we don't know that. See, the problem in America is we're the only group of oppressed people. And few people have ever been oppressed like we were. Raped my mama, raped my brother, impregnated my mama, cut babies out of her, cut my joint off and all that. Never have anybody went through that like we did. And so now we opt for education over liberation. You hear me? None of us liberated. George Washington wasn't beating up the British so he could open up a college. He didn't say, give me education, he said, give me liberty or give me death. Right now, you and him can be worth $40 billion. 12 PhDs, y'all leave here to go back to Philly, driving your Rolls Royce, and you hear a siren. And you squeeze the steering wheel. You didn't have nothing to do with it. It's in your genes. Huh? It's in your fucking genes, man. And you don't know it.
Right.
Huh?
But
Squeeze it. And then when that cop car passed by, you say, thank God, God ain't got nothing to do with it. He wasn't after you in the first place. Tired while you running, right? So you say, wow, man, I like that feeling when I'm tired. So I got to do run. And so it's, I just found out not too long ago with some research that vitamin D is not a vitamin, it's a hormone.
from the sun?
Yep. No, the sun goes into the body and the body reacts to it and creates the hormone.
Wow.
And all the vitamin D you get in your body comes through your pores from the sun.
Okay.
What they don't tell you is the vitamin D that goes to the brain come through the eyes. That's why don't nobody but poor, ignorant folks wear sunglasses. Even them little white folks who think they rich, well, you never seen Queen Elizabeth and serious white folk with no sunglasses. You see Bill Clinton with sunglasses.
Here's one. I'm losing my hair. Could I prevent that, or is that genetic?
Yeah, you can still prevent it. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. What do I need to do? I want to get some hair. I want to look like you.
Well, I don't want to get into that now while we're doing this.
Okay, that's fine. All right.
Are we on?
Yeah, we're back on.
And so it's that whole piece that when it catches up, you know how sexist this planet is. Huh? Your daughter get raped and you commit suicide. You've been disgraced. Please. And so when you stop and think about there's certain things you can't change. A sexist system all over the world, and yet it's called the mother tongue, not the father tongue. Because when I come over here and they teach me how to talk white, and niggas like me because I sound white, I violate God because the mother tongue. A dog barks and another dog understands it. A cat meows, another cat. Nobody understands me because I've tampered with my mother tongue, trying to please white folks. Huh? Tampered with the mother tongue. Motherfucker. Oh, that's a horrible. No. We're going to get reparations, and that word's going to get us more money than anything ever happened. And you know who's going to get reparations for us? Them law firms that got 40% of the cigarette settlement. It'll depend on you. All that crap. Oh, we don't do that. Shut up, mama. And so here's how it works. When the English, and that was a great movie, Bells. See, Abraham Lincoln said something and they made him so mad. He said, slavery is an American problem, and they went off. The nice folks. And Abraham Lincoln says, the textile industry in New York City and in London make more money in 2 weeks than the cotton farmers and slave owners make in 5 years. That's what they're talking about in that movie, man. That textile industry. And so, and that's what's happening now because of you all. You see, when I was a little boy, white children didn't get exposed to this. So when I was a little boy, nobody's born a racist or sexist. So the boy says, Mama, how come black folks take all this off of? Oh, they happy. Well, why can they? My mama says she's always happy. Beulah's always smiling. She at their house on Christmas fixing their food, and I ain't got nobody to fix my toys, Mama. But know how it happened when the universe, the Indigos here, children ain't buying bicycles. Did you hear me? They on little skateboards, man. It just leaves and you don't even see it. Leaves, you don't even see it. And so when you stop and think about where this piece is, and the universal God don't have to tell you if you don't know it. And the black woman, her hurricanes. And in the women's movement, they said, well, you take something this bad and name it after women, so they throw men at it. You can't help them. Black runaway slaves invented hockey in Canada. See who I am? Invented it. Then a guy named Milton Stanley said, let's look at this here. Now it's called the Stanley Cup. How can y'all didn't have no ice? Oh, this is 2 Olympics back. Jamaica's won the bobsled. They ain't got no snow. Somebody figured out the way you win the bobsled is when you running, you pick up that momentum. When you get on there, ice ain't got nothing to do with it. That centrifugal force. That's when they learn how to run and jump on the sled. And white folk couldn't handle them. And so when a white boy, prostitution was always in the Negro neighborhood for him. So none of his friends could see him. The mayor could come down from Chicago to 30 miles, 40 miles away. Nobody knew who they were. So they'd pull up in front of your house. Your mama ran it. And honk the horn. And y'all would come out so they know they're safe and take them in the park. That's where the word honky came from, okay? All right? So when the Europeans said there'd be no more, see what I like about old white Christians, that's where I get my information from. They get old and aching and they want to go to heaven, so they try to purify stuff. Old white Christians come and talk to me. I'm going to heaven. And so, in certain parts of Europe, if you was born a billionaire, you still get a check when you get 18 years old. That's that slavery money. It's like going to outer space. Once you get out there, you can't never come back. It just keeps coming and coming and coming and coming and coming. And so they said to America, you know, we're trying to get to heaven. They didn't say that to us. No more slaves. You started the movie. No more slaves. They didn't need the money. They got all the money. So Americans said, oh, what we going to do? What we do? We got these slaves. We can't have no more. Ah, they don't know. How we going to do it? Don't worry about it. So he made me, 14 years old, put a sack on my head and have sex. Fuck my mama. And he's so dumb, he didn't know mom knew that was me. But she couldn't do nothing because she didn't want him to get mad and start killing the slaves. Remember the story when God wanted to save the Jews? He told them to put one on the door. a mark. You tell me God didn't know where the Jews was? What kind of God y'all talking about? Ooh, man, y'all scared shit out of me. You mean God who put the whole universe here didn't know it's a Jew in that house? You got to pray to God and tell God your rent due. Any God that didn't know your rent was due ain't God. Are you crazy? Made everything, but didn't know your rent due. See what that tough to do when they get in there. And so I had to screw my mama, man. That's where the word motherfucker come from. And then white boy shit. That's why they hated the word until they got around black folks and realized I said, this motherfucking pair of glasses. And that's when he knew I didn't know. His genes knew. And now you go to a white movie, they say motherfucker before they finish running the credits from the movies coming on. What he didn't know. If I impregnate my first cousin, there's a 98% that the baby be born deformed. So what do you think happened when I started fucking my mama? So all the deformed babies started coming down the chute. He didn't know, he ignorant, he don't know what it was. See, we blamed all that on women. That was what sexism did. See, we just thought there's nothing, we didn't know there was a seed in her. They didn't know that till the medical people found out in 1750. We just thought she was the incubator. You know, we make the biscuits and take it by Mary's house and put it in her oven. That's what they thought. So the white boy said, well, here's how we get around that. All these old ignorant white boys that can't afford slaves, we'll sell them to them. Hey, come here, Willie. There's some of these niggas here. Well, you know, I got no money, boss. No white man can call themselves white without owning some niggas, so we gonna sell you these crippled ones, but you got to buy 12 of them. Now you see where the fucking dozens come from, and it's about your mama, and nobody on this planet played a dozen except black men in America and in the Caribbean. So what the fuck y'all know? Huh? The dozens, huh? And that's where the reparations money gonna come. Because these youngsters coming up now under y'all's influence, they'll be outraged when they find this out. And they're going to open up the floodgates when they get through. Even Africa's going to get a piece. That's where it's going. That's where it's going. That's just...
Well, I hope that's true.
Ain't no hope. I don't give fucking hope, man. Hope. Hope you going to pay your goddamn rent. Hope your car work. Come on, man. Ain't no but bullshit.
No, I'm just saying. I think a lot of black people are being brainwashed.
It ain't got nothing to do with them.
Okay.
And here, if you say I'd like to go to Paris this year, but I can't afford, you just told 75 trillion cells to see to you don't get to Paris. Huh? That's who you are. And when you find that out, when you find that out, when they told me I had the worst cancer you can find, I told my son, Doc, I said, don't show that to your mother, till after your sister get married. So I gave it a report. How could they do this? I said, bitch, you better get out of here. You think I'm leaving this pussy here for your high school sweetheart? You out your mind. I ain't going nowhere. I know I'm not going nowhere. If you hope don't work. You never heard no rich, powerful motherfucker say hope. Hope I'll win the war, but a fool. The real folks know they're going to win the war before they start, except they don't count in the universe. Universe. There's no such thing as hope. Hope. And so what happens is, the black woman, hurricanes. That's the black woman. That's her spirit. White folk know that, the real ones, and we don't. All hurricanes start at the exact spot in West Africa where the slaves was put on the ship. Not almost the right area where slaves was put on the ship. That's where hurricanes start. They stay underwater and follow the same route the slave ship followed. No slave was offloaded the ship till it got to the Caribbean. No hurricane jumps above water until they get to the Caribbean. Hit this country and come all the way up the East Coast to Maine. Maine is as close to Canada as you are to me. Canada has never had a hurricane because Canada never messed with a sister like America has. It get there, turns north, and go back out. That's who you are. You think this goddamn Cam and that little chump shit you got gonna change? That ain't changing nothing. You already there, huh? And we come in with this bullshit. Think we know something. Knowing something in a white racist system that would kill God if they could. What prestige is that?
Final thoughts.
Well, when I sit and think about the civil rights movement, the 50th anniversary, I was there 2 weeks ago at Freedom, Mississippi Summer. On the plane on the way to Jackson, Mississippi, I was with one of my daughters. And I was saying, you know, people who was 22 years old then, they be 72. People that's 30 be 80. We're going to see some old crippled folks. And to think about all the ones that's dead. So we get there, the plane land in Jackson. 12 black police chiefs is waiting for me to take me to the hotel. And I said, I remember when I come to Jackson, it'd be white cops, FBI, CIA, waiting to figure out how they could kill me. What a blessing to come. I said, daughter, every time I came to Mississippi, I knew they was gonna kill me, but I came anyway. I didn't worry about my family because I was in the military before I was married, before you was born. And when they called me, had I been married with a family, I'd have gone. So we put all this bullshit up to make like we worried about our families. I said, we here. What a blessing. I said, understand what that means, daughter. It means we took on the mightiest nation in the history of the planet that the whole world was scared of. And we didn't take no guns or no attitudes. And we won. We won. With all their trickiness. Next time you see the picture of King on the balcony shot and see them black folks pointing up, how'd they know it wasn't going to be another shot? Who were they? It's human nature for you to hit. Something comes to the when you hit. Oh, they didn't. How'd you know? There wasn't going to be another shot. Malcolm, we sued and made the government give us the autopsies. Why? Come on, white boy, you know there wasn't no federal crime. Now, do I need to go and tell the world on y'all? See, you make deals. I need this information because I got to teach my mama, but I won't talk about it. What was important about Malcolm is them guys were shooting up. He was on the stage. All the bullets in Malcolm went down. They gave them thugs blanks. And that famous picture with the brothers giving him mouth to mouth. He's a New York undercover cop. He's so secret, his paycheck came from the utility company, not the police. He's CIA now. But see, you don't do mouth to mouth on a chest wound. You pull air bubbles to the lungs. So if you look at Malcolm's autopsy and James L. Ray's autopsy, Lee Harvey Oswald, they both died from the same thing, air bubbles to the lung. They've already decided they're going to shoot you in the chest. They got the woman sitting down. And so, never before in the history of the planet have they went after somebody and killed everybody. And hit Jesus, they didn't mess with the disciples. Julius Caesar, they didn't mess with the legislator. We the only people, man. They wiped them out one by one. Ran them crazy, framed them. Huh? One by one by one by one. And we still surviving. Education is not power. Money is not power, it's information. That's what y'all get. Information is power. If I give you wrong information, you got bad power. I give you good information, you got good power. And you can't kill power. You know, it's like a soldier. Shoot one, the other pick up that flag. They don't pick up each other. The medics pick them up. You pick up that flag and can't keep running. So I just say thank you and appreciate you. Love you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gregory. Love you back. So was the computer wrong, or you got 9 million votes?
I got 9 million votes because they plugged it up wrong. They made a mistake and hooked it to my name, okay, instead of Nixon's name.
Okay.
Right.
So what's it
showing how they were doing that all the way back in 1968.
Huh? You what?
They've been doing this.
Showed how they were fixing the election.
No, man. Since day one. Come on.
From Africa to build the space elevator, and then a brother from what is it? Virginia Tech invented the rod that you have to go. So they're ready to move now.
I just wanted to see what it looked like through this camera. That's all.
Okay, but we're probably gonna put a video camera on that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so they're in serious trouble.
Well, you tell me, how do you like the image?
Yeah, it's okay, but
So y'all show been going good for a long time, huh?
oh yes.
Yeah.
It reaches a lot of people.
This is Dick Gregory, and you're watching Real Black. I said, this is Dick Gregory, and you are watching Real Black, 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 Black. And so to get back to your question of looking at stuff, Rodney King. And I called Ralph in from Europe. I said, man, I just need you to check something. I didn't see nothing behind it. I said, I got a problem with 2 white folks, first time they ever been into America, and they just happened to check in the hotel where this beating's taking place. So 3 days later, he called me and said, we need to get out of here. Said, you know, it was 2 other people in the car with him. I said, yeah. He said, they died mysteriously. And he said the weird part about it, Rodney King had been sentenced by a judge in L.A. to 8 years in jail, and we can't figure out why he was out in the street 3 weeks later. I said, let's move. Let's move. And then I started seeing, we checked the 2 people. They're from Australia, heavily connected to the secret police in Australia, heavily connected to the CIA. How do you, with your camera, never been in a country before, film it? They didn't know to take it where 7 o'clock LA time is running all over the world. How do you know that?
Yeah, but I mean, with the King thing, it was the verdict. It wasn't the tape.
You're not hearing me. You're not hearing me. See, the problem is you trying to talk with your shit and you don't know nothing instead of listening. Huh?
I'm listening.
Okay? No. I get $40,000, man, and I dare motherfucker to talk. You went to college. You didn't talk when the professor was talking.
Okay, I apologize.
Because you no, you don't have to apologize to me. I knew that when you come in here. I let you in because you'd have said New York Times, I'd have let you in. I've said anybody come in here. And normally I don't do these interviews. I do the bullshit shit you want to hear and let you leave.
Okay, I'm listening. I'm listening. You got me tuned in. I'm tuned in.
Okay.
Okay.
So what was the question you just asked?
No, my question was, like, the videotape, the existence of the videotape was the fuse, but what sparked it was the verdict.
No, I know that more than you.
Okay.
Huh? I know that more than you.
Okay.
What they didn't tell you, what they didn't tell you is just Read what paper that is so you can hear you on the camera.
Okay.
On the
New
side.
York Times, May 10th, 1992.
Okay, what's the headline say?
Los Angeles police differ sharply with prosecutors on arrest
Now
totals.
read the first sentence.
Reflecting confusion that has characterized the city's response to
Okay,
violence.
now go down to where you see I got that marked.
Police officials said today
Slow, so my grandmother's listening.
All right. Police officials said today they arrested 18,000 people from Wednesday night, April 29th, the day the riots began, through this morning. But prosecutors said that they could not account for as many as 10,000.
That's Arden Steelman. You think it was something else? These ain't black folks talking. These are cops talking. And the prosecutor talking. Now read that sentence right but after that and listen what Hahn says.
We don't know where these people are,
Wait a minute now, this is what I say. We don't know where these people are.
said James K. Hahn, the Los Angeles city attorney.
He's the mayor now. See how the payoff comes?
It's a mystery now to a lot of people in the system right now.
Okay, that's all. That's my job.
Okay.
Huh? That's my job. And I usually don't share it with people. Because like I told you before, my mama hear the shit I be saying she called police on me. Huh? And so that's what I'm telling you now. So about 6 months ago, I'm in LA and Carl Nelson, who invented on the Stevie Wonder station, he invented the morning show. The biggest show in LA, talk show. And so then he left and went to Florida. So now he's back out there celebrating the 20th anniversary of that show. So I go on Friday, just talking, and I was out there for something. And he said, Dick, you be here Monday, you ought to come in. I'm interviewing Rodney King. He got a new book coming out, so you better do it quick, because he'd be dead before the week's over.
Wow.
Okay. How did I know? Because I got the information. The woman in the house where he died, his girlfriend, she was one of the jewelers when he got that $3 million kick out. Okay. And the neighbors said they heard screaming and hollering. They said, he just drowned. A brother who can't swim don't put no swimming pool in his house. And so what I'm saying is when you know this, you can smell it. And then you see it.
Right.
And so you look at it, and then I pushed the right button. I was in, you had a brother here in Philly that had a health product. So Father Clemens came to me and said, man, you ought to be part of this. I said, no, man. There's nothing ain't. They heal anything.
Right.
So when the sniper was out there in D.C., he's one of the brother from Philly that was killed.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
He just went,
Ken.
huh?
Ken.
Bridges.
Ken Bridges. Yes.
He just went to North Carolina to talk to the black hair product guy.
Yeah, he had a group.
Yeah.
Got the name of
Yeah.
the group, but Ken Bridges.
And so,
My Tie.
my time. So he got $100 million bridge loan. And he was going to buy 85%. 85% of the, she was in British Columbia, Guyana.
Okay.
Pow, that's when they put the hit on him. Because if you look at that route, he came back. That's not the route you come back to Philly from North Carolina. You see it. Then you look at the guy, you remember the head of that whole investigation of the sniper? Was a black sheriff. Moose.
Yes.
In D.C. Yeah. PG.
No, outside, Montgomery County.
Montgomery County.
So they made the hit in Montgomery County so he could take over the whole thing. Moose, and then they eventually John Muhammad. Him and John Muhammad was in the same National Guard unit in Portland, Oregon.
Wow.
Now, the reason that's important, ain't that many Negroes important longer. How could you forget that? Huh? See how it works? And he was the one telling the FBI agency, just look for a white man. Everything you heard, every witness said it was a white man in a white pickup truck. They investigated 2 black folks in a raggedy car that sleep on a parking lot after they bought them some church's chicken. They kidnapped both of them 6 months before and put them in a warehouse and let them go. We ain't heard none of them talk. None of them talk. So this is the game. When you look at the September the 11th, we're the only country that when we give you the date, we give you October the 12th, September. And so why they come up with 911? That's the emergency call. So anytime you say it, you tell your brain to be scared. That's where they are. That's how close, how much research they've done. Right? So I'm in New York, September the 10th, September 11th. So I called my wife. I said, well, you got me sleeping tonight. She said, you're not. Your friend called from Paris and said, don't spend the night in New York tonight.
Wow.
I get on a train, go to D.C. I get there at 4 o'clock. I call the dude in Paris. How you know I was in New York? Punk. Said, we picked you up on the satellite, brother. So then I go walk, and I come back, and the other one then went down. I called back. He said, you owe me one, punk.
Wow.
See, this is how it works. It's a club. Yeah. Huh? Y'all go places, y'all see stuff, and you know when it's been spliced, and when it's not spliced, you know it's been tampered with. I do the same thing with the whole human thing. I've been out here so long and had the money to bring in the top people. I need you to look at this. Look at this. Huh? I had Steve Jack. I said, I need you to find me the #1 authority on breast milk. I didn't sit around and look for shit to do, man. Because I had the money. #1 authority on breast milk. So he comes back and he said, these 2 people, Oxford University, both of them's equal. I said, well, tell them $1 million a piece. He said, and when you know they men, see how it works? Mm-hmm. The #1 authority on breast milk is a man. So I bring him in, take him to a black hospital, Flint Goodrich down in New Orleans. Mm-hmm. So they keep saying to me, why are you giving us this money to do this? What you looking for? I said, I don't know if I was looking for it. I wouldn't have you here. I don't know what I'm looking for. You think I'm that stupid? I'll pay you this money to find something that I know? What I found out, man, was mind-boggling. You got a child. Yes. When your wife would be nursing the baby, the other breast would leak. That's not milk. That's all the impurities. If she smoke, that's nicotine. If she drink, that's alcohol. If she work in a place where people smoke, all the chemicals that's in the food, that leaks out so the baby can't get it. Wow. So we going every day to that. What you looking for? So I didn't know. So as they was leaving, I said, here's what I'm looking for. My mother's mother fed. She was the nanny for white women. You all got enough sense to know what's in milk. Milk was for humans. You don't give a kitten dog milk. Yeah. I said the #1 cause, the only cause of crib death is cow's milk. If you took cow's milk and breast milk from a woman and put it in a glass, you'd have to add 300 times more water with cow's milk to make it look like mother's milk. because the number one important ingredient in milk is not calcium. You get more calcium eating a piece of newspaper. And so, cow's milk, the number one thing in milk is called casein. Casein makes the bone strong. So cows have enough casein to make the cow enough bone strength to deal with 1,000 pounds or more. Mother's milk, just enough for a maximum of 175 pounds. So when you drink cow's milk, with that casein, it becomes glue and shuts it down, and some folk ain't there, they die in the crib. They call it crib death. That means we don't know what caused it. That's what every nation on the planet that would never be stupid enough to give their child cow's milk, that would never had crib death. Only the countries that knew around there give cow's milk. Crib death. So I know I just put that in my files here. But I was looking to say, because I know milk, I know more about it than you all do. I say, how long can my mama's nurse white children before y'all become niggas? That's what I'm looking for. That's all. About 15 years later, they said, thank you for what we learned. So we got back here and got a $50 million grant from the government to pursue your question. And I'm calling you now to tell you it's happened. So just listen to the white children. Watch the styles change. What used to look like you looks like me now. Listen to the music, how loud they play the music in the whole scene. 2 million people come out in the field, they hear some guitars. So I've been doing this. And so what I'm saying is when you sit and look at September the 11th, them folks, they say they did that, never flew a plane in their life. They say they just was, they learned how to simulate this and all that. And here's a paper here, say flight school owned by Warren Buffett that they went to.
Yes.
So he a thug and a dog and a tramp. Flight school owned by Warren Buffett.
That's right. And they only asked to learn how to fly the plane, not land it.
Yeah, you hear it?
Yes.
That's what he said. Huh? That's what he said.
Yeah.
See, that's another trick. Why would I go? You know the guy on the plane that crashed right here by Pittsburgh? When he called his mama, calling on the plane. Hey, Mom, this is Dick Brown. You never give your first and last name to your mother. See, they always mess up because they're so stupid. Hi, Mom.
You're right.
Richard, you gonna give your first and last name to your mother, huh? And then you look over here, and it says, flight school says FBI trained suspects prior to hijack. FBI. See here? So everybody is walking through this maze and the game. So you just look at all the papers, and then you say, okay, then I got people I can talk to. I don't care.
Oh, okay.
Don't keep missing. Don't give a fuck. I know who I am. When the universal order pick you, leave no footprints. You want to be recognized by the New York Times and the Washington Post, all that bullshit.
Right.
Universal law.
I'm asking you as an elder, though, as a young black man.
Saying,
It
was
doesn't.
bullshit. I
Okay.
don't care. I keep telling you, you don't hear me. Out of your ignorance, you don't hear me, so you gonna keep pushing it. I just told you, I don't give a fuck. I said that. My wife didn't tell you, so I told you. So leave it alone. Leave it alone. You got a book out, National Geographic. 1,000. When y'all get back, y'all should. Oh, you hit it on the computer. National Geographic. 1,001 people who made America, and I'm listed. So I called a friend of mine, what's this bullshit about, man? He said, well, they got your CIA files, they know who you are.
That's cool. We're back. You got the CIA phone?
That's the guy in prison, in British intelligence.
Yeah, they must have been after you. I mean, they're just tapping my phone, but they must have.
That's what you think. You see, I'm using the phone now because you said when you make one phone, they all cost the same thing. Just making the first one. So they do the same thing when they're tapping you. They do for the biggest spy in the world. It don't cost nothing else. It don't cost you one nickel. They do it all, and it keeps them working. Okay.
So it's like the Men in Black. They got just tapped into everything.
Yeah. That's it.
So, but we're you know, a lot of people like to feel that we're in a post-racial society.
There's a lot of people who, my grandmother thought bullshit. Let me tell you something now. I can take you to the supermarket now and buy you a herb that's 3,000 times more potent than heroin, cocaine, and crack.
Mm-hmm.
It's called nutmeg. You ever used it? Okay. Nutmeg. Okay. As long as they was getting high and didn't know they was getting high, they didn't violated Jesus. As long as they was getting high. Let me know when you're back on.
We're back on. Let me reframe the.
Before we go back to the question you had before we stop, if you take what's the guy's name they killed in Florida?
Oh, Trayvon.
Trayvon. Now, this is y'all's fault. Not him, but I'm going to say. As long as you've been in America, you never dealt with homicide, news-wise. And hear them talk about more what the guy bought. Now, it's different if he bought a $10 million diamond. Huh? Then you hear about the homicide. And I cheat because I'm different. I know who we're dealing with.
We jumped into this too early. All right, I made this wider because I know it's your close.
So let's go back to Trayvon. Hoodies. More white folk wear hoodies than black folks. Go on college campus. The girls wearing, boys wearing. So I went out and bought me one. So they said he went to the 7-Eleven. All 7-Elevens have film. How come we never saw a film of him going in there or coming out? And not till I mentioned it, I'm one of the most powerful voices because Social Network didn't get me for free. So then they showed us some bullshit of him standing at the counter. Come on, y'all. They told us that he was looking, that Sunday was the Sunday of the All-Star basketball. So said he was looking at the All-Star game and doing halftime. He ran to, well, we all do that. Run down, fix your ham and cheese sandwich, call somebody. Nobody better not call you while the Super Bowl is going on. But the minute it go into a commercial. So I said, okay, Ralph, I need you to do something for me. I need the time that he was killed. 7/17. Oh, why? The ball game didn't start till 8 o'clock. So how could he go during the halftime? That's what I'm looking at, not the other bullshit, because I know who they are. And I check out Zimmerman. Then we get into Michael. Zimmerman lived in an all-black neighborhood. And everybody we interviewed said he's one of the finest. Something ain't right about this. And for 4 days after he was killed, He was in the morgue, John Doe. You aware of that?
Didn't
John
know.
Doe. Okay. We're in a predominantly white town. So how many black folks you get there at that morgue? And sit there 4 days? Killed on Sunday. So, is that back on?
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
Do it say off? It's an off sign?
Yeah, it's on stop.
Yeah, it's strange.
And so
The world, they don't want you to know. We don't. Then they don't want us to know the truth.
yeah, but they didn't. My mama didn't want me to know the truth. She never told me about sex. Oh, don't blame it on them.
Okay.
Huh? Oh, lots of things she didn't want me to know about. She didn't want me to know about Islam. That started at home. And so, and so what happens is Monday morning, kill Sunday. 5 cops, they've all been fired. And chaplain came by the house where his daddy was living with his girlfriend and brought him a picture. And he identified him on Monday, but he still laid in that morgue for 3 days. As a John Doe. Mama calling the police station, they got him listed as a missing person. 3 days. And then you ask yourself a question. There's something ain't right about this. So the undertaker from Miami, where the son lived, came and picked up the body. Now put a pin there, because you know about that youngster in Valdosta, Georgia, where they found him wrapped up in this. The same undertaker handled his body. Oh, from Florida? All the black undertakers we have, we still got them because white folks wouldn't handle you. You come all the way from there to get the body, and the organs is missing. What about Trayvon's organs? It's a game. You drive by. You know any black cops?
Oh, do I? Yeah.
Didn't
absolutely.
ask them when they go to a drive-by. 98% of them headshots. You can't be in a car driving and hit me in the head, man. Huh? And then look at this. If the 3 of us are just a bunch of hoodlums and thugs and just foul-minded and evil and nasty, so we just go in the black community and just shoot black folks. How come they ain't shooting women? Where'd they get their integrity? Men's organs sell for more than women's. In China, before the #1 sell, organs outsell prostitution, drugs, and counterfeit money. That's the #1 money maker on the planet. #1.
Well, now you got me want to ask you about the prison industrial complex.
No, wait, you
Oh,
don't need
stay here?
No, wait.
Okay.
China, before organs, if they brought you before the firing squad, they shoot you in your heart. Now they shoot you in the head and harvest everything down. It's the big money maker. And then I asked another question. As hip as America is, with all of its technology, we do shit that would make German and them Nazis look like wimps. Do you think 30 members from the KGB could hook up with 30 members of British intelligence, could hook up with 30 members of French intelligence and slip in this country with all the stuff we got? Then how you gonna let them tell you that in 3 weeks, 65,000 little children from South America, little tots, can't read or write, come in this country and we didn't know it? That's organ stealing, man. Huh? Just ask yourself a question, huh? President say, now, all you got to do is track them. You can't track them. You have any children?
I do not. He does.
Okay, then you understand motherhood, not fatherhood. Motherhood. Huh? No mother is going to take her child to some pimps that they say call $5,000. Where do you get that $5,000? Where do you get that kind of money? Huh? Where do they get that kind of money? To pay some bad people, no mother's going to trust her child with a thug and let that child go by itself. That's man stuff. Hmm? And when they say they send them back, how do we know? How do we know they sent them back?
It's a good question.
And so when you stop and think about Rodney King, go back and especially the business you're in. This week, pull that film of that beating, and you see something incredible. That's lighted like a Hollywood movie. Look at the movie The Pirate. Well, every pirate I've seen in the movie was white. And all of them had a patch and a peg leg. And they show this movie here, and this brother ain't got no. They won't even let you, even when you acting like what they say the pirate was, you know. But my problem with the pirate was that whole thing over there in Africa. I said, wait, something ain't right about this. Something is not right about this. What is it?
Oh, you're talking about Captain Phillips.
Yeah. But I'm talking about before.
Okay.
When it first hit. That little country them black folk came out of, they don't have 5 rowboats. Okay? But they gonna attack the mightiest navies in the world? Come on, y'all. Huh? Are you crazy? They ain't got 5 rowboats. Huh? Then once they make a movie out of it, that's how they just keep putting it in. Then they make you think it's gonna get a time. One of their top actors to do it's bullshit. Huh? One of them tankers had 100 million gallons of oil. So I'm on TV doing one of them TV shows, and I said, wait a minute. I can handle that for you. Give it to them. Ain't a black man on this planet that know how to sell 100 million gallons of oil that's been stolen. Huh? So then all at once, you sit and you look, and then it stopped. It stopped.
That's
Right there, where that was coming from, there's one of the most evil, vicious Navy bases in the history of the planet. They do stuff that would make Hitler look like Santa Claus. Diego Garcia.
So.
Wait.
Sorry.
Diego Garcia. That's where that first Malaysian plane is. That's where it landed. It had 4 scientists on it. Huh? 20 scientists, but 4 had filed for patents. It was Malaysia, but they worked out of Austin, Texas for Texas Instrument. All right. And the ones behind that plane was Texas Instrument, the government, and Boeing, who made the plane. And everybody is stupid enough to believe that a plane almost a block long can just disappear. With the electronics we have, all the technology we have, the next generation of cars will come out, there'll be no driver. So when I was talking to this scientist about it, I said, well, they're paddy wagons too. He said, yeah, why you ask that? I said, well, there's just more room to put riders. No, that's where we are. About 10 years ago, I'm with a scientist, and he's saying to me, he said, you know, the smart car, when it come out, there can be no more automobile fatalities. I said, why you want to mess with me, man? They been had that. Why you think airplanes don't run into one another? Huh? I used to do that when I was a child. I used to play with them little, what's those?
Magnets.
Magnets. Yeah. And if you don't put them right, they can't hit. That's all y'all done. And they want to come convince me that y'all breathing. You're not. That's been here. Okay? And so when you stop and think about, you know, the stuff. So we got 4 of those top scientists that had filed for patents worth $400 billion. Okay? So if 1, 2, 3, of us and your brother, 4, we filed for patents. And then here's a friend of yours who's with us. So 5 of us filed for patents. If we die before the patent is granted, then your brother, who wasn't on the plane with us, he owns them all. So those 4 scientists, and the 5th person was the Carlyle Group. They own them all now. The patent was granted 3 days after the plane was missing.
Wow.
Okay, and so what I'm saying is, this is the game, and if you can't follow that thread, then you don't see it.
That's crazy.
What were the patents for?
Huh?
What were the patents for?
Well, the patents was, you heard people talk about they're gonna one day inject you and can control you. Well, these guys come up with something, they don't have to inject you. They just put in this room and you come in and you smell it. That's what they were for.
Okay.
And that's why they killed them.
That's
They might have not killed them. They might just let them sit there and die. I was the first Negro in the history of America to run for president of the United States. Now, if that's wrong, then tell me who ran before me.
I couldn't tell you. 1968.
Jesse Jackson,
Barely-
Shirley Chisholm.
Yeah.
They didn't run for president, they ran in the primary. If you don't win the primary, then you cannot run.
Right.
I was in the race, the only Negro in the history of America that ran for president of the United States. I ran as a write-in. And so had Obama not won, I'd still been the only Negro that ran. So a funny thing happened that night. That was 1968. I ran. November the 4th. This article ran 4 days later. You see the date on that? November the what?
November 7, 1968.
In what newspaper?
Page 6 of the Wall Street Journal.
Okay, now listen to me now. This didn't run in no other paper. So y'all want to understand about this country, you see. Wall Street Journal, one of the most respected papers in the world by fools. Now read the headline.
Election computer goofs gives Gregory 9 million votes.
Now stop there. Some white folks, against my better judgment, fought to put me on the ballot. In Pennsylvania. So when the election polls was closed, Cuda gave me 9 million. Election Center set it down and said the projected president of the United States is Dick Gregory.
Wow.
That plurality cannot be overcome. Okay? This is your America. What they meant to do was plug that up to Nixon, and somebody goofed.
So your vote is not a vote.
Listen to me now.
All right.
That's what shapeshifter means when you know who you are. Now, read that first paragraph.
Right.
The first.
Some machines just aren't to be believed. Take the big computer in New York that was designed to compile results of Tuesday's general election. At one point early yesterday morning, the machine was crediting Dick Gregory, the comedian turned presidential candidate, with 9 million votes in Pennsylvania.
Now, see, they don't know, and the ones do know that they wouldn't say it. The fact that no other paper ran that. Then you know, okay. Go ahead now, listen to it. Now, go ahead.
This was just one of the scores of inaccurate and sometimes
You
astonishing
have to read no more. That's
returns.
it. Over there to your left, what did Walter Cronkite say up there?
CBS anchorman Walter Cronkite, after the errors were pointed out to him, apologized for not questioning the figures.
That's
said,
the
"Any
bullshit
fool."
that comes in. Who is he to question a damn figure?
So was the computer wrong, or you got 9 million votes?
I got 9 million votes because they plugged it up wrong. They made a mistake and hooked it to my name. Okay? Instead of Nixon's name.
Okay.
Hmm?
So it was a
showing
good.
how they were doing that all the way back in 1968.
Huh? You what?
They've been doing this.
Showed how they were fixing the election.
No, man. Since day one. Come on. You serious? They was doing it before they had what they would do when I ran for mayor of Chicago. White boy and the brother came to me and offered me $500,000, not to get out the race, but to get on the ballot.
Mm.
I said, well, I got to get a petition. He said, no, we already got that.
Mm.
And so the white boy said to the brother, give me my $100. And I said, what's that about? He said, this is your brother. He betted me $100 you take the money, and I bet him you wouldn't.
Mm-hmm.
And the brother was so embarrassed. He winked at me and said, this boy, everybody hooked up after midnight. He said, I'll meet you out there and show you something. So I'll go out. He said, what was going to happen if you open up the well, let me ask you this here. Y'all registered to vote?
Yeah.
So in the last 4 years, how many times did you have the opportunity to vote? The last 4 years?
6 times.
6 times in 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
So if you had an automobile in 4 years, you use it 6 times, then the garage where you keep it determine what kind of ride you're gonna have, not you.
Mm.
The same thing about a voting machine.
Mm.
So here's what they do.
Okay.
He said, you on line 5, the Ellie's on line 4.
Mm-hmm.
So we take this wire and hook it around 5, so every time somebody pulls forward, it registers for the Ellie.
Mm.
That's how they do it, okay? That's it.
Yeah.
That's how they do it. That's simple. They've been doing that for years. You know? And so somewhere, that's how they do it. And
Not impartial.
and so anyway, what's some more questions you want? And then we out of here. When you get home, you'll punch up your computer and the truth about your Social Security. You know about that? All Social Securities is owned by the Vatican.
Well, I heard when
Not Social Security, birth certificate by the Vatican, traded every day on the New York Stock Exchange.
Right. When you get your child's Social Security number, you sign them into the corporation.
That's right.
Of America.
That's right.
So as long as you don't get them.
And then also, then the other piece, London is not part of Britain. And so just when you punch it up, the truth about London, in order for Queen Elizabeth to go to London, she got to get permission from the Lord Mayor to give it to her. She got to come dressed as a servant through the temple gate, and they back there dressed like devils. It's a whole. So I just say, God, thank you, because it's too hard to teach black folks with all the stuff they got in their head. You can't get the misinformation out. So here it comes down the chute. That's what when the Fifth Dimensions did the song, The Dawning of the Age of that White Boy knew it would be 15 years. That's why it was called The Dawning of the Age of Aquarius. So Aquarius came in May the 5th, the year 2000. That meant darkness is over. That represents men and all the wrong stuff. Now lightness is here, so women, it's their turn now. You see, at one time it wasn't nobody on this planet but women, okay? And they fucked up. And so here we here. So if I'm married to your mother, she's married to me, and we drug addicts, then there's a possibility you be born a drug addict. So that's what happened to them. They fucked up so bad they degenerated till they produced men, and they paid a hell of a price.
Yeah, I heard it was matriarchal society, and then
Yeah.
they let the men rule, at one point, and then like you said, it just got so jacked up, you know. But they don't want to relinquish power. When
They don't have
power,
to. They don't have to, man. You had it for 6,000 years. You don't even know it. You don't even know why you're here. The one thing you got to ask yourself, and you see how vicious this is. When the greatest human specimens, they didn't produce Muhammad Ali during the Roman Empire. Look at him. And the white boys, they never said they was gonna kill him. They said, we're gonna shut your what? Didn't they?
Yeah, he can't talk.
Didn't they? See, that's the ones I hang out with. Can't talk. Did y'all see the basketball finals?
Yeah.
You see when Lon fell on the floor? They say he had cramps.
Yeah.
You ever had cramps in bed?
Yes.
Don't you have to get up and walk?
Yeah.
You don't lay down with cramps. That was throwing the games. See how it works? This is something you know. You jump off that bed and keep moving until they leave. And then as good athletes, and how come none of the other athletes had cramps? Since the air conditioning was on. See how it works? And so y'all go to Philadelphia, and they took a little fat, chubby white boy and did a thing called, what was the name of the movie, the fight movie? Rocky. And you go all over the world, who's the greatest fighter that ever lived? They say Rocky, not Muhammad Ali. See how it works? That works.
Well, we talk about that.
See, they don't know it's a fictional character. All they know is Rocky.
Right.
And then right here in this town, you had a great fighter that lived like 2 miles from here, the black guy. What's his name? Huh?
Larry Holmes and Joe Frazier.
No, Joe Frazier, Larry Holmes. Joe Frazier. But ain't no statue of him up them steps.
We're working on that.
No, you ain't. No. Trust me. Don't waste your time. Don't waste your time. You bucking something bigger than you know. Put it someplace else. Put it someplace else. Okay. You're not doing it. See, that's where we come through. We think we. Martin Luther King, $200 million statue on the mall, and you think you had something to do with it? He left here, he was the most hated man in the world. How can you hate me outside of here unless America's feeding that? And now he's the most beloved. Because they finding out some stuff about they didn't know. They have, before they had the FBI and the CIA, it was Army intelligence. Army intelligence have been spying on the King family for 105 years, and you think this shit just started? They knew who he was when we didn't. Huh? Grandfather, granddaddy, him. And they use U-2 planes on King. See how it works?
Yeah, so we'll talk about Barack then.
Huh?
Barack and his bloodline.
No. We don't need to talk about Barack if you just read that.
Okay.
Huh?
Okay. The fix was in.
Well, see, when you keep pushing, it gets to gossip.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You read it.
I read it. Okay, I'm sorry.
Not in Jet magazine. Huh?
I'm just trying to overstand.
No, you can't back. I'm not here to teach you.
Okay.
I'm here to give you information.
Okay.
Okay? To give to other people. That's all I'm telling you. You read it. That's why I gave it to you. And a lot of stuff I knew I wouldn't give it to people because if I show it to you on the internet and white folks told you, you'd believe it. And you say you wouldn't, but no, I know. I've been a black person longer than most of y'all. So I know what I did. I know what I did. And I know what I had to do to get out of it. And right now, I got to go to Europe next week. My first class round trip ticket cost me $27,000. The tax on it. Go to this government. They buy bombs and poison to drop on people all over the world and children. So when they fall on my children, the difference between me and most of y'all, I'm honest enough to say, well, it took you so long. I'm part of the fucking filth. Every time you buy a loaf of bread, you feed into this nastiness. But what make think you so clean, huh? I got 10 children. 10 children. I never had a affair with my wife to create another God. I just give me some pussy, man. So how filthy am I? When I look in the mirror, I see who I am. I never owned a car. I didn't know the year, the make, the model, the down payment, the trade-in, the license I had to pay for. When I look at me, and I know I put more research on owning a car than creating God's new life. So who in the fuck am I? At least I get nothing unless I'm honest when I say God. I know it's coming, but just let me sit up on the mountain with some binoculars and watch them. Watch them. Yes. And then come on, get me. But you know, when they said I had the worst form of cancer, y'all know I had the worst form of cancer you can have.
I read about it.
Uncle Tom, my son's a school teacher, I said, son, we need somebody in the family that understands God's body. The U.S. Capitol used to be here. Have you ever asked yourself, well, if y'all gonna move it, why you just move it 90 miles? Why you just leave it here? Why you just move it 90 miles? Because if you understand astronomy, all this town, everything's gonna be destroyed when the sun explodes. Except St. Louis, Kansas City, Washington, D.C. area, most of Atlanta, most of Georgia, and most of North Carolina. That's why all the military bases is put there. They know what we got to do is astronomy. You can look at astronomy and go back a million years this way, a million years this way, and you see what happened. You know, that's a game. And so consequently, he don't know, or he knows that's why you're not here. Okay? And probably the next president could be black. Next election. See, the Republicans always have to put a black person in, but this one they ain't ready for. And what's his name? Herman Cain. Why you do that? No, I'm asking you for a reason.
Because I understand he's the head of the restaurant.
No, why were you shaking your head?
But I'm saying if he were to get in, it would just be.
He's one of the brilliant minds on the planet. He was chairman of the Kansas City Federal Reserve. Huh? And when I saw him with these buckwheat speeches, I said, oh, here you go. Here you go. If you know how rich I am and see me out there in some raggedy clothes, when I leave and go and see the homeless, all I got to do is look at your damn shoes. They forget to take off them $400 pair of shoes. Okay? So this is a game, man. It's a game. And then once you see it, then know it, and see it. And I pray every day forgiveness, man, because I had this power before I knew it. I could have killed some folks and not even known it. That's what anger is. And filth is. Anger. Every time you have a sexual discharge out of your prostate, see, your sperms live at a body temperature 2 degrees below your body temperature. That's why the old folks used to call it 2 below. The temperature. So they didn't need this and that. All they do is put some ice on their nuts and they couldn't get your sister pregnant because the sperms would be killed. That's why in the summertime you see men walk. You see baseball players. They don't play. You see baseball players out there. They do that. Baseball players. They do that and then do that. That's the testicles. The body's heating up. Okay. Why do you think fantastic athletes can't produce fantastic son athletes? Because of the jock strap. That's why the Arabs always wore the pants that hung down, where the testicles could move down and up. And for years, truck drivers couldn't have babies because the motor, the engine was right under the seat. Their nuts would get too hot, huh? Hear how it works?
You were talking mathematics a few minutes ago.
Yeah, but here, watch this now.
Outstanding.
In my testicles, every time I have a discharge, 500 million sperms come out. And the prostate have to give them the electrical charge. That's why we got so much prostate cancer, because I'm trying to get my manhood through my dick. That's why I call it good pussy. Through my dick. And the universal God. See, here's how you find out the universal God. I teach this to my grandchildren. The dinosaur left this planet 2 billion years ago. You know that. There was no church. There was no Christianity. If my mother was alive and walked in here now, you think God would just spit her out? She's so precious and nice and godly. But if you tried to explain to my mother Jesus Christ wasn't a Christian, she'd stomp your ass to death, because her ignorance didn't give her to know that Christianity never happened to 300 years after Jesus Christ was dead. Mama. I didn't learn until I was a grown man that the cross, they didn't invent that for Jesus. The Roman was using that 1,000 years before he was born. It was special. You know, they beheaded folks, hanged folks. The cross was for revolutionists. And so if you and your mother and your father was walking down the street, no, I had no cars, none of that. Huh? You didn't travel within 6 miles from where you was born. Where were you going? Everything was the same. Trees, mountains. So as you walk with your mother and father going to the mill to get some wheat to bake some bread, you saw these folks up on the cross. So your mother, you said, what's that? They said, oh, those are bad people. They was trying to do something to the government. So the cross represented revolution. So you would never want to be a revolutionist. So the problem with that story is Jesus was a revolutionist. What was them two thieves doing up there? Caught you.
Earlier, you spoke about there's a new generation that's not going to listen to what we were told.
Yeah.
And they're fearless, and I kind of feel that way. How do we activate or educate them to direct that fearlessness?
You're a fool. I'm a fool.
Okay.
You can't. You can't.
But I mean to direct that energy.
There you go. I got to override your ignorance now.
Okay.
I got a cousin, Muslim. I said, Merry Christmas. He said, I don't celebrate no whitey Christmas holiday. I said, brother, let me tell you, anytime you in America and Christmas fall on a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, your bank closed, you celebrate. Okay, this is a game we play.
Right.
I go to church and see my black minister, and right behind him is a white Jesus. I go to the Muslim church and I see my brother Elijah Muhammad, and right behind him is a white boy named Farad. I see the same thing. Is that scary? I see the same thing. The same thing. Oh, the Bible, man. I read it. I like certain parts of it. I like David, King David. Now, what I'm telling you now is not in Hustler magazine, it's in the Bible. David looked across the balcony and saw that man's wife and sent for her. It's in the Bible. They just say words and get up, but he pleasured her. Then he get her pregnant. You know the story. And he sends for her husband so she can get black. I learned that out of the Bible. They got shot. He said he didn't have nothing to do with me because while his men was down on the front line fighting, he didn't want pleasure. So David in the Bible killed her husband. Not Hustler magazine. My mother didn't know that King James was King of England. She just thought God sent him here to write this. She didn't know King James was such a weird, strange homosexual. He hated women so bad he killed his mother, and his lover was Buckingham Palace. Who Buckingham? His name was his lover was Lord Buckingham, who Buckingham Palace is named after. Oh, come on, y'all. So where do you go? Where do it go? You know. And so one day, I knew a woman in Chicago, black woman. She's dead, but we went to Philly and killed all the white folks in the Four Seasons. If I made a call to her before the police got there, you wouldn't go to jail. That's who we are. Mother Gibson. We are shapeshifters, and the real white folks have known that. Uncle Tom. When Harriet Beecher Hold Uncle Tom's Cabin.
Right. So
She knew who it was. Do you know that book translated into plays and never before in the history of the planet have as many companies went around the world doing that play? When it got to Saigon, the king of Saigon said, if I give you the money, would you do a musical? And they did a musical called The King and I. That's Uncle Tom's Cabin. One of the big hits on Hollywood, big 2 years ago, was The Book of Mormon. That's Uncle Tom's Cabin. Ignorance is a bitch, ain't it? Huh? And when you break that little piece, you got so much more, but you're just satisfied there and keep your mouth shut, and the others will come to you. People will come to you. People out here know.
So just to clarify, who shapeshifters being black man or
Shapeshifters. I used to hear old black folks say, there's some folks over there in Africa that white folks ain't never messed with and never will. They can turn into gorillas and animals. And I just thought that meant they just strong. I didn't know they could do that. You know how you can sound like a cat, sound like a dog? We also have the power to turn into them. But we so over here and unviolated the whole universe so bad, man. Hair. I think here's black people bad hair and good hair. No, wait, my mama said God made them Negroes with bad hair and good hair. See, hair didn't come from Sears and Roebuck. So you think you love God so much, you think God made bad hair? It made good hair. And you still like him? No, your hair is to your body what a leaf is to a tree. And that whole process of photosynthesis. So when you cut it, I learned it because I spent some time on the Indian reservation fighting for some rights. Went to jail 9 months. And I noticed all the Indians in the tribe who never had haircuts. They didn't have mustache, beards, goatees, sideburns. The universal God said, you fool, but I'm so nice to you. When you do that, I'm going to let it grow back. Some boy, you think you shaved this morning, this evening, you got to shave again. That's the God talking to you, saying you're violating me. Now, if we cops, bulletproof vests won't keep us from getting shot, but it'll change the rhythm so we won't die. That's what nappy hair is. Because of your melanin, the sun cannot come in at the speed it comes in without running you crazy. So God twisted it so it got to go through them cars to slow up. Y'all coming in with these haircuts, and I know who you are when you come in. You don't know. Haircuts. It's a violation of God. So I know what I'm talking with. I know what I'm dealing with. I never would have got into this if we didn't go this way. That's what this is about. Why do you think when you take your son to the barber shop, they holler and cry? Why do you think when your wife comb your daughter's hair, they scream and holler? And when you really know who we are, is there is a God that say before I, your God, sit back and watch you reduce the dignity that I gave you for some white folks who you can get your rent paid and your hair and take care of you. I will destroy you from the inside. And we are.
So where we headed?
Heading?
Yeah.
It's over. It's over. You don't understand that because you got that mentality. You're not connected to that universal God. Right now, if I got it, kidney. Kidney dialysis machines. Black men is 4% of America's population. 4% of America's population. 82% of prostate cancer deaths is black men. And we don't take this camera and say, wait a minute, this is impossible. We got a country with almost 600 million people. And we, 4%, Black women, 6% of America's population. 98% of fibroid tumors is black women. It's your sister, your wife, your mother, and you don't have nothing to say, wait a minute, something ain't right about this. Something right about this. Huh? Why? Because you've been reduced down to that filth. Huh? 98% fibroid black women. The other next highest percent is Jewish women. What Jewish women, black women got nappy hair. See how it works? That's the game.
Connecting the dots here.
So if you go with your camera tomorrow to Philly and go by the dialysis machines, it's 90% black folk. What causes kidneys to break down? Fear, paranoia, anguish. Took me a long time to run somebody down. Was a Chinese scientist at the University of Chicago. Here's what caused it. Fear. You're scared. The white boy scared they're going to take my job. You know in your subconscious mind, a white boy can stop you leaving here and take your car, and there's a damn thing you can do about it. You can talk that black shit if you want to. Take your car. Condemn your house tonight and tell all y'all to get out. Tonight. You got a stop sign in front of your house. No black person can have that stop sign moved. They can do it while y'all here. You go back to normal stop sign. Okay. That's who we live with, right? Fear, paranoia, and anguish. What cools us out? Awareness and gentleness. Awareness and gentleness. Liver. I used to hear the old folks when a black woman would die from cirrhosis. Oh, I didn't know she drank. 98% of people die from cirrhosis of the liver and never had to drink alcohol in their life. What causes cirrhosis of the liver? Anger, rage, and depression. You got to be depressed in a system like this if you're not crazy. Go to a nut house and look at them. They just so happy. That's what crazy is about. Not knowing. Not having to be responsible. They're just so happy. 90 years old. I had an aunt, 90 years old, looked like she was 15. Well, what cools the liver out? Kindness and balance. Look like if I just went to the black church. That's what they talk about. They don't know. More people in America die every year from lung cancer from grief than smoking cigarettes. And I used to hear them black folks, man, say she just grieving herself to death. She didn't know the breakdown, but you don't have to know the breakdown when you got that connection. Liver? Liver? Kindness and balance. Lung cancer. Grief. Sadness and shame. Shame on my hair, shame on my nose, shame on my lips. What cools it out? Courage, righteousness, love, and being lovable. I've been married 55 years, so I told my wife we got married. My marriage was cool. I got her pregnant. I told her I didn't have to go through that mumbo-jumbo bullshit. I said, you love me, but if you want this to work, it's about can you be lovable? I love you, baby. If I can't have you, nobody can have you. Something like that. 79% of all married folks in America ends up in divorce. How long will it take you to know what it ain't about? Love. Can you be lovable? Lovable. It's a rhythm. It's a rhythm. Your baby would turn around in the crib, you straighten them up, right? We all supposed to sleep with our head north. The babies know that. And old dumb us, we fuck them up so they fuck up before they get in grade school. In the bed. You know, they never turned all the way around the bed. Right here. You're never supposed to eat two things at one time. That's why when you give a child a hot dog, they take the hot dog off the bun, they don't eat the hot dog, then eat the bun. When you sit there and they eat the French fries by itself, fuck up. Who are you? Ignorant motherfucker that is not recognized by the universal God. You part of it. Ain't no, well, I'm better than, no. The same God that made the Germans made the Jews. Not the church. The same God that made the slave master. What did I do to mess up? I'm over there taking God's body, putting bones in my nose and plates in my lip, and God said, okay, nigga, I'm gonna send you till the body mess up, and we still got a problem with our nose and our lips. That's how it works. So you can flush it out your genes. That's how it works. And so when you stop and think about where it's going be gone. When a woman gets 9 months pregnant, the baby gonna fall if it means death to the mother and the child. And take you a poor, black, ignorant, uneducated woman and an uneducated white woman and take all the armies in the world when that water bag breaks, see if they can keep the baby in her. So when I found out what I had, I went out and said me a little prayer. No bullshit prayer. Hey, champ, if this is your son and he keeps sending messages to you through me, don't that bother you? So why God need to send a message to a preacher? You hear me? What's that about? And so when you stop and think about, so I go talk to, hey, champ, I talk to God like I would my father. Hey, champ, boy, you really fucked up. Really fucked up. I know you're busy. I know you got a whole universe to run and all that shit. My mama think you can do that, but I know you probably tired and this slipped through. Let me tell you something, God. This is my prayer. It's a lot of niggas deserve cancer, but I'm not one of them. Now, if you need some help, I'll give you a list of 12 niggas. And if you want something close to the house, I can do that too. Then I looked in here. Said, cancer, this is my body. I didn't mess with you. I'm not going to let you mess with me. You got 72 hours to get out of it. And after that, I'm going to roll on you. I told you, he showed the thing, so he did it on the show. And 72 hours later, white Dr. Krishna called me and said, Gregory, I heard you on the show, man. Jim Edison talking about, said, there's some water in El Salvador. I wouldn't take care of that in 5 days. I went down 5 days, it's over. Gone. That's what's on this planet. Anything you got, that water will get rid of. That's simple. That's simple. But you got to be connected with the real one. Oh, here's what I want you to punch up. Punch up. Why a federal judge?
Why a federal judge?
Sealed all of Obama's college records for 75 years. Pepperdine, Harvard, University of Chicago, Columbia. Because he never went there, man. Motherfucker ain't never been to college in his life. That's what we're dealing with here.
Obama's classmate reveals why college records sealed. Federal judge slams Obama's capital attitude.
No, we don't have to go no further than that. You can read the rest of that shit.
Okay.
But if it wasn't in there, I wouldn't tell you, because niggas are so much, you wouldn't believe me, but that white boy tell you believe. I know that because I've been one. Huh? And still. That's what this shit is about, man. Thank you, brother. You're welcome. Old black woman told me I was 6 years old. Hey, come here, boy, who are you? Reach in my backpack and get that bottle of whiskey. You want something? No, man. You want to go to bed with me? I hadn't thought about it. Oh, I'm 6 years old. Okay. She said, This is August. Put your hand out. Do you feel that heat? I said, no, ma'am. So she put her hand under mine. I said, yeah, I feel it. He said, it's the coolest time of the year. We think it's the hottest time because the heat's leaving. And because of the rhythm, at a certain time, the bird will know it's time to go south. But they said this white man gonna mess it up so bad, man. It's way back in the late 30s. Say they're not gonna feel the heat leaving. So the birds don't know they're supposed to go down south where their dinner's waiting. But they up here, it ain't no dinner. So they'll eat the bees. Who's responsible for your dinner, boy? He told me that way back then. Babies are born not hating nobody. They learn it from their parents. You have any brothers or sisters?
I had a cousin. He passed.
Any of them got children?
My other cousin has a child.
Okay, I do a test sometime when I'm talking. I said, those of y'all in here, raise your hand. You got children yet? We'll go back home this week and get the pictures from the time they was 1 to the time they was 8. You don't see no hatred, no meanness, no whores, no pimps. They learned that from you. When they came here, they were pure and clean. They'd been around nobody but your ass. That's how they become pimps, hoes, and hustlers, listening to you around the fucking house.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Thanks again for having the show. Like since we posted the last interview, the response has been incredible. You know, you definitely the vibrations are going. People are stimulating thought and all that stuff. So I just wanted to take an opportunity to like get caught up for one, and then also
Anytime you want.
To
Anytime.
race is a big issue right now. There's a lot of conversations being had about race and justice and injustice. I mean, you've been on the front lines of this. In the last interview, you talk about, you say you apologize to white folks because they're not the real white folks.
Yeah, they're not. The Ku Klux Klan don't determine public policy. The most powerful businessmen in the world is white Christian businessmen in America. They don't wear crosses. You can't find a poor person that got a cross on. They don't wear no crosses. You know? But how can you call yourself a Christian with a gun and the Bible in the same house? I mean, think about that. The most powerful human being on this planet is my mother, father, God. Huh? And every ant on this planet, there's an accountability to that one. Every frog, every grain of sand, every leaf on a tree. Huh? So what can you want for it? Unless somebody shortcutted it.
Well, I think one of the things, when people respond to your interview, it's like, you know, bulbs are lighting up. You're waking up minds.
Yeah.
You know, you're making people aware of things in a way that they may have already agree with it. Maybe they knew some of it. They didn't know all of it.
Yeah, but see, the people who run this ain't worried about it because it's repeat. You can't get it repeat. When you learned your ABCs, it wasn't because you learned it once a month. It's every day, ABC. And a Muslim cousin of mine, I said, Merry Christmas. I don't even know why the Christmas holiday. I said, anytime Christmas in this country come on a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, your bank closed, you participate.
Right. So that's,
when you can't mail a letter, you participate.
So that's the structure.
Yeah.
It's white supremacy or patriarchy?
No,
how would you
it's
label
white supremacy.
Okay.
White supremacy. That's who it is.
Okay.
Supreme. And if I'm not supreme to you, I'll make you think I am. That's how it works. When the World War II ended in Japan and you saw them soldiers putting up the America, that's bullshit, man. AP got there late, so they just went and picked out some soldiers and put there. 2 of them was Indians. All of them went crazy because the lie was too big. All of them was alcoholics. The lie was too big. but you can look at people. When I went downstairs to use the men's room, if I come back and the brother put some red paint on me, you will react to the red paint. You hear me? You react to the red paint. If we went to some darkest part of Africa today, where nobody's ever been, and carried one of them coffee percolators with us, where you have the water down here, and then it goes up, the coffee come back, all we got to do is have the water down here and some red dye, and we can tell them that's blood. We make blood. Okay? See, that's what ignorance is when you have to depend on something else other than what the real God gave you. And then everything changes. Where America is today is when you hear a baby crying, and because of your ignorance and your program, shut up! The baby, the pen is sticking. The baby been there for 3 days, and now gangrene done sit in. That's why you know America can't. They react to us, the cops, the same way you act to a child. Shut up! Okay, all right. Huh? But you know something's wrong with the police, man. As a child, no boy that had no connections in the family ever wanted a police car for Christmas. It was always a fire truck. That's before I learned anything about good and bad and nasty and evil. Fire truck. When I was a little boy, I used to, when I hear a siren, I'd say a prayer. Now my prayer is different. When I see the police car, I pray that they and the people they're going to deal with will be safe. That's a hell of a way to interrupt the prayer. You have to say that for fire trucks. You know.
So why are we so targeted?
Huh?
Why are we so targeted by the police? People with dark skin.
Because it's real. It's real. That's like asking a Jew why they talk about Germans, or ask a Christian why they still talking about Christ. 2,000 years later, but they don't want me to talk about it. They talk about Jesus Christ, they did that 3,000 years ago. Y'all still talking about it, but it's my turn. It's my turn. But I can't talk about it with hatred. See, if you get mad at me, you know, there's a chemical reaction in your body. That's like letting air out your own tire. Don't bother me. But that's what the whole, and then the misinformation. The misinformation.
Such as, well, let's go into some of these Black Lives Matter issues.
Well, Black Lives Matter, one, is the Koch brothers is paying for that, so you have to go into that knowing that's bullshit.
Okay.
That's why it's in Time magazine in 1 month, 3 times cover. See, the thing is this. Jews had a legitimate gripe in Germany when they say Jewish lives matter. Then you come up with some bullshit. Well, so do the Irish, so do the other men. It's the Jews who's being killed. Now, you wasn't talking about, nobody said talking about other lives before we said Black Lives Matter. And it must not matter to somebody because it keeps happening over and over and over. And then white folks realize that one day they better start saying white lives matter. Because when they just busted a major German car manufacturer that tricked the exhaust, and out of that 128 people died, and all they had to do was pay a fine. Nobody had to plead guilty. That's what this is about. When they reduced me down to teaching my black sons that when you see this evil, nigger-hating cop, behave yourself. Anytime you teach a child with your genes that came out your wife's belly to behave for filth, the child believes something wrong with them. I can't believe that you telling me, this is what goes on inside my head. You telling me you know this is a murderer? Let me tell you how it works. There's a whole lot of doctors that get busted for malpractice. You don't hear nobody say all doctors are bad. Hey, wait a minute. Whoa. Huh? Whole lots of lawyers lose their life. No, all lawyers. How come we say, why you got to say all cops are not bad? Because you know they are. You see them. You're in the station with them. You see them. And to be a white cop in America, unless you fall in a family for that, there's something wrong with that. There's too many opportunities for white boys in America to want to be a cop. Hmm? You didn't like me before you got the gun. Hmm? Why do you think you don't turn on TV or have white folks on this show that talk about these black cops that shot their brother in the head 44 times? With the thousands of black cops in America, you think cops is better trained or more spiritual? No, then the white folks ain't gonna tolerate it. And so when we get to the point, we're not gonna tolerate it. What does that mean? Get a gun? No, you don't get no gun. All you gotta do is call for a boycott from Thanksgiving to Christmas. 79% of all retail happened during that. Just to threaten them, they stop. You say, well, we want Confederate flags. There's 12 states in America got Confederate flags somewhere in their flags. All you got to do, they say, if that's not removed by this weekend, we're calling for black folks and decent white folks not to send none of your athletes to these southern states. That's not why. Because the South don't have no trillion-dollar sports industry except colleges. Okay?
So we're not using our economic power.
You don't know. You ain't got no economic power. What economic powers you got, huh? That's bullshit, man. You ain't got no economic powers, huh? Name them. Name the only building of a black company. Headquarters is downtown. It's Johnny Johnson's, Ebony and Jet. No, in the whole country. There's no other. And he had to get a white boy to fake. And now he lost it. He don't own it no more.
Right. Yeah, they had to sell that. They had to sell the photo archives.
Huh?
They had to sell the photo archives as well.
They sold everything, man.
Yeah.
Predominantly.
Yeah.
Okay? So you can't have nothing in this country that don't want you to have it. Huh?
Yeah. Well, is that part of the game? Like we can have money, but we can't have wealth as black people?
No, that's tricky language, man. My grandma don't know what you just said. You ain't never had no money. Huh? Let me tell you something, man. If you was a congressperson, all Congress districts get a piece of the defense budget. Every one of them. Now, the top 20 defense budget districts is $19 billion or more. The first 11 is Democratic districts, not Republican. The first two, hear me, 1 or 2 and number 3 is in black districts. Huh? Okay. Number 1, Chicago. I'm sorry, St. Louis. Congressman. Why? McDonnell Douglas. Number 3, the ex-Black Panthers is in Congress from Chicago. What's that? Boeing aircraft. See, if you don't know the language, you can't figure it out. And that's what it's about. White ain't a color, it's an attitude. And we don't know nothing about no damn money. Huh? And what money you got, they can take it from you in the morning. Outside of Washington, D.C., there's a huge place they build in that gambling casino. National Harbor. A black man owned all of that. Not just the harbor, that's just 1/10 of the land that he owned. White boy show up one day and say, Mill, we need to talk to you. We got the documents, we're gonna buy your land. Him, don't worry about him, that's narcotics. That's the drugs. While you was in the room winking at that waitress, he was putting drugs in your car. So we're fixing to bust you. It's that simple.
Oh, congratulations, first off, on the Walk of Fame, Hollywood Walk of Fame. I watched the thing. You had a lot of great people come out to support you, and of course your wife and everything.
Yeah,
so congratulations.
Good. But I didn't care about it, about the trick.
So we define the white folks as, so I guess, white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, or Is it like
Oh, I don't get into that. I say white folks.
white folks? Okay.
White folks.
So if
And I know all white folks ain't white.
okay,
Yeah, I tell white folks that if you can't get on the phone and call the stock market and determine if they're going up or going down, you ain't white.
so I mean, is there such a thing as an Illuminati?
Uh,
Is there an Illuminati?
if you know about it, it's not. That's bullshit.
Okay.
The real things that count, most black folk don't know about it. The Illuminati, black folk can't even read or write, know about the Illuminati. What's that? Huh? It's like the Boule. Talk about black folk. Well, tell me what business they own. What company they own. Y'all sit around talking about the Boule, huh? What goes behind that? Okay? It's the stuff they put out, man. It's a game.
Now, how deep does it run? I mean, you were talking about how the starved rock thing you talked about in the last clip, that encounter that you had. You know, getting fame. Like a lot of people watching it dream of the kind of success that you had.
That ain't number chump stuff, man.
Okay.
Ain't number chump stuff. Who was the number one baseball player? The history of baseball, 100 years. You don't know. Don't give a damn about that. The word fan means, it's a Latin word, fanatic, huh? And while we talking about it, Notre Dame's playing somebody today. Georgia's playing Alabama. Whoever win, the white team will tear up the town.
Right.
But it's okay to ride behind a silly game. But when you shoot my dad or my son in the back of the head 40 times, that's off limits. Okay? They do it all the time. Every time the game is won. I never understood why the winners ride. Okay? So this is the game. Martin Luther King will be remembered as long as somebody's on the planet. Athletic stuff, I don't even mention their name.
Right. No, but I'm talking about in terms of like I read your book Nigger.
Yeah.
And I read Callous of the Soul.
Yeah.
And I love both books.
Yeah.
I mean, you've led a fascinating life. But there seems to be a transformation. Like at the end of Nigger, you're still riding the fame. Like it's a success story in a way of that kind of reinforces the American dream. Like I came from humble beginnings and I became.
Yeah,
one
but
of
that's
those.
you. I never said that.
Okay.
I never said that.
Okay. So what?
I've always been listed in the phone book. I never had a bodyguard. The filthiest people on this planet is athletes and entertainers, okay? You, with this show, have done more for the humanities than 99% of all the athletes and entertainers on the planet. But they've even tricked you to believe that you ain't nothing but doo-doo and they something big. They ain't nothing but a piece of shit, man. All of them, a handful of them will break through, like Ali. Handful of them will break through.
Right. But what I'm getting at is that you traded it all. You traded all the money and the success and funneled it into the movement.
That was me. That had nothing to do with no damn coach.
Okay.
Huh? I wasn't controlled by white folks.
Okay.
Huh? Black folks made me. Man, I'm in a little club making $5 a night, 3 nights a week. Huh? When I wasn't funny. See? I was the laugh at the party. I was the party clown. Most black folks can do that. What's the difference in being that and a comedian? Timing. What you doing here now? Hey man, you can just walk in here and say, people sitting there, wow man, no, you prepared for this. You knew what this was gonna be about. You read the books, huh? So you just don't jump in here and start doing it.
Right.
Well, that's the same thing with athletes. When I see football on Sunday, I see slavery all over again. The Negroes in the field picking cotton with a ball and the white folks sitting on the bench with a clipboard trying to act intelligent. Are you crazy? So that's what this is about. But it's weak in spirit, weak in heart. Ain't nothing going for you. So I got to reach for something. My family didn't do it, my children did it, so I got to reach at something, huh? And them children better not make no noise while that game's on. Dad said, be quiet. That's what this is about. Don't nobody care about it.
But do people want money and success, that illusion, so much that they're willing to sacrifice? I mean, like one of the things you said, I mean, you were in the belly of the beast at one point. You were playing everywhere, Jack Parr, Playboy clubs.
At one time, I was making more money than Frank Sinatra.
Mm-hmm.
White folks didn't make me. The agents I was with didn't know about me until I was big. It's the black folks that came. $5 a night. Didn't cost nothing to get in. 35 cents a bottle of beer. You could sit through 3 shows. Why am I so powerful? I refuse to do the same show over the next show. So I could start flat-footed last night and done 12 hours. I almost got out of show business. Dick Shawn, I went to see him downtown. I had to sit at the bar, I didn't have no money. So I wasn't under no drink minimum. So I got there and I talked to the black guy that walked through the men's room that brush your shirt off, wipe stuff off your shoes. So I came back the next night. He said, how'd you like the show? I said, I'm just sad, man. I decided last night I was gonna get out of show business. I saw this genius. He said, Dick Shawn? Yeah. Man, he been doing that same shit for the last 30 years. See, I didn't know that. I didn't know that white folks' time is too valuable to sit through 3 shows. Huh? So he been doing that same thing. He had a thing where you flip a cigarette. And when he get over there, cigarette falls on his lips. Now, I don't see the ones he missed. I said, wow, man. Cried. Not jealous, just, whew. And when he told me that, man, I didn't know that. So I went back in the show business. Nobody knew.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody knew.
But the fame, I mean, like some people, they feel like you almost have to sell your soul to get fame, or is it just hard work, or is it luck, is it consequence, is it?
No, most of us in sold our soul. We just called it something else.
Mm.
I don't know about you, but I know when I was young, and the girls would go to pee, and we'd put more whiskey in and stuff. So the next day, I don't know what got into me. I did. Right. But it was black folks. I had so much shit of my own. If I didn't bring a woman to the nightclub, I didn't leave with one. This is my job, not my hustle. If I was working at the steel mill, I can't bring no woman in there and play with her. Huh? That's what this is about, man. That was me. Me. Huh? I'm no damn entertainer. When I looked at Michael Jackson, looked at James Brown, that footwork, no envy. No envy. I knew Michael better than his family. I put Michael on a 30-day water fast. 30 days, nothing but water. And all he talked about is the James Brown. Not out of envy, but out of respect. And then one day, after 39 years, he went on the other side. It was the moonwalk. The moonwalk. My 3-year-old grandchildren can out moonwalk Michael. Because once you break the lid off, then everybody jumps through. That's what that's about.
Right. And you kick that door open. So just to go back, was there a moment of breakthrough? Like I just, I'm just trying to see that rise, and then at what decision did you decide that it was enough for you?
I didn't. No. I didn't. I didn't know nothing about show business. I didn't know that no black comic could work white nightclubs. I didn't know that. And so, 100 years ago, there was Richard Pryor's There wasn't no place they could work. The black church, if it wasn't for black churches, we wouldn't have been able to act. We did the Christmas play, the Easter play, huh? We wrote stuff for the church, huh? And then Hugh Hefner, a little pipe-smoking dude, looked like Popeye. When 98% of clubs was owned by the mob, he brought me in, huh? Them black folks had listened to me when I wasn't funny, and I got so funny, they pushed me downtown where they couldn't afford to come see me. Huh? I owe that. So I've always been listed in the phone book. Huh? I've never had a bodyguard. Huh? This is my loyalty. If I didn't bring you in the club, I'm not bringing, this is my job.
Right. But were you ever seduced by the fame and the lights and the money, or?
Didn't have to be.
Okay.
Huh? See, I knew this. I knew I was going to hit big. I knew that when I was a little boy. I knew it for two reasons. One was embarrassing. My mother believed in fortune tellers. I thought it was ignorance. Never forget Mother Pooh. Said, Miss Lillian, you got a son named Richard. Say next Tuesday, take him out of school, bring him here at 1 o'clock. I keep feeling something. I was so embarrassed, man. 7 years old. She said, your name Richard? I said, yes, ma'am. She said, how come you don't like me? I said, I think you're stupid. I think my mama's stupid. She said, well, I just want you to know there's a star in the center of your head. And one day you're going to be one of the biggest people in the world. One day kings and queens and powerful will be calling you. I'm 7 years old. And say money, you'll have more money than some countries. And I say, I see it happen. There's a brown briefcase. Well, you way back then, I'm born in 1932, man. But I got no briefcase. Our luggage was shopping bags. You get on train with shopping bags with your stuff in it. So a guy came to me from ABC, and they was doing it. Imagine you, the first network, you, ABC, did a thing called Walk in My Shoes. That was the first thing in the history about the black folk problem. So they came to the club and taped it, and whew, man, you know how happy I was. I didn't know the power. They take 3 hours. I had 2 seconds. And the world went crazy. That's the power. Crazy. So I bumped into Alex Dreyer, who put it together, and said, oh, Dick, I'm going to tell you, oh, let me tell you the letters. Millions. Huh? Oh, and by the way, I got this gift for you. You got time? We might get it now. I got it. Carried it home. It's a brown briefcase. 2 weeks later, I'm on top of the world. Top of the world. I said to my wife, I said, you know, I feel something. But black folks, when they make money, they owe themselves $1 million worth of treats just to start unmessing up their mind. That's what I did. That song, not for mama, not for daddy, but for me, oh Lord, huh? I was trying to get that stuff out of my head. My head. Give me some booty. Then I started doing the research. Booty is a pirate's word for the loot. Let me show you the loot. I'm going to get me some booty. The black woman in America ain't never been freed. So it's booty. Nobody told us that. We don't know why we even said, hey, man, huh? It's a game. And sometimes you fall into something, sometimes you don't. Sometimes you get there and you get caught doing things that you're not supposed to do. You got people that get fired from their job because they hit on the masses' son. The whole game.
And somebody's keeping track of everything you have to do.
They don't have to.
No?
No, they didn't have the stuff they got now.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't have to. That's why you know if you believe ISIS ain't us, you're a fool. You're crazy. If you believe them black pirates 3 years ago, Somali, they don't have 5 yachts in the whole country, but they taking on the greatest navies in the history of the planet, and we go for that. Why not? Huh? Why not? That's a game. It's like when I was a little boy, if you were colorblind, you couldn't go in the military. That's what black folks, it was a job, man. Medical insurance. So one day, the Air Force, there was no Air Force, Air Force. And they found out colorblind people couldn't see camouflage. So right now, if you was colorblind, you can't read or write, never been to school, you go in as a captain making $1,000 more a month than a real captain. Because when you look over there, you see the shit. Here. Now, the bull is colorblind. Huh? So what's the red towel about?
No, I never thought about it.
Yeah, okay. So, red turns on men and blue turn on women. That's why the prostitute area around the world is called the red light district. Red. That's why when this thug took a woman's lips that's cut like the vagina, except it go this way instead of this way, and painted red, and she wondered why you looking at her. When the FBI Hoover brought in the whore, set Dillinger up so they could kill him, she's called a woman in red. So now let's go back to the bull. Bull don't see color. Who sees it? The man. That make his joint hard, so he stands there and get closer and closer and closer. That's what this is about. That's what this is about. So when you start looking at and then go deeper, white folk didn't see me. I was invisible. So I said, well, I'll make you see me. You didn't learn this at Harvard, Yale, Morehouse. So I put on the red shoes, the orange hat, the green light jacket, and white folk laughed at me. I said, I won this one. And all the laugh at me, Cracker, you got to see me. You got to see me. You never saw me before. I didn't know why I did in this universe.
How would you define racism?
The ability, that's why you can never be a racist in America. The ability to control somebody else's fate and destiny. I can hate white folks with a passion. I don't have the power to see to it their children go to bad schools. I don't have the power to see to it they bail or sit higher than mine. That's what. When white folks say reverse racism, oh, come on, man. If I dislike you because you're a Jew, that's prejudice. If I dislike you because you're German, that's prejudice. Racism is the ability to control somebody else's faith and destiny. I don't have that power.
And it runs deep.
Huh?
It runs deep. I think one of the things when you see all these killings, by the police, by the system, and you realize that we all want to believe in America, but then we
don't say you want to believe in it. Ain't nobody but a fool won't believe in America. These folks they blame it on ISIS. Those are 99% white folks. After what just happened not too long ago at this little school down there, ISIS don't have to come here. You want some white folk killed? They already got that in motion. They got that in motion. Let me tell you something very interesting. Abraham Lincoln loved Frederick Douglass. The nigga could speak, taught himself out of read, was one of the greatest artists on the planet. But he was a little jackleg friend, old JoJo. Boo Boo. They was running late. He didn't mean to take that nigga to where Lincoln was. He was there. So Lincoln had something because Lincoln's daddy was a black man. If you saw that last Abraham Lincoln movie, it starts off talking about his nappy, kinky hair. That's white boys wrote that. You hear me?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So he told him, he said, I'd like to like for you to meet my friend, JoJo, Juju. And he touched that nigger stuff in Lincoln. Lincoln just fall all off the front. He never heard nothing like that. The brother was, pow. So he said, man, I'm glad to be here. I said, this old punk friend of mine. You think this nigga smart? Man, you ought to come around, hang around with the folks I hang around. See, what he need to tell you is we just want to bar your army. But you got to throw them two psychopaths in there. General Sherman and Grant. They went into Atlanta and set Atlanta on fire, dug up the railroad tracks, heat them and wrap them around trees. That's what you dealing with now and you don't know it. These damn white boys out there, most of them is psychopaths and all that. They'll kill your mama's mama and you just think you dealing with some ordinary folk. You don't know who they are, huh? But that's what he told Lincoln, give us that and we'll get him back. Okay? That's what the Fortune magazine and all that, that's them white boys. It's killing in their body, huh? So they look for wars to fight. That's what that's about. And so consequently, you sit and you look at, when I was a little boy, we couldn't even be caught in Ferguson. We'd go out there and throw bricks at the little black jock. Pow! So one day me and my man sitting around talking shit, man. I said, excuse me, wait a minute, man. Something ain't right. Jockeys don't have lanterns. Jockeys don't have lanterns. Say, we gotta check this out one day, man. And so one day I got around to it. He was 14 years old, named Jocko. His daddy's Jocko. The greatest military theorist in the history of the planet. Him and his dad. So one day, little Jocko told Washington, hey, old man, what's up? I'm all right. No, you're not. Don't lie to me. Something wrong. He said, well, down here where my troops are, I think this is where the British is coming. He said, there's a possibility they come up here where you are. I can't leave half here and half there. He said, well, you're right. I think they're coming down there. But let's do it this way. If they come this way, see that bend down there? That's 3 hours. I'll see them. So, hand me that there. So let me take this lantern and I'll hold it. And if I do this here, then they're coming. You got 3 hours to get up here. Okay? So they came and Washington beat them up. Bad. So the next day he went up to thank Jocko. And Jocko had froze to death with the lantern. That's a symbol of loyalty. Okay? But they changed it around. That's what that is, a symbol of loyalty. This 14-year-old child. Y'all sitting around here, what about this and that? Who cares? That will never end. Stuff that I saw, because my mama told me to be quiet long enough to go. 300 years ago, America sent the scientists to Columbia. and they was trying to crack hieroglyphics. Hieroglyphics. The crystal skull, there's 13 of them. I got 3. 3. One of them is worth all the money that's ever been put in all the banks in the world. Just give it to me. So I called a girlfriend of mine that hooked me up with the Indians. And I said, hey man, just tell so-and-so, I don't know what I did, but I left them somewhere. So she called me, she said, don't worry about it, they'll find you. And 2 weeks later, I walk in the hotel, they're sitting on the bed. That's the power when you look inside of here. Not just chump stuff. Like that money stuff, what's that? And so most folks don't even know that the banks, I can't say getting ready to close, so that's a federal law. You create a run on the bank, that's a federal law. But if you got over $250,000 in the bank, like these black churches, they got 50,000, 50 million, 100 million, all you get is 250,000. Safe deposit in the bank, once it closed, becomes property of the bank, not yours. People running out now buying gold and silver. No. This crisis is coming. You better get something you can run with. And that's 1 carat white diamonds. They black. So a friend of mine comes and says, oh man, thank you, man. Me and my wife, we got New York. We went to Tiffany's, and I think we got about 7 million. We're gonna come back and get another 30 million. I said, man, you buying jewelry. 90% of the price of jewelry go to the artist that put it together. There ain't no money. Ain't no money at all. The Cubans that came over, how'd they get here? With Castro, swallowed it. And I ain't never trusted Castro. Never trusted Castro. People say, do Castro want us? Not me. The most secret Navy base in the history of planet Earth is Guantanamo. Why would we have that on enemy territory? 99% of people work there. It's Cubans. Huh?
Something up.
You hear me?
There's something up.
That's a game. And we all know that when Castro came to America after he took over, he went to Harlem. No, he came here first. Had a ticker tape parade down Pennsylvania Avenue. It's a game.
That's crazy. So it sounds like you're talking about illusion, and what illusion you're willing to buy into.
Yeah.
That there's a real truth that's beyond the belief.
Yeah, and
that
also
we're
there's some
programmed
black
to see.
people, they don't care about it. I don't care about it. It's out of my league. So they still got that part open. That's where you come in. That part is open. That
By
part
Neil.
is open. They love it. They feel it. You sitting in the movie, say, I smell something like smoke. Whatever you ever smell like smoke that wasn't smoke. You see, I done well. I'm sitting there. I smell something like smoke. It is smoke, fool. So the game.
Okay. All right. You got me vibrating here.
I meant to tell you that I didn't finish it. "300 years ago, America sent a team to South America to study the caves in Colombia, the hieroglyphics. They didn't know how to crack it, but they knew eventually they would. They didn't realize it would take 150 years. Later, they cracked it, and they took the pictures and drew stuff. And here's what it said. White man, one day the white lady will do to your children what you have done to ours. Back then, cocaine wasn't called the white lady. The '1 drugged out state in America today is Vermont, not Chicago, not Harlem. 81% of everybody that OD today while we sitting here is white folks. More white folks die every day from cheap heroin. Then die from automobile accidents and homicides. As we sit here. The universe, the rhythm. Catch us up.
It's all there.
Yeah, it's there, and nothing we can do about it once you let it. His wife's 9 months pregnant. She can't abort. Mm-hmm. You could have, but didn't. Mm-hmm. So now, in a few days, the baby's coming for me and death to the mother and the child. It's out of your hands now. Mm-hmm. The baby don't come from her, or here it comes through her. Hmm? Mm-hmm. That's a gift. That's there. And that ain't gonna change. Not gonna change at all. Okay. And so the only thing that we can see now is this. Shit, man, when I was a little boy, where would an ignorant redneck nigger hating white boy hear opera? Hmm? Hmm? Mm-hmm. Just put a little button.
Radio.
And there it is. They didn't have no radios back then. Down there. And the radio couldn't get nothing but 2 viaducts. Okay? Now it's the whole thing. The whole piece. And then look at me, black man. When Obama first got elected, Ole Miss, them crackers had riots. A bunch of them was killed, the government didn't say that. Riots. And nigga football players were still out there on the field. Second time he's elected, they had more rides. You and me sent our children there to play football, to outrun a nigga with a football, outrun God. They never taught to us that all we got to do is. So we got to go, get out the way. Huh? It's that simple. And this is something you have to check out. We heard about that law with Trayvon Martin. And you had the right to stand your ground. Please check this out. The Klan was invented in the state of Indiana. 3 years ago, the state of Indiana signed legislating to stand your rights against the police. Cop come by and knock on your door with that battering ram or found it around the door. Whoo! And that's legal. As we sit here now.
So it's coming back.
That's legal.
Voting rights rescinded. A lot of our rights are rescinded.
Yeah, that's the whole thing.
Executive orders. We didn't.
But wait a minute.
Okay.
The National Rifle Association was sided with them. The governor said, I never thought I'd see the day I'd sign it. That's where it is.
Yeah.
That's where it is. The universe. Universe.
Michael Jackson. I mean, you knew him. It seems like he needed that fix, that money. It was never enough.
It wasn't money. It wasn't about money. He didn't have no childhood. See, y'all always be trying to talk about shit you don't know. He didn't have a fucking childhood. Huh? All right? He had all the money he wanted, all the fame he wanted. Huh? But he never bounced the ball. Huh? So y'all gonna sit there and talk about somebody you ain't never talked to him. Huh? Michael Jackson. Huh? A child. His mind was a child. Became one of the most powerful human beings in the world. And they killed him. And when they killed him, just simple mathematics. He's getting ready to do the big show in London 50 times. God can't work one city 50 times. What made you think he could? And that childness in him, it never dawned on him. So he's insured. This is your show. So the insurance is on you, not the rest of the people. So they had him insured for $1.5 billion. So when they killed him, you mean the Lords of London Didn't see them holes in his arm. Lords of London, $1.5 billion, and they didn't see these holes. You know? Michael was killed at 2 o'clock in the morning from a laser. What's the police chief? He's not police chief of New York. Bratton, whatever his name is.
I was thinking Gates, but that's
No,
before.
No. And then 4 days later, they go into the house and find this bloody shirt of Michael's. And then understand it's like $450,000 worth of jewelry and cash missing. So white boy said, we got to get rid of you, but we'll ease you out. So then he comes and he works in Virginia, which is called the CIA, and now he's the police chief of New York, a fucking criminal, gangster. That's what it's about.
Well, I thought it was because of the Sony thing. They wanted I believe there was some.
But that's because you don't have the information.
Okay.
Huh?
Okay.
I said he was killed by a laser. Huh? I just told you it was a bloody shirt and the money. Just public. All you got to do is go look it up. Huh? I didn't come here to find out what you think.
No, I'm just asking about
No, you didn't. You say you thought. I'm not interviewing you. You interviewing me. I don't want to hear it.
Okay.
Huh? But you go do it. I respect who you gonna be. So don't sit here and tell me you thought it was the Sony thing. Huh?
Okay.
What was the Sony thing about? Tell my grandmother.
Well, my understanding was that he was going to get the Beatles catalog. And
He already had it. Huh?
Okay.
He bought the Beatles catalog when his people told him don't buy it. He bought it for $48 million. When they killed him, it was worth $2.5 billion. Huh? Huh? Stuff go on in your house I don't know nothing about. There's a persona out there I don't know nothing about. But when we sitting here with respect for one, I don't want to hear what you thought. I saw the check, nigga. Huh? So I got to sit here and what you thought. Who cares? Huh? That's all I'm saying.
I understand.
And then what they didn't know when they came out with the will, his 3 children's name was misspelled. Huh?
So
The day he was supposed to have signed it,
So it's a fake will.
it's a fake will. Huh? That's what I'm saying. Okay? That's all. And so if I was over there and they said, well, what role did Sony play? No, you didn't say that. I thought I'm not here because of what you think. Huh?
Okay.
Did Sony have anything? Huh? That's
Okay, I'll ask
no.
better.
You don't have to ask that. I don't care.
No, I'll phrase better with the.
No, I'm saying it's already. You already said it,
Okay.
huh? And you ain't gonna stop that overnight. And I don't want you to stop it overnight, huh? There's people listening to me that's cleansed when you said what you said, huh? Cause we know, huh? I told Michael. I got to his house, man. His father called me and said, Michael need to see you. Michael couldn't go up, his dad and mom couldn't go up to the top floor. Huh? So when they sit there and said, when I carried the food up to him, I saw these little boys. Michael knew. Everybody knew him, couldn't nobody go up to the 3rd floor. Huh? So I go and Orange County, father come back and say, Michael wants you to sit in my seat. I go. So now the trial's over that day. We go home. He holds me, feel like an animal clawing me. Greg, they're trying to kill me. They're trying to kill me. I know. When the last time you ate, he said, poison me. When the last time you drank some water? I said, okay, here's the problem we got. I got to slip you out of here today and take you to the hospital. No, they'll kill. Michael, am I smarter than you? Shut up. What we'll do is get a driver and we're going to San Francisco to see a friend. What he didn't know is once we got out the house, when you saw that H for hospital, that's where I was going. I didn't know where. Nobody know we coming. So we go there. 5 o'clock that evening. Michael Jackson. Dehydrated. 6 o'clock. At 6 o'clock the next morning, they still putting water in him. The doctor said, thank God for you, because he'd have been dead. That's how dried up he was. Okay? I know him. Huh? I know him. I know what it's about. Not about Sony. He already had it. Already had it. Okay? And so what happened is, when they killed him, them white boys that came in and convinced everybody that Michael had went back with them. Michael had gone back with them. Okay? And so the will said that anybody on this will protested, if you lose, you cut out. That's why Mama, I don't even know where she getting groceries from now. She was cut out after. Now, just go back to the one thing. Lords of London got me insured for $1 billion. That means they give me all kind of checks and they didn't see the holes. Now here's how clever they are. You and the brother, there's first responders. You get there at 10 o'clock. He's out. You don't know he's dead because the call just come in. So you trying to get a vein. You don't know he's been dead since 2 o'clock. So now they tried everything. Now they go get the different chemicals I can put in. That's where the needle holes came from. Huh? That's how clever they are. The folks that's doing it don't know it. They're just trying to bring them out. Got needle in there. Sure, they got needle holes. But that's where they came from. Huh? That's where they came from. Okay? And the old punk doctor, he know nothing about it. When he's on the 911, they say, what's the address? I don't know. You know the address. Huh? This is a game. The most powerful human being on the planet, entertainer. Huh? They say he ain't lost his license. He's still practicing that. It's okay.
So, something fishy there. I think I smell smoke.
Yeah.
I think I smell
something like smoke.
Something like smoke.
When Tupac was killed, well, I know something. The mob don't go there and have a shootout in the front lounge. Would make you think black folks could. And who was in the car with him? Quincy Jones' daughter.
What she was? Okay.
How I know that New York Times don't know it? How I know that he'd been attempted to be killed so many times, the car is bulletproof. So you had to shoot the bulletproof car to get him in the head. He was shot in the car. That's what this was about. That's what this was about. Shot in the car. Of course, he had nerve enough to write some shit in the record.
Yeah, be careful what you say to the government. We might be in trouble here, just here.
Do you know in my life, man, I never owned a camera in my life.
Really? You had tape recorders, though.
Huh?
You had tape recorders.
No, me, I have to say, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but no cameras.
Never got interested in photography?
Never. Here's Donald Trump. Here's a stone fool. Sit there and call the woman ugly and then say he didn't say it. On that debate. Well, my advice to Donald Trump and to her, they should marry each other and see what kind of ugly baby the both of them have.
Okay.
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 It's a game.
But he at this point he is a legitimate contender.
He's a legitimate contender. You in this business. You ever been interviewed by somebody about him?
No.
Okay. So what make you somebody else have? Okay?
Well,
That's what I'm saying. Huh? That's the white folks say it ain't questioned.
right.
Then you got this other little thug punk, Ben Carson. 90% of black folks ain't never heard of him. So you mean these redneck white folks love him that much? He's that high? What was his claim to fame?
Surgeon.
No, it was more than that. He's the first prime that disconnected Siamese twins from the head. That never happened before in the history of the planet. He wasn't even in the room when that happened. So that's what research do. It was that team of 87 German doctors. And they thought they was able to do this. So they brought him in the room because he was from South Africa. In South Africa, we all know before black folk took over, South Africa had a nuclear bomb. You heard Nelson Mandela. You heard nobody talk about it. Where'd it go? Where did it go?
Good question. So to clarify, you said Ben Carson was from South Africa?
No, the person they operated on was
From South Africa.
South Africa.
Okay.
Yeah. And they didn't want nobody to be able to say they was experimenting on black folks. Now let's get back to just plain old nigger shit. If he did what they say he did, how come he's never been nominated for a Nobel Prize in medicine? I didn't say get one. You know, when they pick out the #1 football player in America this year, it'll be 10 people nominated. He's never been nominated. We ain't talking about a Nobel Prize. He's never been nominated. That's why you see that look on his face. And then when they tried to make him feel he's important, you can't duck a lie. When he came to the prayer vectors of the president and said, Obamacare is worse than slavery. Did you know by the time he got back to Johns Hopkins, he was fired?
Wow.
Moved his stuff out. Johns Hopkins get more government money than any country in the world. Don't mess with this titty. He'd already been paid to give the commencement address. 2 weeks later, they say, keep the money, though. We don't want you around here.
Wow.
That's who he is.
Wow.
And 4 years before that, they had a black man, Herman Cain, one of the brilliant black minds on the planet. So when I saw him doing the buckwheat speech, I said, oh my God. Herman Cain was chairman of the Kansas City Federal Reserve. That's where your pension money, that's where your income tax money is. You look at the checks, Kansas City Federal Reserve. He ran that. But the trick is, because they know racism,
Right.
they had these white women coming out talking about what he did, but don't say he had sex with them. He had sex.
Really?
No.
They played the same trick on Clarence Thomas. No, rightly or wrongly. I don't know if I don't know what your opinion is on Clarence Thomas, but some scandal came out on him.
Yeah, well, see, I was given an honorary doctor's degree at the University of Missouri. A black man was head of the law department. Him and Clarence Thomas was in college together. He showed me the letter that Clarence drew up on how they could make it big. And he said, I can't do that. Okay? That's from Clarence Thomas. Okay? And so I know a guy, he just died a couple of weeks ago, named Dr. Goodhart in St. Louis. Went to Cornell. Brilliant. He's one of the finest minds in the history of the school. This was what? Back in the 30s. So they go to him and they make a deal. He said, Monsanto. They cry when they talk about you, how intelligent, how brilliant. They would like for you to run the company, but they can't bring you in as that because the white scientists would quit.
Right.
But you white enough to be white. He refused it. He refused it. I mean,
Wait,
so when I met him,
Mhm.
a friend of mine had cancer. He said, I got the cure. He said, but I sell it to veterinarians. Okay? In 3 days, the guy was cured. Now, forget that. Black man became so angry. All of these people dying for cancer. He has the cure. Don't make me mad, boy. Okay? Then he showed me a picture, man. Looked like something from another planet. I said, well, you show me? He said, that's me. What? Yeah, my laboratory blew up on me.
Wow.
Well, how you look like that? I got the cure.
Wow.
I have the cure. Don't make me mad. Huh? See how it works?
It's out there. Well, what did the letter that Clarence Thomas wrote up say?
Huh?
You said Clarence Thomas had written a
I
letter.
wasn't but a little scheme with him, and his was the plan they was going to do. He said, not me.
Okay. All right.
Was his name Steve Jobs?
Mm-hmm.
When Steve Jobs died, in his checkbook, he had $4 billion in his personal account. That checkbook you got? Just imagine $4 billion in there.
I wouldn't be able to write on the whole check. I'd have to get a second.
Yeah,
sheet of
but the
paper.
thing is this. He couldn't make 58 years old. He died at 57. I got an old trifling uncle in St. Louis. He can't read or write, drink cheap wine, cuss everybody out. And he 103. Steve Jobs should have followed him around. That don't mean nothing. That mean nothing at all if this ain't. This ain't right.
Yeah, well, I mean, you've certainly endured your interactions with the government. You know, a lot of people got taken out. How does it feel to be the survivor? You know, the one with all the tales. You know, why do you think you were chosen to tell
let me
these
tell you
tales?
how it works. I have 10 children. That means the real God gave me the power to produce another God. 10 times. He didn't ask me, what school did you go to? Can you read? Can you write? You got any money? The universal God, all of us. And then one day I got to thinking, I never owned a car. I didn't check out the year, the make, the model, the down payment, the monthly notes, put the license plate. So when I look in the mirror at me and realize I put more plan in owning a jive car than creating God's new life, I'm the fucking problem. And you and nobody else gonna tell me when I look in the mirror, I see a piece of shit. Huh? All right. Most of you black folks look in the mirror and you see this, you say, I don't. I see. Okay? I see this. My first daughter, I didn't want to get married. I went to the Negro drugstore and said, man, this. He said, oh, let me fix something. I fix it. And I take it to her. He said, this will knock out the elephant. So I didn't see her no more. Wasn't nothing about love. I was getting me some pussy, man. I come back, I see her 3 months later. She big. I said, what you didn't take her? I didn't say I was going to take it. What do you mean?
Let's talk about some more current events. Oh, Bill Cosby, what's going on with him? The scandal. Do you believe it? Do you not believe it?
No, do you think I would sit here if I would tell you I believe it? I wouldn't tell you. I don't know you that well.
No.
But I know it's a trick. You've been here long enough, no athlete can do anything they want to do, and nothing happens to them. Huh?
Right.
Big business pay the government $10 billion, but they don't have to admit they broke a law. Huh? Okay? DeSanti, bottled water, Coca-Cola. The largest fine in the history of Europe. They was fined $900 million because they take ordinary tap water purified with benzene and another poison. Nobody go to jail. Nobody go to jail.
Right.
And so consequently, let's look at Bill Cosby. Where'd they find all these women? They didn't know each other. And when they finally bring the judge in and open up the records, that happened after the 4th of July holiday. Judges don't work on weekends. So where'd it come from? It came after all the barbecues and the trumpet was back home. Here it is. The judge. Here's what the judge said. Told Bill, you should get you some more lawyers. The judge said that. Why? Because the judge said, well, give me a reason why I shouldn't open these up. He said it would embarrass Bill's family. His lawyer said that. What about the women?
Right.
Okay? But here's what happened. Bill Cosby was getting ready to buy NBC. White supremacy came in and said, I have a right to. Well, you see, there's a thing called racist white folks giving them a liberation holiday. That's what Cosby's show was. He didn't know it. Huh? You ever met a black person named Huxtable? Dr. Huxtable? Huh?
I'm sorry, I haven't.
Okay? That name don't threaten white folks. Huh? So when you put this show on and come out with facts, white folk can't wait to get the Bill Cosby show. And so what you dig is complaining about, if you was like Bill Cosby, went to school, got a good education, look at your children. Them children be going somewhere on Saturday dressed up. Everybody else is going, rich white folk going to the park. That's what you call a liberation holiday. He's not aware of it. Huh? That was the game, a liberation holiday. Okay, so this show here, you put stuff out there, they can't get a liberation holiday. Huh?
It's uncut. It's pure.
Yeah, and so consequently, when the Bill Cosby thing hit, he was negotiating buying NBC. Oh, that's when he killed his son. You ever ask yourself a question? White folks love Bill Cosby so much. They had commercials, man, where little white children was riding his back eating tapioca out of his eardrums. Daddy Bill. And so, how do they kill my son and I can't get a commercial? No more Jell-O commercial. I didn't kill nobody. My son didn't kill nobody. What's this about? That's what it's about. He knew something that most folk didn't know. That Mercedes he bought him, they had reboots. They only had them, then anybody can get them now. You get a flat, it reboots its own self. That's technology. He knew that. Plus, you know what kind of fool you got to be to want to rob somebody on the highway? That shit ended with stagecoaches, man. Huh? Cars traveling 30, 40, 50, 70 miles, and you gonna wait out there to rob one? Huh? Then he gets out and calls a white woman. She shows up in a miniskirt, mink coat, and high heel shoes to help him change your flat. What all you gotta do is push your button and the flat change itself. Bill knew that. Then if you look at the police report, I read it all. No robbery. Here's $6,000 cash. All his credit card, cell phone. No robbery. Then 6 months later, they arrested an American, but he's a Russian immigrant.
Right.
So he did. When we checked that out, he was in Mexico that night. So Bill knows this. So now 30 years later, they just busted him. The
Hannibal.
huh?
Hannibal Buress. Hannibal Buress.
Who?
The comedian Hannibal.
Man, how come you ain't heard of him? They sent him there to do the trick, and you ain't heard of him no more, huh? It's a game. You never heard of him before? You haven't heard of him ever. Bill Cosby and his wife wake up dead tomorrow. The world's convinced he committed suicide. You hear me? Discovery Channel. Bankrupt. Bankrupt. Okay? The only thing saved it when Oprah couldn't do it was Halle Perry. Huh? Okay. They are bankrupt. Bill was thinking about. Huh? It's that simple. It's that simple. The Pope came to New York, went to Harlem. Al Sharpton wasn't there. Al Sharpton probably one of the most powerful Negroes in America because of the TV show 5 days a week, radio show 3 hours a day, 5 days a week. He wasn't invited to Harlem at a black school, but he let them use him. Every time something go down with a cop and a black person, they bring him in, but don't give him the respect, huh? Say, come on to Harlem, man. We got just his friends, the mayor, huh? All that. Huh? It's a game.
Right, right.
Same thing with Tiger Woods. Tiger Woods got busted for the same reason as Bill Cosby.
Mm-hmm.
Huh? Tiger Woods had to win 4 more to tie Jack Nicklaus. 5 to be the all-time. So he gets busted. I know somebody that saw when he came to the hospital. She told me if I didn't tell you this was Tiger Woods, you wouldn't know. That was a mob whooping.
Wow.
Huh? Now, so what did they do? They made a deal. They said, Tiger, here's what we got. We got a law called the Mann Act, taking a woman across state lines for immoral purposes. We're not just getting you for that little 17-and-a-half-year-old girl you cared to watch you play golf in Sweden. 20 years. Now let's sit like reasonable people. You can either do the 20 years, or we can make a deal now. You go back, play for a while, and on worldwide camera, you're going to pull something in your back so the whole world will see it. And then eventually, you have to resign, retire. Last year, this time, and we talking about 2014, he was number 1. Today, as we sit here, he's number 270. Now they're already talking about retiring. That's what this is about.
That's part of the fix. It makes me think of Michael Jordan's dad. He got killed on the side of the road.
Michael knew that. Michael knew that. They busted Michael. Michael ain't got no money. Michael broke. That's chump stuff.
It was like a gambling thing or something like that.
You know, gambling. Broke. But they said, now we got this one Negro, so we don't have to get no more. His wife filed for divorce, and they said, he ain't got no money. Why y'all just stay there? How did it come out? Because Michael Jordan, the restaurants he owned, he signed a contract where he would show up X amount of times a year, and they went to court and found he just had 2%. So when they busted him, shaving points. Then in the process, they said, oh, wow, man, Magic Johnson's doing the same thing. So they said, oh, we're in trouble. That is basketball. So they made a deal. Magic, you say that you have AIDS and you're going to get out. He kept gaining weight, man. Then the next thing you know, he was killed. Well, how come all them billionaire white folks that's dying from it didn't follow him? He never had it. Okay? And that big scandal with the basketball owner out there.
Oh yeah, Sterling.
Yeah, sure. That's a lover's quarrel.
Absolutely.
And he said, in Magic, you ought to apologize to the black community, because you know Magic just get 2% of that. See how it works?
Yeah.
So here's what they did with Michael. Found his daddy dead in a car. So I go talk to a couple of state troopers. They say in the car, he just bought that car for his dad. And the name of the salesperson in Illinois, his car was up there. Voted Magic and all. I said, well, we're going to get out. I'm just taking this, it's too hard. So he went to say, he's going to play baseball. And then once he cooled out, stay in shape, then he comes back. When Magic tried to come back, Malone said, I won't be out there playing with no AIDS. It's a game. And they arrested a black and an Indian who's in jail now.
So a couple more movies, and then a little more about race, and then I want to get into the genetic stuff. Selma, that also came out since we last spoke.
Yeah.
Did you see it? Were you? I mean, how does it?
Well,
resonate for
they
you?
didn't want me in it, but I financed Selma. I was the first one to jail at Selma. That was my money. My wife went to jail. The little cracker called me, Sheriff Clark. Dick Gregory, you that rich nigga entertainer. I heard that a sheriff can't be a sheriff in the South unless they tangle with you. Now, I didn't want to tell him this. I'm at the Howard Theater. I go to the Apollo the next Tuesday, $25,000 plus a percentage. So I said, well, I got a bad cold and I got, well, why don't you send your wife? I said, well, she's 9 months pregnant. You gonna take care of her? Yeah. So she went down. I made about $300,000 in the next 2 weeks, so now I go down. Sheriff Clark met me. He said, Mr. Gregory, I've arrested a lot of nigger bitches and a lot of poor white trash, but your wife is the first woman I ever, I don't need no praise from some garbage like you. How much you want for this hoe? Huh? $2,000 bill. Here's 1,000 and I'll get back to you. Said, why'd you drop it on the floor so you ain't be sitting me up? I wouldn't pick up no money a nigga threw on the floor. Fuck you. Who cares? I've lived with a real woman. You ain't lived nothing but scum. Okay? All your life. And he said, well, let me tell you what you do. He said, go across the street. And he figured out a mystery for me. In the South, man. The juke joints, gambling, was right across the street from the police headquarters. I didn't know it was the police. The niggas was running for the police. I didn't know that. He said, go across the street and tell them boys, give you $1,000. So I go over and I think it was a check they wanted. No. So I give it back to him. He paid for it. Huh? This way. They were mad at the Justice Department because every day Bobby Kennedy would send 7 agents in to see if she was okay. He wanted things, well, just a Coke and 7 glasses so I can split with the women in here. It was Lillian. So we knew what that was about. King wasn't part of that. That was Snick, okay? John Lewis. King folks wasn't there until the whooping. The whole world saw it. Then the energy started. They wasn't marching from Selma to Montgomery. The reason this president is in the White House, Jimmy Lee Jackson, little deacon, 34 years old. He go down to register to vote and they wouldn't let him. So he called James Orange at SCLC. Said, man, I sure wish you'd come down and help us. So they did. So guy called me. I said, well, let me see. So Leo said, well, a plane, I can get you, a plane will get there, but then you still like 30 minutes away. I said, okay. So by the time I got there, blood was running in the street, man. And what had happened was they shot all the lights out. And then they started beating them. Jimmy Lee Jackson's mother, which was played by...
Lorraine Toussaint?
No. Oprah.
Oh, Oprah, right. Okay.
And they was beating her daddy. And she went to pull him off of that. Then they started whipping her, which was Jimmy Lee Jackson's mother. So they pulled him off. They shot him in the belly 5 times. And carried him to jail to book him.
Mm-hmm. Didn't take him to the hospital?
Not till the next day. Then he died. And that's what the march was about. It wasn't about no voting rights. It was about Jimmy Lee. And that's when the hell broke loose. You go by Jimmy Lee Jackson's grave, they come by there with rifles, man, shooting a tombstone.
No, I mean, after, again, reading your book, just seeing all the sacrifice, the movement, and people are looking for answers. I just saw the Black Panther documentary, and people are there. They're like, is armed rebellion the answer? Like, well, how do we conquer this white supremacy?
You can't. You can't.
Or at least get our fair justice or liberation.
You can't get fair justice. The fact that, what kind of fool are you, man? Huh? That's like Jews sitting around talking about what they're going to do to the Germans. Huh? They didn't overthrow the Germans. Mightiest armies on the planet closed out Jews. So what makes you think you gonna do something when you don't even know what's going on? At least the Jews wasn't joining the German army like us. Happy pops in the army. Happy this and that. Huh? That's what I'm saying. We don't know. When you walked out your house tonight, there's white folks can tell you to go back in, and you come out, we'll kill you. You can't do that to white folks. The Pope just left here. The mob goes and confess every morning. Oh, would you please forgive me? We killed 12 people last night, but you got to do it quick because we got 7 more we got to get before noon. It's white folk business.
Well, I think that phrase post-racial is starting to disappear now. Like after Obama was elected, a lot of people thought that some great advance had occurred, but now we're starting to see.
Something did happen.
Okay.
Why do you think black folk from the Caribbean can come here and do better than we can? Because with all the poverty and all the bullshit, they did see black folks in charge. They didn't know it was fake. They didn't know it was fake. Jamaica, you ever been to Jamaica?
Not yet.
Okay, the #1 killer of young people in Jamaica is not crack, not alcohol, bleaching cream. Okay? They're trying to pass legislation to keep that German bleaching cream out. It's killed too many people. And these niggas tell you they super black. When I first met up with what's the great entertainer in Jamaica?
Bob Marley.
Yeah. I didn't pay that much attention to it. I didn't know. But he offered me $40,000 to be his opening act at Harvard Yard. I turned it down. And he came with so much humility to me. He said, man, I'm just so hurt you don't want to work with me. I said, yeah. Buffalo Soldier. They sent them niggas to the west to kill off the buffalo, to starve the Indians to death. So he started crying. He said, I didn't know that. I said, my mama didn't know it, my grandmother knew it, but she's not a genius like you. So he said, what can I say? Nothing. But the humility. I said, I'll do it, but you can't pay me. You can't pay me. Then after he died, he was coming here to University of Maryland. He said he got a problem with his foot. I said, I'll see you when you get the thing was canceled. He calls me from the New York hotel, leave a number. I kept calling, but I didn't realize they'd slipped him out of there to Germany where they's gonna kill him. So he ends up from an infected foot to brain cancer. And then one day I'm looking up a package and all of his uncut records, man. I got them. I got them. Wow. And so there's two fronts to that. I know both of them. I'm not looking for it. It's just, that's the game. Anytime they want to bust you, they can bust you. But remember one thing. Then you see what we talked about earlier. $2 billion years ago, that big horrible thing, bigger than mountains, left the planet, the dinosaur. Your children, your grandchildren, they feed us that. Dinosaur. What they don't tell you is when the dinosaur was here, so was the turtle, so was the butterfly. 2 billion years ago, the turtle and the butterfly is still here. Gorgeous, pretty, not evil and mean and horrible. Turtle just. And that's how we won the civil rights movement. We took on the mightiest nation in the history of the planet with no guns. And all we became was turtles. We didn't know it. Hard on the outside, soft on the inside, and willing to stick your neck out. If you're not willing to do that, you can't be a turtle. Get the fuck out the way. So I'm coming out the hotel and get me a case of whiskey. And me and those state troopers drank every night. A brother who the white folks thought was white, married to a black woman, living in a black neighborhood, children go to black schools, but they thought he was white. So he came to see me with this look and said, what's happening, man? Where's the whiskey? Oh, man, look, this meeting, man. And tomorrow, they got 300 white folks that came in from all over the South, gonna kill all y'all. And our job is to rope off the press, so they can't get across the street. I said, man, I just think I know you, man. You go tell the folks. I ain't tell them niggas nothing. I came here to die. I don't want to die. I came here to die. So fuck it, tomorrow we die. So the next day, man, we out there. This cat, a white boy now, looked at me with tears in his eyes, shaking his head. You didn't tell him. So now we get there. Old black folks, young black folks, old men, singing, man. Glory, glory, hallelujah. My eyes have seen the glory. We get to the corner and they rope off the press. And I look down there and I see them waiting on us. And I think about my wife and my children. Fuck them. It's war. You niggas don't think about when you're over there killing Iraqis, when you're over there killing Vietnamese, and then come home and they got 4 stores on every corner and you can't get one and you don't see through that shit? Huh? You don't see through it? Huh?
Exactly.
And so now I see them. They got the little pick handles, little rifles, axes. they come across, man, I sure didn't want to die. If I knew this gonna happen, I'd have got me some little pussy before I left home. Okay. So then the people see him, and they keep singing. And they keep praying. They don't know what's going to happen. So all at once, I'm moving up to the front, man. Learned that from my son. He's marching in a march with us. The FBI came and stopped the march and said, Mr. Gregory, so-and-so's son just broke out of jail, and he's going to assassinate you today. Dallas. I said, well, did you talk to him? You talked to the colonel? So I'm walking, and my son, he's just out there playing with the women and laughing and playing. So the next thing I know, he's right next to me. I said, hey, punk, what you want? He said, I want the right to die with you. My son, huh? I want the right to die with you. Huh? Where you gonna get that from? I'm walking, and I don't know if the bullet hit me in the arm and I fall in the gutter. I don't know if to get one clean sweep. That's what I'm thinking about when this nigga walk up to me. What's wrong, son? Dad, I just want the right to die with you. Hear that coming from your son. Huh? Huh? Not how can we get home? I got a message. No. So I'm there. And I see these white folks shaking, get scared. These ones. A look came over their face, man. It's like I've died and went to another planet. I'm looking at them. Huh? They dropped their pickaxes, man. This horrible look. 2 years I figured out what it was. When you're out there and you ain't scared and you're willing to die but not to kill, them crackers saw the Spirit of God. That's where it came from. Not some hatchet-talking slick niggas. That's what it came from. And we kept marching. And we kept marching. I wouldn't have seen that just being a fucking entertainer. Huh? I wouldn't have had my son come to me and said, I just want the right to die with you, Dad. Huh? Where do that come from? And lastly, I'd hang out with my mama. Said I didn't like her, but I'd hang out. She's around rich white folks. Rich white folks. They got books that white folk can't have. So I'm reading the story about Napoleon. The guy who was most important than him was the recruiter. Wasn't no addresses, telephones. He went through the wilderness in between wars and got those folks. So he walks up on this lumberjack, man, and he almost is like a pimp seeing a good hoe. He foamed at the mouth, man. Wouldn't touch his muscles. So you know who I am? I said, yeah, everybody know who you are. He said, well, I just want to tell you thanks. I'm the #1 recruiter on the planet. I've never met a specimen like you. How old are you? 98. I just want you to know you now belong to Napoleon's army. Oh, no, I believe in God. I don't believe in killing. I'm not a traitor to the state because I chop my timber and pay my taxes. He says, you didn't hear me. And so he's so outdone that this guy would tell him this in front of his men. He went crazy. He said, ready to find squad. Ready, aim. And for the first time he saw that a human being can die more beautiful than a human being can live. And that went out. Now he really, that's before they had blindfolds. It was this old lumberjack that said, nobody will you ever execute. You can look them in the eyes. That shit ends now. Why? Because he said, heat the branding irons. He said he's just trying to figure out his ego. Breathe under. Ready the branding iron. So he said, I'll give you the last time. No, I don't kill. So he took his hand and put on a tree stump, and branded the end. Said, whether you like it or not, you belong to Napoleon. That cracker got ready to walk away, and the old man grabbed him and said, come back here. Boy, didn't I tell you I belong to nobody? Put his hand back on the stump, took his side axe and chopped it off. Huh? You motherfuckers gonna tell me something? Huh? Only one on the goddamn planet? I read that. Huh? Chopped it off. And the recruiter went crazy. And he's the one that left Napoleon's northern flank open, where he was defeated. One man. Fucking man.
That's cool.
And so somewhere, when we sit and we look and see, we all started off the same. We all started off the same. And somebody will see what you've been doing, not just this, other stuff. Some of it will be jive, because that's all they are, jive folks. But somewhere it slips through. You slips through. How did I know I'd find this in some rich white folks' house who my mother worked for? How did I know that little old punky son of mine would walk up to me and say, Dad, I just want the right to die with you. Wow. That's just that little bitty thread. The little thread.
Yeah, you're planting seeds.
Yeah.
And some of these seeds are going to continue to grow.
Yeah, no, it's there. It's there. Huh? It's there. Football is the most violent game in the world. They end up with broken noses, broken jaws, dislocated backs. And I'm just talking about what they do to their wives. Okay? This is a game. Who cares? The sad part about it, when they got this guy from Baltimore for beating up his woman in the elevator.
Right.
I got in touch with a friend of his. And I said, I know your man is too stupid to talk to, but he should give $1 million to the group that handle battered women. Why? Because that child won't have to grow up in disgrace. He got a child. Whatever he gives is tax deductible. Huh? But for the rest of that child's life, they be putting that in his face. He didn't understand that because he ain't nothing but a jive football player. Huh? Nothing else. Huh? They inject hormones into him. They make you angry. That's the chemicals. You can't turn it on. All these cops you see beating up black folks, they do the same thing to their wife. That ain't nothing. Stink ain't something you can turn on and turn off. Filth is nothing you can turn on. And we as black folks, we live around filthy, we become filthy. One of the things I showed to my grandchildren, take them to a paper mill. You ever passed a paper mill? There is no stink like a paper mill. But the people work there don't smell it. Right. The black folks live here don't smell it. Right. Because we become that. Right.
So help me understand how to process the two books, Nigger and Callous in My Soul. Like what's the transformation? One ends in 1964.
I never wrote a book longer than 2 weeks. I put on tape and I bring the writers in. 2 weeks, that's all. What we talking about today, when the brother asked, where are we? You know what callous is? You wearing some shoes that's too tight. If you was white or light, is it red? Here. And what makes it hurt is the oxygen can't get in. And so that's why you're going to shave it down till they can get the oxygen, okay? So, callous on my soul is this. There's never been a pair of God's feet that a pair of shoes that ignorant people built could wear out. So you get the warning, you keep wearing the shoes, get a callus. You wear it long enough, the callus wear the shoe out of you. So them old black river, them old, all them cuts. There's never been a pair of God's feet that a pair of shoes could wear out. That's what I meant. I got a callus on my soul. White boy, it's over. That's what that's about. It's over. Huh? Now y'all talk all your bullshit and all you want. We talking about the universal God that made that foot. And it went from that, and I didn't stop. Then it went from this, and then the shoe was all cut up. Wasn't nothing like, look at them old men shoes, man. Huh? Old Stacy Adams, from high tops. Huh? That's where we are. That's where we are.
Coming to a point.
It's over when a woman 9 months. See, his wife is pregnant. The first 9 months of gestation is called evolution, a gradual naturistic change. When that water bag breaks, revolution and quick change, it's over. You take all the armies on the planet today, when his water bag break, you aim all the guns that you want, and you can't stop that from coming out. There's no army can stop that, okay? It's here, it's over. Play all your games you want to play, all that bullshit. It ain't gonna work. This is the...
Because we're coming into a point of understanding our true nature.
If you went home and had somebody tape your two thumbs together, your thumb, not your brain. You can't change your baby diaper, you can't comb your hair, you can't drive. Those two, right there, huh? That right there, ain't nothing you can do. You can't unlace your shoe, you can't change your baby diaper, you can't cook. Those two, huh? But they got you thinking it's your brain. Huh? The whole part. There's no part better than the other. They're all the same. Right wing, left wing. All of us got a bird. Right wing, left wing. Tie one of the wings up, it's called a ruptured duck. You see how it works? It's so any country that's so messed up, they got a left wing and a right wing, it's over. A white boy told me this in 1961, man, in San Francisco. He said, man, the left wing gonna bring this country down to its knees. I said, what do you mean? He said, well, the right wing decide they're gonna kill you. They say he drops his son off at 8:15 every night, every day, and he goes to coffee shop. So let's kill him coming out the coffee shop. Right wing. Left wing say, man, we got to take him out. How we gonna get him? Say, go football game very sad. Let's blow the stadium up. See, the left is mental. The right is physical. One's mental. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all people are created equal and endowed by the Creator with certain inalienable rights, and when those rights are destroyed over long periods of time, it is your duty to destroy violence that government. Nigga, you didn't create that. White folks created it, and now they got to live with the shit. You can't take it back. You can't take it back.
And we demand it.
Huh?
We demand this change.
You ain't demanded nothing.
Okay. It's going to happen anyway.
No, but these are white folks out there doing it.
Okay, I see.
You ain't demanded a damn thing because you ain't free. You opt for education, but you're not free. Nobody in the history of the planet ever went through what we went through and decided on education instead of liberation. George Washington wasn't beating up the British so he could build a college. The song don't say, give me education, give me liberty, or give me death. It's there, and can't nothing stop it. And so as we sit here, if you itching, something wrong. So we've been itching. And I'm scared to scratch where I itch, so then something else comes up. and something else come up. Too late now. It's over. You the white massa, and me and my wife, and every evening, after you eat dinner, I put you on my shoulders, my wife put your wife on the shoulders, and we take y'all to a walk. Every day, we want to walk down to the lake. And y'all just happy. And I got my arms around your legs to balance you. And then one day, me and her decide we're gonna kill ourselves. And you didn't notice when you got on our back, you locked off, you can't get off. I'm going to kill myself. Not you, but you going with me. That's where we are. That's where we are. It's there, you see it. Huh? What do you think? You're early enough to remember graffiti. I go all over the world, all of it looks the same. Go to Russia, it looks the same. Japan, it looks the same. You work more, you see it on the bridge. Mm-hmm. Wait, how'd they get up on the bridge? Mm-hmm. Huh? If the government had to change the screw in the bridge, they had to shut it down. They got state troopers out there. They got lanes closed. They got their strange machines. How did they get up there? And then one day, it disappeared. It's on my body. And when it came from there, you wasn't listening. Now it's here. Okay? The reason the Chinese hate the Japanese with all the power they have, the Chinese. When the Japanese invented China in 1933, they left word, when you go over there, don't kill none of them old men in the army. Every young, so you see with a tattoo on, blow their brains out. Tattoo represents revolution. Huh? They got them all over their bodies. And nobody see where it's going. That's where it's going.
We planted a lot of seeds, and we're going to put it out there into the universe.
Oh, you the work? Don't know. It's out there now. It's the ether. Once it's in the ether. White folk can't stop you. It's in the ether. That's why when you drink alcohol, this little piece there called the chimney, that opens up strange spirits. That's why you hear one, I don't know what got into me last night. I did. Okay? That's here. Here. And so that's where it is. You can't stop nothing. It's out there. Out there. They were shocked, man, when them chimps, you ever see that? Where the chimps start washing them sweet potatoes, and 1,000 miles away they start doing the same thing. Well, it's out there. It's out there. You know?
In the ether.
If white folk don't know, just like a cat see a dog, and we do the same thing. We just been so busy suppressing it. Ain't no racists out there I can't detect. So, you can't detect.
Let me go through the list. What have we learned today? Who are the real white folks? We covered that. We talked about racism. We talked about Cosby. We talked about Michael Jackson. We talked about the cost of fame and whether or not you need to sell your soul or what selling your soul is.
It ain't nothing to do with it. You ain't got no soul.
Okay.
When you sit, man, there's something, it's a violation of the universe to be a celebrity. That's why they need so much pussy and all that old fucked up drugs and shit. That's what that's about. Huh? You're not normal. Something happens to you inside. Universal. That's why you got to get you a new car every year.
But
the problem is when I buy a Rolls Royce and hang out in the ghetto, I'm not hanging out with Rolls Royce people.
And there are people that will exploit that.
Huh?
There are people that will give you drugs. There are people that will take advantage of that need that you have.
Oh, shit. I know men give their girlfriend drugs. You know, so it just ain't white folks.
We talk about Selma. We talk about Straight Outta Compton. We didn't talk about Lucy. We'll have to do that another time.
Okay, that's good, yeah.
Oscars. Post-racial versus black nationalism. Kind of didn't really hit that.
No, that ain't nothing but bullshit.
Black Lives Matter versus All Lives Matter. Covered that.
That's bullshit.
Okay. Reverend Sullivan. Well, well, I think the All Lives Matter is sort of like, it's almost like we have to apologize for being black sometimes in order to get
No,
attention.
it's like when the Germans was doing to the Jews what they was doing, and they said Jewish lives matter. I won't hear nobody coming from Italian all that. Man, fuck y'all, man, get out my face, huh?
Okay. We talked about the two books that transition from the book Nigger to Callous on My Soul. And, you know, how do we solve the problem? You said we can't really solve it. We're
Okay.
part of it.
We
We're
passed it. We
we're in
passed
the
it.
belly of the beast. And
You passed it. Let me just say this here. If I had my way, hey God, just be 84 this birthday. Just give me one more child. I behave. I just won't be getting some pussy. I got this one planned. Give me a boy that will be the best in the history of every sport that's ever been created. My son. Greatest basketball, greatest football, every sport, he'll be the greatest. And I'd name him Nigger Gregory. And when them announcers will be there and say, the nigger cuts left, no, you got a lawsuit. His name is not the nigger, it's Nigger Gregory. And I got the money and the power to take y'all to court. I dare you to call him something that I didn't name him. It's Nigger Gregory. Nigger Gregory. And then you have to sit and say, wow, Nigger Gregory, oh my God, I've never seen nothing like this nigga. No, his name is not this nigga. I never seen nothing like Nigger Gregory, white boy. That's his name. You know what theater, where they talk about, what's the one that just changed herself into a woman? Caitlin. Yeah, well, he must have no mirrors in the house. 'Cause he started off being an ugly man. What make him think he's gonna be a pretty woman? And that stuff you see on the magazine, them are $300,000 and $400,000 gowns. I got a frog can look good in that. 30 years ago, NBC was bankrupt. It was for sale. But he didn't understand white supremacy like most of us don't understand. White folks don't understand white supremacy.
Are you getting something? I'll take care of it.
No, I got it. Okay.
Okay. All right, we're going to talk about Cosby.
We talk about
We
anything.
can talk about anything. So, all right. So we're here. And
Okay.
we got the man.
And so what you need to do, man, because all over the world, let me tell you something, man. If they found out that they had cured cancer, hear me now, the number one selling thing would be pink queen. Now hear me, okay? And be worth trillions of dollars. So right now, as we stand here, the richest country in the world is North Korea. Because for millions of years, they had something, 90% of all the tungsten on the planet comes out of there. That's what the war was about.
Right.
Okay? Now, did nobody need it because you mix it with metals and it go through temperature changes. So you can't go to outer space unless you have that. You can't build computers unless you have that.
Yeah, I got tungsten right here on my phone.
You hear me?
Yep.
Now, but they tell you that they poor, the children are hungry, and you ain't never seen a skinny North Korean child. Now here's the bad problem. When Truman sit down and worked out the trees, 38th parallel. Now, when we went over there, we just thought we were dealing with some ignorant niggers like Americans always think. When they got over there, they bumped into them Chinese and them Russians, because if we would have got it, white Europeans would have controlled everything. So when they signed the treaty, Truman said, okay, 1948. Okay, it wasn't no two Koreas.
Right.
It was one. So then they said, okay, the North, you get half, we get half.
Right.
48 was said in 2015, it diverts, all of it go to the North. That was a long time ago. Nobody thought about it. That's why the shit's going on now. Okay, that's what this shit is
It's about to switch over.
about to switch over, yeah. And everybody done gone stone crazy.
Okay. Okay, my mic okay? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Welcome back, Brother Gregory.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. A lot has happened since
Yeah.
then, and a lot is fixing to happen.
Well, I must thank you. Since we posted the first interviews, I just did the count. As of today, you're over 3 million views in terms of all the clips and everything.
Well, people are hungry for information. And information that's not filtered through the press. The press is part of the system. I mean, Rockefeller, the richest people in the world, going to let the New York Times and LA print what they want to print. A bunch of unethical thugs, pimps and whores, and they control everything. And because we, the people, hear what they tell us, and because they white folks, not black folks, even questions it, And then all at once, you all came through. 44,000 internet radios and sending information out here. You see, that's what Trump knows. And he knows there's certain things he better not say. And so you got white Americans here. I grew up in a all-black neighborhood in St. Louis. So I wasn't around the white folks. Okay. And so in order to look back and see, you have to do research on. I was not around no white folks except the good ones. I'm talking about not racist, the ones that come and collect the money or sell you something, And then when you start doing the research and you realize Sears and Roebuck was invented by a black man, And then some kind of way they bought him out. I don't mean negatively, but if you ever shopped at Sears and you get a bill, the store says Sears, but legally all the bills have to say Sears and Roebuck, or you don't have to pay them. Okay? And so who can have the time to drill into that? There's no way that all the stuff you got, Jones and them thugs don't know about it. But they scared. See, I didn't know white folks were scared. I never lived around them. I saw the movies, they weren't scared. The military. Have you asked yourself just one simple question? We're the richest country in the world. We have the mightiest research in the world. So how can we send soldiers to Vietnam, Korea, little countries that ain't got a nickel? And how our soldiers come back with all kind of syndromes? American soldiers commit suicide, 46 every day. Vietnamese is not doing it. Now, they don't have huge hospitals and research, and somebody said, wait a minute, there's something going on here we don't know about? I mean, that's real serious. But because nobody cares nothing about a veteran, not even a veteran, time you go kill somebody for somebody you don't know, but they're not going to send their children. And the folks that make the money is the munitions people. There's something wrong with that. The president 6 months ago signed an $80 billion check for jet planes. Now, you don't hear them on TV or radio begging for money like they do for veterans. You mean you sign an $80 billion check to the airline industry that's making planes, but the people who's been wounded, and one leg cut off, and arms cut off, and all kind of mental things. And so the closest I've come to saying, what's the difference between me and the Vietnamese? Well, if you're not Christian, if you're not no religion, growing up in America, you hear thou shalt not kill. You hear that. So I wonder, is this what makes Americans? Is that implanted there, thou shalt not kill, and they see they are killing people? I don't know. But you sit and you look and you say, hey man, something is not right about this. And then you have you know, if you look at your rich Christians in America, rich, they don't wear crosses. DuPont, Mellon, Rockefeller. The Pope don't wear crosses except when they're doing some kind of ritual. You see, I look at black folks that talk about we was here billions of years before white folks were. That means everything white folk got, they took it from you and then made it white. Made it white. If you was here, which you were, and so when you stop and think about the dinosaur, the dinosaur was here 3 billion years ago. The dinosaur, 3 billion years ago. They were bigger than mountains. But what they didn't tell you, so was the butterfly here when the dinosaur was here. And so was the turtle. The turtle was here. Turtle's still here. And so when you move from the religion that we've been trained to the real, universal force. See, the word God means power. We know about no God. That's why they call the mob the Godfather. And you ain't heard nobody complain. And so when you stop and think about the same God that made the moon and the sun and the rivers made me. So when I look at my hands, and I got 5 fingers on each hand, and it never changes. That God don't make no mistake. No mistake at all.
Well, that's one of the things that I wanted to ask you about. We didn't get around to. I mean, you speak of the universal God, the power of the universe. And I was really curious, like, are there things that we can do to tap into that power?
We're born into it. It's like you born with $10 billion in the bank, but they told you it wasn't there. It's still there. They can't steal it. They can use it as long as you don't know you have it. You know. And then you've been duped by your parents, and they didn't know. If my mother heard me talking on a show like this, she'd call the police. And that's my mother. This is the woman that would hawk her house to put bail money up if I actually murdered somebody. So when you sit and think about, here's that universal force. That's who made your hair, not Sears and Roebuck, not Target. Do you think that God put something on you that need to be cut off? Think about that.
So why is it that so many of us are still in the dark about this?
Why wouldn't you be in the dark? You've been trained to be in the dark. Been trained. I mean, on Thanksgiving, we pray for the abundance. Now think about this for a minute. If I work for you and you pay me $1,000 a week, oh man. So one day I want to thank you. So do I give you a day for free or do I charge you $10,000? Which one?
I guess I'd take the free day.
Yeah, I'm not asking you, guess would you take? I said, if I'm talking about you, if I want to say thanks to you,
Okay.
do I give you a day for free or do I charge you $10,000? That's a simple question. Huh? I work for free.
Okay.
So on Thanksgiving, if that's the day we pray to the universe, thanks, then why don't we not eat that day? Why do you eat more that day than you eat any other day in the year? That's all I'm trying to say. You know, I'm not here to trick you or nobody else. Huh? And you can't trick me because I started off like you. Huh? I started off as ignorant. I had ignorant mother, ignorant father. Huh? I remember one day, my brothers and sisters said to my mother, you know, Richard don't say no blessing over food. And that scared her, because she's scared of God. So she grabbed my ears. I didn't know it was her. I looked around at her, I said, bitch, you out your motherfucking mind? She said, what'd you call me? I said, I called you a bitch. Where'd you hear that? I hear Daddy call you that all the time, and you ain't never grabbed his ears. He's the one that bring women in the house. He's the one that steals the rent money. I've never. Why do I not say the blessing? The Indians taught us Thanksgiving. How many black folks do you know, including you, have ever said thanks to the Indians on that day? And so I say, wow, man, what a, is that not hard to figure out? And so 3 hours later, after my dad called all that and hit her and knocked her down, I hear him back in the back room making them strange sounds. So I made a deal with my mother. I said, if you come down the basement and pray over what I stole, I'll come up here and pray over what you stole. I'm a better thief than you. I just can't justify it by religion. I see you come out them rich white folks' homes and stole food and then come here and cook it and then want me to say the blessing over it? I don't pray over stolen food. I was 9 years old, man. Out here looking and seeing things. Didn't know what it meant. Went to church. Heard all the stories. Why would the universal force that gave me everything I have give me hair if it had to be cut off? These little eyelashes have never been put where your feet is. But we so busy into the, and this is what's going to change stuff. And some of y'all got it, don't not even know what you're putting out there. But there's people out there been listening.
Well, definitely. I mean, I watch our talks many a time, and every time I see something new, as I evolve, as my consciousness evolves, I hear even more truth.
Yeah.
So, but help me, help us come out of the dark. How
you supposed to come out there? You own a Rolls Royce. I'm on welfare, nigga. Don't ask me. Well, I haven't got a Rolls Royce. You have to stop. Y'all keep talking. Huh? You keep talking, man. And you shut the fuck up. Huh? Because the next thing you don't know. Huh? A Rolls Royce. You got. I got a used Chevy. So why you gonna sit and compare yours to mine and wonder why I haven't got one? Everything the universe want me to have, I got the same thing Queen Elizabeth got. Huh? I got the same thing. You see, the universe made women, and men made queens. The universe made men, and men made kings. The difference between a woman and a queen and a man and a king is the way you wrap the gift. So I see your sister, I say, hey baby, you sure mellow, wow. So to convince her I love her, I go buy her a gift. I go to Target. But on the way back, I stop at Saks Fifth Avenue, and get them to put Saks Fifth Avenue tags in. I go by Neiman Marcus and get him to gift wrap it. Oh, he loves me. Huh? See how it works? See how it works? And so we give them special power to oversee us. And that's about to change now because there's a new set of people. You know, one of the interesting stories about the guy that put an airline company together that embarrassed all the other airlines is JetBlue. He didn't believe in hiring nobody out of college. And the thing took off so fast, he had to go on the stock market to get money. That fast. So now he had to have a board of directors. He didn't own it no more. He got stock, cash, but when you're dealing with other people's money. So they asked him some questions, said, well, we can't use, so they fired him. Now in firing him, they had to give him X $1 billion worth of stock, cash. He's still with the company, but he don't make decisions. So then he ended up opening up PayPal. PayPal. Now how you gonna figure out something if you don't know that? You do the same thing my ignorant, leave it alone. So now he has the #1 airline company in the world in South America. Here's what he figured out. If you lived in South America, the roads are raggedy. The airports is caving in. So your father and mother live 80 miles from you. You see them once every 3 years. Then he came in with that JetBlue mentality and fixed them planes, made them larger. So now you can go visit your father every week for $30 round trip. See, you got to let the shit go. Huh? They can go anytime they want now. Huh? And come back. This is the new thinking out here now. Okay, so you can't come with old shit and work. That's over.
Right. You said in one of our previous interviews, it's the dawning of New Age.
Yeah. So when you sit and keep your mouth shut, And you look at all them folks in Silicon Valley, it's a new group of thinkers. Those are what they call indigo children. They go out there broke. 2 years, they're billionaires. Billionaires. And they keep going. Some of them is government stuff. You know, I never believed in the woman that wrote Harry Potter. You stupid. She's in a home for poor folks. She's on welfare. And she writes a book that gives her billions of dollars? Please. Please. And then one day, the Japanese found out the hard way what a lot of us knew. Children start falling dead in the movies. And they realize that's mind control. It's just so simple. She did all that on welfare? No, somebody give it to her so they'll trust her. Nobody would trust. And so, consequently, when you look at the human body, when I was a little boy, I'm 85 this year, I was a little boy, I used to hear old men, you know, call their testicles two below. Two below. So somebody come out and ask most folks what are two. You try to figure it out, you don't know. The sperms live at a temperature two below your body's temperature. Simple. But not simple when ignorant folks is trying to figure it out. And so in the summertime, the testicles swing down. That's why the Arabs wear the baggy pants. In the wintertime, they swing up. If you go home today and get in the bathtub and tell somebody to turn the hot water on, you see your testicles hang down. You say turn the cold water on, you see them pull up. So when the Germans came out with the jockey shorts, that's to sterilize you. Okay? If you look at a baseball game, you see the player and they go down and touch their testicles. They feel something, they don't know what it is. They got a jock strap on, and that's a violation. The universe fixed it so those sperms will live at a body temperature 2 degrees below the body temperature. So in the old days when they made trucks, the reason truck drivers couldn't have children because they put the engine under the seat. Kills the sperms.
Wow. Well, just going back to indigo children again. You know, so it's a dawning of a new era. It's a new level of consciousness that this next generation has.
1985, they started being born.
Okay.
IQs of 200. If you and your wife had an indigo child, while y'all sleep, they traveling at night to other planets. In the black community, most of them end up getting killed because the ignorance that we have, that because of oppression, I can't stand a child talking a certain way. So we take them to doctors, they put them on Ritalin, and they end up dead.
Well, that bears a question. So, do human beings have certain abilities that science cannot ascribe?
I wouldn't know.
Okay.
The planet's been here for billions of years.
Okay.
I wouldn't know.
But, like, how is it that man is able to cross certain boundaries? Like, you know, one of the, like, just breaking through in technology, breaking through in this. Is it collective thought? Is it spiritual thought?
I don't know. You ask a scientist that. See, the problem with y'all try to answer them. What you left out is the trillions of dollars that was spent to move them to that level.
Okay.
Huh? What's it cost to go to Howard University compared to what it costs to MIT? What kind of test you take to get in MIT? Compared to what you take to get in other schools. Howard University is probably the #1 black institution on the planet and the most money. But Howard University, named after a white general, General Howard, that became famous for killing Indian children. So what are you going to? Spelman, the #1 black woman school on the planet, named after Rockefeller's mama. Named after Rockefeller's mama. And the sad part about most of y'all don't know that. If you shut up, say, wait a minute. What did she do? What's her claim to fame? It's that simple. Then you look her up and you find out who she is. Can you imagine a Jew naming one of their #1 institutions after Hitler's mama? And so when you stop and you think, it's here. Here, you was born with it. Well, I need somebody to tell me I am somebody, because I don't know I am. You got here the same way I got here. I got here the same way he got here. We got here the same way Queen Elizabeth got here. A penis goes into a vagina and it ejaculates. 500 million sperms. And the one responsible for you and me and him and Queen Elizabeth outran 500 million sperms and got there first. Didn't no one sperm come out and slowly stroll up the fallopian tubes. If you said, man, we're going to dinner tonight, it's 500 million restaurants here, I'm gonna take you to the best one, I know I'm in for a good meal. Now, let's go back. When the ejaculation starts, the sperms now come out the testicles, comes through the prostate, and that's where they get their electrical charge. Before then, they're just laying dormant. And then it comes down, and so, because I live in a system, well, white boy done took my manhood, So that's why when I'm having sex with my woman, I want her to yell and holler, and I'm trying to get my manhood back. And that wasn't meant for that. Get it, daddy. Black man is the only man, American black, the only black man on the planet talk about good pussy. What the fuck is good pussy, nigga? What's good pussy? Mildred got some good pussy. Well, she's into her 5th husband. 4 of them didn't think it was that good. What do you know about Mildred that they don't know? So then you start saying, wait, something's not right. In America, black men is 4%. 82% of prostate cancer death in America is black men. Hey, wait a minute. I live in a country almost 500 million people, and I'm 4%, but 82% of cancer, prostate cancer death? Nobody thinks about that. Nobody thinks about that. Why? Because I'm having sex to have fun and get a manhood back. The universe gave me that to produce another God. We're the only man on the planet, a black American man, that call our black woman strong. You're strong, sister. But call your car beautiful. And I don't think it's no accident a cop will shoot your mama, your dad, your baby in the head 40 times but won't shoot your car. Because it feels something that comes over you that would not let that happen. Do you know why more white women is dying now from heart strokes than black women?
No.
Okay. Because all at once the civil rights movement gave them laws to liberate them. You ever walk down the street and you get to the corner and they got that little indenture for wheelchairs? That came out the civil rights movement. And we didn't ask for it. They forgot to put for black only, so it covered everybody. A woman couldn't fly a plane before us, civil rights movement. A woman couldn't be a sky cap. A woman couldn't shine shoes at the airport. And then the civil rights movement came through, because before that, you could only be a stewardess, white only, a stewardess. You had to look like something out the center page of Playboy magazine. And because of our movement, you get on a plane now and see an old, ugly, short, fat white woman. We got her that job. That's simple. We got her that job. Nobody went through the type of slavery that black folks in America. And yet, something in me that white boy couldn't change. There's never been a slave where the slave owner hired the slave to take care of their children, to cook their food. And y'all don't even see that. Whatever it was they did, it didn't work. I'm not a killer. King took on the mightiest army in the history of the planet and beat them. Beat them with no gun. Y'all motherfucking punks running around talking about, we do this, you ain't gonna do a goddamn thing. Most of you don't even know the Black Panther was government agents. Huey Newton was a drug pusher for the government, okay? And so when you look and see what they were doing, and so when they got ready to kill him, they told the whole world he died in a drug shootout. You know how stupid you got to be that you all have cameras and knowledge. And if somebody don't like y'all, hold a press conference, let's kill all the camera people. You don't tell nobody who you're gonna kill, the mob don't. So if you was a light-complected cop, married to a black woman, live in a black neighborhood, and you hear some black folks say, kill the white racist pig, police. You light-complected. You ain't never passed for white, but every time you see a black man, that's what they wanted. And then there's another thing. I lived in a neighborhood. I saw black folks whiter than white. White and white. See, the reason they stuff didn't work, they didn't qualify to see nothing but ignorant, knife-tooting, gun-shooting Negroes. You saw your uncle, who was a doctor, your mother, who was a principal. They didn't see that. So that's why they scared of me. I'm not scared of them because your daddy was more white than any white person I ever saw in the movie. My aunt who's holding me, I see what, they never saw white black folks. That's what they scared. The ones they saw was the one they wanted them to see. Now, how do you figure that out when you don't have the rhythm to figure it out? So now, how you gonna reform a cop? You white. You the prosecutor. You got to get elected. Huh? That county you live in, ain't no black folks in that county. So here's a white cop shoot 12 black folks dead. You think you gonna prosecute them? With them ignorant white folks that got to vote for you every 4 years and you buying a house, gonna send your children to college, you got to pay insurance. You can't change that till you understand that and change that. How many black folks go to jobs that's dangerous, but they can't stop? They can't stop, they got to keep going. Now, how do you make a cop change? Simple. You pass legislation and say every cop have to be insured. So we take out policy. Everybody carry a gun, have to be insured. The first time you violate that, you lose your license. If you're a cab driver, you can't drive your cab, you ain't got no license. Now, do you hate niggas more than you like feeding your family? Then your behavior changes. Make you like me, make you have to be careful about the people you do like. And every cop, their children should go to school for free. Because you got to give them something that they can't afford to lose. It's that simple. You drive down the street, you get 5 moving tickets, you lose your license. That's what make you stop at that stop sign.
Right. But they don't, the system doesn't want to punish cops.
I didn't say that. I didn't ask you the question. I didn't say, did they? I said, here's how you do it. You telling me they don't want, huh?
I'm leading into something else.
No, I don't want you to lead into something else.
Okay.
Because my ignorant grandmother, you have to tell me they don't want to punish cops like I don't know that. Before your ass was born, I knew that. I said, give them something to lose. Do you hate me, motherfucker, more than you love your children? Huh? How many times have you stopped when you was in a hurry? Because you didn't want a ticket, because one more ticket you can't. Huh? That's all. I want to hear this ignorant shit you talking. You got to take it to another level. Huh? All of us have tried that. All of us have behaved so we get a birthday present from our mom and dad. Huh? That's a no-brainer. Until you come in and say, well, the soldiers, why you fucking think soldiers come in and listen in training, because if they don't, there's a punishment. Huh? It's that simple. That's all I'm saying. I didn't come here to answer ignorant questions. No, I'm not saying that. Okay. I heard what you said like I didn't know it. Nigga, I knew more shit when I was 9 years old than you know now. Huh? Because my mother worked for billionaire white folks and said they got books that white folk can't read. Okay, I didn't know that. That's all I'm saying. Huh? You wasn't born driving a car. You learned it. Huh?
Of course.
Okay. You wasn't born knowing when you hear a siren you're supposed to stop. But I tell you what you was born with. When I was a little boy, I wanted a fire truck for Christmas, not a police car. Hear me? Where'd that come from? You're born with it. You're born with it. It's that simple. And so, when King came through, them nigger-hating white folks, he didn't ask the question you asked. Let's move. Let's do it. Okay? Let's do it. It's that simple. It's that simple. And so when you look at it, give me something I can't refuse. How many cops have been fined and lost their job because somebody put a camera? Ain't nobody talk about, well, they ain't gonna change. Somebody put a fucking camera, huh? But long as you locked into some bullshit, through this nigger shit they taught, you'll never change it. A camera. As simple as a camera. Huh? I remember black folks used to, well, the nigga must have did something wrong if the cops shot him. They can't say that now because they're looking at the film.
El Chapo, did you follow that?
Who?
The Mexican drug lord that they just caught.
Wait. Let's back up.
Am I changing it too fast?
No. I said, let's back up.
Okay.
A little pissy-ass, drug addict punk. The movie guy here.
Yeah, Sean Penn.
Found him when the CIA and the Mexican town couldn't find him, and you buy that shit? Huh? Are you crazy? Let me say this again. They didn't know. He's recognized all over the world. They didn't see him coming in the country. Killed everybody that was around here except him. See, some of the shit you should not ask or don't expect me to give you a question answer out of it.
Okay.
It's right there. Right there. But you have to ask another question. Then thousands of, here's the question you ask. All the drugs come over here from Mexico. That's what they tell us, right?
Yeah.
Then how come the Russians can't slip spies over here? If little children can slip in here, how come they can't slip KGB in here over the border? That's, what was the game? The game.
Well, speaking of drugs, I mean, more states are legalizing marijuana. You know, what are the health benefits of marijuana? Are there health benefits to marijuana? Why is it being legalized now?
I really don't believe you asked me that, but.
Well, that was a question that somebody asked me to ask you, but.
About 300 years ago, America sent the scientists to Colombia to study hieroglyphics. They hadn't cracked the code, but they know one day they would. So in studying hieroglyphics, they asked a simple question. Simple question of so they copied stuff, took pictures of stuff on the caves, drew stuff. So 150 years later, they cracked it. And here's what it said. White man, one day the white lady gonna do to your children what you have done to ours. And back then, cocaine wasn't called the white lady. The reason I said I'm surprised you asked me that. Every minute we've been together since you picked me up, 81% of everybody who OD'd in America is white folks. That's why I'm surprised. White folks. The #1 drugged out state in America as of 2 months ago is Utah. The people of Utah, now the first responders say we could save a lot of them, but the folks, because of their religion, they want to clean up the house before they let us in. The second highest state is Sanders State. Ain't no black folks live there. No. The biggest thing they don't understand, and they'll hear it after they hear this, is 91% of those white folks that die. I mean, how could you not know that? Then if these cops was killing dogs like they killing black folk, the cops would have been in the elected chair. Okay? And so the people who run it know the problems they got it with white folks. Black folks ain't gonna do nothing. They come in here now and say, oh, you niggas get out of here, I'll kill you. I'll probably be the only one to die. I know y'all will stay, y'all gonna stay, but I ain't buying that bullshit because I know you. That's what this is about, man. Right. So now watch this. When you go to bed tonight, your heart, your brain tells your heart to keep beating while he sleep. Keep beating while he sleep. The new heroin they giving these white children shut that part of the brain down. That's why 91% of death happens after midnight. That's what this is about.
No, I just saw a few weeks ago they said that the life expectancy of white women has gone down as a result of suicide and drug death.
And I thought I covered that a little while ago when I said that's the civil rights movement. We opened up the doors so they could get the jobs that they never had. And so that's what it's affecting them.
The stress.
It's more than stress, man. Shit. As a man, before they could get those jobs, man, we could get in the car, man, and go fuck bitches and then go home. They can do that now. They never had the opportunity. It wasn't that they didn't want to. They never had the opportunity. They drink wine at home. They go to the bar now. Anytime you go to a white hotel and see a white woman checking in, that's a man's job she got. And all the rest of it go along with it. You could also look and see drunken driving and increase, because usually when they drinking wine, they're at home. They're on the street now. See, your birthday, the day you was born, not the year, the month, just the day you was born.
The 20th.
The 20th, okay. So you celebrate your birthday on the 19th, the day before. Okay. Christmas Eve party. It's the birthday of Jesus Christ. New Year's Eve, birthday of the new year. So in cities like this here, and where you live, on Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve, you can call the police and they got to take you home for free or they can go to jail. But they don't have to do that on Christmas Day or New Year's Day. And I remember when I was a little boy, you see the old black folks cooking the Christmas meal. But it'd be Christmas Eve, and they be eating. Come on here, salad, let me fix you this salad. You do the right things for different reasons when you in order. When I was a little boy, black folks used to drink eggnog, and it would be brown. Go to white folks, eggnog would be white. Why? Nutmeg is 3,000 times more potent as a drug than cocaine, heroin, and crack. Nothing a Christian like to feel good and don't have to be accused of drinking. That's simple.
The leaders of this march are now on their way to the White House to see President Kennedy, but among the dignitaries still here is Dick Gregory. Dick, what are your feelings at the end of this long and rather exciting day?
Well, my feelings is, after being here, witnessing this, that as long as there's a man alive on the face of the earth, this day will always be remembered the world over.
What do you think were the high spots?
Well, the high spots to me, and I think psychologically to many people, this was the first time in the history of this country a group of Negroes have ever been invited anywhere.
It was the first time that all black folks got invited to the nation's capital. Sammy Davis, Lena Horne, good athletes. King said, come to Washington, D.C. They came. They came.
I'd like to say thank you very much, and it's a pleasure being here, and nice being out of jail. And I'm very confused this year because I never thought I'd see the day I would give out more fingerprints and autographs.
When the girls was killed in Birmingham, and King said, forgive them at the funeral, I had no problem. When I came here for the black man that threw that bomb in that woman's house in Baltimore and killed her and her 6 children, her husband for the funeral was still alive. He's in the hospital. So I had my man, I called my wife, I said, baby, make me a ticket from London to Baltimore and have Reggie pick me up and take me back to the airport after the funeral. So I'm sitting there. And the mayor of Baltimore, who eventually became governor, he read King's whole speech from Birmingham. So when it get to the point where King said we should love them and not hate them, I couldn't do it, man. I can forgive them nigger-hating crackers. Have you ever tested yourself to see if that shit's in your head? I didn't know it was in mine. I couldn't say it, man. I couldn't say it. So I called my wife and said, baby, change my plane. I said, I can't say, forgive this black man. I'm not leaving here until I can. So I finally got to the point where I said it, but I said it fast, you know, like you throw a brick and duck. I said, no, nigga. And I sit there. I didn't know I had it. I raised 10 fucking children with that shit in my head and didn't know it. Where'd it come from? Garbles, baby food. You ever seen it? Did you buy carrots or did you buy a white woman? Because the child sees the white woman. And they've done research now that as old as you are, they can give you the test, and every time they flash a white woman in front of you, they can pick up a thing that says love. UCLA did it. Okay? So at what point do we take it to another level?
What do you think the day has accomplished for the movement?
I think this day, not only for the movement, but for America. I think peoples all over the world will know how loyal the Negro is to America, how much we feel towards the problems here, how much we feel towards America, because this is a heck of a thing for peoples all over the world to see the pictures coming out from Birmingham, hearing some of the Southerners make the nasty remarks they make, and to be able to witness something like this, the people that's being prosecuted against, with nothing but happiness and joy.
Thank you very much. We've been talking to Dick Gregory, the comedian, here at the Lincoln Memorial.
Queen turned 90. The Queen just turned 90. There was a big celebration. And coincidentally, it was the same day that Prince passed away.
And it was the same day she was here in Washington, D.C. Front page of the Washington Post. Got her family, dressed in pink, purple. And that's when she announced that Charles won't get, it's going to skip over him and point to the little boy, the Prince. The same day they killed Prince. They killed Prince on the plane. And that plane is owned by Warren Buffett. And so those are the games they play, man.
Well, let's talk about Prince, because you knew Prince, right?
No, he knew me.
Okay.
He talked about me because of I don't hang out with entertainers.
Okay.
But there's no way that now they come out till he died from AIDS. Okay? Well, remember, the night that he died the next day, he was on the plane. That same night they put him on the plane, he did a one-man concert at 8 o'clock and then another one. You saw it? Did it look like he was dying from AIDS?
No.
Okay, case closed.
Why did they want him dead now?
See, you ask me shit that I don't qualify to answer.
Okay.
Why did they want him dead now? Huh?
I'm asking.
Because the white folks that killed him, they're not like niggas and ignorant white folk. I'll kill you, motherfucker. They do it 10 years later. Now, if I had to guess, I think when he went into that record company and talked to them folks with that slave thing on it, that's what got him killed. Kill no nigga for no money. Ain't nothing but chump change he got. Chump change.
So, like a lot of people are saying, he had gotten the rights to his recordings.
He got the what?
The rights to his master recordings.
Well, they tell you that so you can repeat it. How you know?
He had said it.
Huh?
He had said it. His lawyers.
How you know that was him? How you know who the fucking lawyers was? Huh?
Okay.
Huh? That's where you see you talking to the master, but I got the listeners. You know how many agents? The number one government agent is the mayor of Chicago's brother. Huh? Okay? Ain't nothing but CIA. Huh? So y'all come with this little old weak shit. Huh?
Well, I'm just curious.
No, you can't be curious out of ignorance.
Okay.
Huh?
All right. So.
I just told you what I thought.
Yes, sir.
Okay? But they're gonna tell you the motherfucker didn't have no insurance, no will, but they got motherfuckers do his hair before he go out on stage. Motherfucker twist the back of his clothes, make sure ain't no lint on it. But they can convince you he didn't have no goddamn. If you hate all your family, you do what that woman did, the billionaire woman in New York, Hemsley, left it to her goddamn dog. But y'all can't even see that because these crackers told you about the nigga. Huh? It's a game. It's a fucking game, man. And the most important thing, the plane he was on is owned by Warren Buffett. He's the one who rented the planes.
So there were pictures that TMZ circulated, supposedly of Prince riding a bicycle and waiting outside of a Walgreens.
I'm surprised you asked me that. I mean, this is for the people. That was after he came back from Atlanta. Day before he died, outside the compound. And you didn't see no crowds around the motherfucker. Hey, Prince, huh? Then who in the fuck is TMZ?
They're owned by Time Warner,
And who in the fuck is Time Warner?
his old record company.
Huh?
His old record company.
Okay, case closed. It's a game. We even investigated the fucking mayor. The mayor of that little town said he ain't never met Prince. Okay? Oh? Okay. It's a game, man.
So, I mean, the last thing on that, I know Tavis Smiley after Prince passed, Tavis Smiley said that he introduced you to Prince and that you had talked.
He introduced him to a show I did. I've never met Prince.
Okay.
I don't hang out with entertainers, no athletes.
Okay. So he saw when you did the State of the Black Union
Yeah,
address and talked about the chemtrails. You turned him on to something. So,
Truth don't have to be validated by ignorance. I don't have to be validated, especially by an entertainer.
two other things. Since we last talked, I know you said that Michael Jackson, his passing, he was killed, but it had nothing to do with the Sony catalog, but the estate just sold the rights back of the Beatles catalog back.
That didn't happen until after he was dead. He bought the Beatles for $12 million. After they killed him, they sold it for $2 billion. That's white supremacy. Nigga, you can't own this.
Well, this may be unrelated. I don't know. It just happened yesterday as we taped this, but Tupac's mom just passed away.
Yeah, well, the important thing about Tupac's mom is the movie that just came out last Friday with the #1 acting guy in the world now.
Oh, Tom Hanks. The
Tom Hanks
movie. Yeah, the building a hologram. The hologram.
The first person they used on a fucking hologram was Tupac after he died. Wasn't it? You ever put that together? And then all at once, he's in Saudi Arabia. Ain't nobody seen the king in 2 years, and the king show up, hologram. And then Tuesday, that bitch dead.
And some people were disappointed you didn't elaborate more on Tupac's death.
Who?
The viewers, like you said, you told the truth about Tupac being killed. That the shot came.
Shut that off. Yeah, shut that down. All right, Doc.
How you doing?
Family's good?
Yeah. You?
Okay. Hey, babe. Hey, Doc. How are you?
Are you enjoying yourself?
Always, always. Shit. I got more
I go
money.
home and I
I got more money than any of y'all in the room. I'm smarter than y'all in the room. The fuck, I wouldn't be enjoying myself. I just had trouble with my bank. I scared the woman so bad. She's supposed to send me 20,000. She sent me 200,000. I'm having trouble cashing it at my bank.
Oh, that's some money. We're back in?
Okay, I'll be there. 1 second.
Okay, I'm just going over it.
My son, Christian.
Did you see the movie Concussion?
Yeah.
Your thoughts?
I thought that the universal God got into Will Smith because I wasn't looking at him, I was looking at an African. And they can't train you as that. And then the information that come out. 40 years ago, they had shit on the woody woodpecker, pecking the tree, and the reason it didn't bother them because they have a protection around the brain. Humans don't. No, it was mean, man.
Another movie that was at the Oscars was Spotlight.
I could have wrote that. That came out of Boston. Spotlight is the newspapers. You know that?
Yeah.
It's free on the corners. And they had tried to bust it, and they wouldn't let them. So then this Jewish guy came in to the Boston Globe. And they was trying to get him to do it, and then all at once it fell through and he understood it. And they did it. That's simple, man. That's simple. Just because you got some shit don't mean nothing when they fighting against you. And the priests, them dirty motherfuckers, man, where they was fighting hard and all of that, and they still slipped it out there. That's what it's about. Wow. You need to go back and see it and look at the research they did. They didn't have to ask no fucking questions, man. All the questions was there, just like Will Smith movie. The motherfuckers had the questions. You don't qualify to ask questions. They already got it. Just qualify to do what you're doing. And the one guy was I got to call him and thank him too. I worked with him on the Kennedy assassination. But shit, I couldn't tell him. Couldn't tell him Kennedy didn't die in Dallas. Had a woman call me when Ronald Reagan was shot. The second day, she says, he just died about 2 minutes ago. So I'm one of the few motherfuckers walking the planet. No, the motherfucker died. That wasn't him. They had him up on the balcony walking the first day out of the house, riding a horse. That's to convince all of us fools out here.
The Big Short.
Well, the great thing about The Big Short, it was the psychic shit. You know, did you see it?
Yeah, I did see it.
The psychic, they couldn't believe he knew this. Because what he's saying don't make sense. Said, man, let's buy this stock. Well, you tell me about banks and tell me about buying stock. And that motherfucker was making billions. But they didn't get caught. And after, oh, Jesus, I was supposed to meet somebody. Oh, that's okay, I got it. After, it was over, the last thing there, what's next? He said, water. Now you got Flint. And then it went to Academy War when everybody thought the little motherfucker that's out there in the wilderness.
Revenant.
Yeah. Oh, they and almost here this comes through. Yep.
The Oscars So White controversy?
Oscars
So White. The hashtag, they said there were no black nominees last year. Did you ever take on Academy Awards and lack of diversity?
I got more respect for you than the movies. Did you see Oprah's movie on Selma?
Yes.
You see when the church blew up and killed them girls? I've never seen anything that touching. It didn't happen in Selma, it happened in fucking Birmingham. And you just say, I just told you the shit happened in Birmingham while King was alive. It didn't happen in Selma.
Okay.
But that's what they showed us. In Selma. The children died. So that's what I think about fucking movies. You know, and then every now and then a good one comes through. And I went to see Django Unchained 46 times, man. Changed my whole life, man. Whole life.
They're doing a Nat Turner. They're doing a Nat Turner movie. What do you think of that? There's a lot of slavery.
I don't know who's doing it. Look at the motherfucker that did Miles Davis. A bunch of piece of shit. Did you see it?
I did see it.
Miles Davis? I hope you didn't like it.
Well, I like Don Cheadle.
Did you hear what Don Cheadle said? They made me put this white boy in to write it?
Yeah. He couldn't get the money otherwise. That's what they said.
Yeah, and you still liked it. Miles Davis was a trendsetter. Nobody dressed like that motherfucker had 3 outfits through the whole movie. All you saw him do was drugs and chasing the white boy with a gun, and you liked that shit? Well,
I didn't see Miles Davis at the time that he was.
You didn't have to see him, nigga. That's how they trick you. You didn't see slavery at the time. You got enough intelligence to go. I mean, here's a motherfucker went to Juilliard. You didn't see one fucking concert, man. Huh? Not one. And the little shit he was playing, he's interrupting it, running outside, shooting at a white boy. And you like, that's why I told you, you're nothing but a piece of shit, man. I know who you are. I knew you'd like that before you told me about that. You'll grow out of it, but you haven't. Huh?
I can see why you wouldn't like it, but
I knew him. I knew him.
Well, speak.
And Don Cheeto, all the money that motherfucker got, and he got to have some white folks say, we'll give you the money if you let this white boy write it. I don't even want to talk about it no more. You can like that shit if you want. Huh?
I'll just ask this anyway. You can yell at me if you want. Barbershop 3 came out.
Well, I'm not going to answer it because I'm insulted. You tell me I can yell at you. And the fuck is you with me to yell at? I yell at one of the most powerful motherfuckers in the world. I take on the motherfucking CIA, nigga. Huh? And you going to tell me some shit like that? I don't even want to hear it. I don't want to answer it.
Okay.
Okay? You don't even know what happened in Barbershop 1, do you? When that ignorant motherfucker said King ain't nothing but a punk, and Rosa Parks didn't do nothing, she just too fat to move her big black ass, and I said if he'd said that about Queen Elizabeth, the motherfucker be dead, but you motherfucker gonna go see 2 and 3. That's where you are, okay? I don't have to ask you that, I know it, because I was there, huh? That ignorant motherfucker, huh? But he got to get past me. Huh? He got to get past me. Okay?
Cedric.
Yeah. Cedric the motherfucking entertainer. Ignorant motherfucker from St. Louis. All them St. Louis motherfuckers is ignorant. They're just a bunch of thugs and heathens and shit. But white folks love him because he was doing the bidding. Huh?
Zootopia was a good one.
Huh?
Zootopia?
I didn't see it. I don't.
It's a cartoon.
No, I never read a comic book or funny book or none of that. They don't even register in my head.
Okay. Well, any other movies that you saw, just for the wrap up?
Oh, I do, but I'm just telling you the one that changed my life. I saw it 46 times.
Django, yes.
Because I've never, growing up, seen white folks be taught to that. Now, I didn't see it happen. I didn't see it. White folks saw it as I was seeing it. They loved it. That's your audience. That's what you got. That's what you got.
People love Django. I love Django.
Yeah. And did you hear what Tarantino said when the 2 cops was killed in New York? And they came and got him. And they said, cops ain't nothing but murderers. I said, what you? I said, they murderers. And they went crazy. I said, well, the union said, we'll boycott your movie. I said, your people work for minimum wage. I ain't never did a movie. I didn't clear $1 billion. You gonna boycott me? The biggest my audience is them killing cops of yours. He said, and by the way, you know, I got 3 brothers that's cops on the New York Police Department. One of them was killed. Did you hear what I just said?
Yeah, no. No, yeah. Tarantino, yeah. Beyonce Super Bowl. People got upset because she did the Black Panthers at halftime.
Well, let me do it short.
Yeah, we're gonna run through these.
No.
Okay.
She didn't write that. Choreographers write that. She rehearsed it for 90 days. You think they didn't know what the fuck she was doing? Huh? You think they were surprised when they wrote it? Huh? When the Academy Award, when the brother came out there with the joke, then white folks wrote the jokes. Huh? He didn't write them. Huh? They don't care if you boycott a movie. The motherfucker that runs it, you keep going to see the movies, they sell everything. What you got to do is boycott all movies. Then they fucked. Huh? You ever ask yourself why the Oscars chocolate? You ever ask yourself, how come don't nobody talk about the Oscar? It's a nigga. You ever ask yourself why Abraham Lincoln's on the penny? His daddy was a nigga. Do you know it costs 42 cents to make a penny, and the greatest businessman, they won't stop? See this nigga. That's what it's about.
Another person we lost recently was Frances Cress Welsing. Any thoughts about her? I know you talked on We All Be about her, but.
No, then her sister died right after that, the one in Chicago. No, I was just trying to get to him and say, most black folks ain't never heard of the book.
The ISIS Papers?
So I said, what y'all need to do is put it on talk record. Huh?
Right.
They'd love to hear it. And some of them would hear it and buy the book. But let them hear it. They wouldn't let you work in a black college. That's what killed her. Grief. She'd go to Howard, but she had to rent it to have her thing. But it's here. She went to Germany and studied for 8 years, the Holocaust. And then she came back and put her shit together. I saw her 2 days at the drugstore. I said, when your sister come, I need to talk to her, this, you know. But she was never happy. Because how do I do all this and they don't accept me? Not even my people. Where do you think your people getting the money from? Did you finish college?
Yes.
Which one?
I went to NYU and the American Film Institute.
Okay, now you know 30% of NYU's operating funds come from the alumni. 3% of the black schools come from the alumni. And there's a reason for that. My brother finished Notre Dame. So if tonight he driving drunk in Alabama and they pull him over, you don't call no lawyer, you just call Notre Dame alumni and ask for so-and-so. Hey, Sheriff, how you doing? That's Ron, yeah. You know, we playing there, I can't think of the date, but how many tickets you need, huh? It's a service. You cannot go to Chicago and open up a bank account today, huh? But once you call your alumni people, you can. It's a fucking service. That's how you. So if the black alumni came together and bought $100 million and went to one of the tire companies and said, like, buy $100 million of tires, how much we get them a piece? Oh, well, $20. Why? Because when you do your research, you find out the #1 killer of black folks on the highway is bald tires, not accidents. So nigga, go and get another used tire. It's that simple. It's that simple. When you drop all your anger and shit, where you can think and see shit, and then it works.
I just want to revisit this topic, white supremacy versus white privilege.
There's no such thing. There's no such thing. It's like rich billionaires versus welfare mother. There's no fucking thing except in your mind. White supremacists get fucked over by white supremacists. Huh? It's two different things. Privilege means I have what?
You have an advantage because of your race.
The name of it. Why take you so long? White privilege means I have what?
Privilege.
White supremacy means I'm supreme to all you motherfuckers. Huh? Two different words. Huh? And these motherfuckers grow up, can't read or write, and still think they're better than you, but they're not accepted by them. It's that simple. The words tell you, I am supreme to your ass. When you hear motherfuckers talk about supreme being, who you think they're talking about? God, huh? Okay. That's what they.
I'll just go through these real quick. Panama Papers, the offshore banking for a lot of the elites.
That's a threat to the Americans. And evidently they'll make a deal. You know, but that's what that's about.
Yeah, well, because they didn't really announce too many names of people in America.
No, they were just the foreigners they was talking about.
Yeah.
Putin. Yeah, no.
Cuba, Obama's trying to open up trade to Cuba now, but they're rejecting him.
He's already opened up. Castro works for us. He always have worked for us. The most secret Navy base in the world is Guantanamo, right? Would you put that on enemy territories? Well, 99% of the people work there are Cubans. And so we don't have to cut that off. Tonight when you get home, you know about the parade Castro had in Harlem?
Years ago, back in the 60s? Yeah.
I'll read about the first parade he had, ticker tape parade here in Washington, D.C. He's our punk, he's our thug. That's who he is.
Million Man March happened since we last spoke. The Million Man March?
Yeah.
Yeah. Any thoughts on?
The only thoughts I had is when Farrakhan, I know how smart he is, called to boycott Christmas. Christmas 2 months away, nigga. People have already bought their shit. Niggas and got shit on the layaway plan. You think I didn't get my wife a Rolls Royce or a Bentley? You think I haven't bought it yet for her Christmas present? You got to be smart. Now, what's that shit about?
Puerto Rico can't pay its debt. Puerto Rico, the bankrupt.
Oh, well, they scared of them because they run the banks in New York. Puerto Rico was a country. They came here 150 years ago, and they ran their own bank. So they came here as bankers and started marrying white women and producing white bankers. And white bankers, 90% of your banks in New York is run by. That's why as much money and power, you can't get a Puerto Rican mayor, because them crackers ain't gonna let it happen.
Mugabe taking over the diamond industry.
Huh?
Mugabe, he kicked out all the diamond miners.
How old is Mugabe?
93.
You think they care? They're kind of giving that nigga peas. Let me tell you what got Mugabe in trouble, and most niggas don't even know it. He made a deal when he took over that the white farmers had to go. And Britain said, we'll loan you the money to buy the farms. Then he found out they had niggers fronting to buy the farms, and that's when he went crazy. And his cat, this old, can still do what he's doing, man. I mean, think about that shit, man. Think about it.
North Carolina bathrooms, or the whole thing, like a lot of people are taking their business away from.
Well, first you look at this ignorant stuff. They say we're not against homosexuality. What we against is God said we're supposed to reproduce. Did you say that to the priest? Let's say the priest ain't homosexuals. They ain't producing. See how it works? It's a game.
Hypocrisy. Apple stock is going down. Everybody has an iPhone now.
Let me tell you how white folks work. When Steve Jobs got mad at Apple, what's the guy's name?
Steve Jobs at Apple or Microsoft?
Microsoft.
Bill Gates.
When Bill Gates stole all that money from him, and he fired him, and he went and opened up his company. Went bankrupt. And Apple kicking ass. The government came in and said, we fixing to shut you down for monopoly. Steve Gates came to the company. So what you doing? I said, I didn't come to see you, bitch. I come to see Steve Jobs. Steve came out. He said, you keep your fucking mouth shut. I got something to tell you. In 9 months, you'll be out of business. I need $500 million to put my company back, and then they can't get you for a monopoly. Okay? That's how it happened. He wasn't mad. Oh, man, you bought me the thing that'll save my life, okay? That's what it's about.
This election, let's talk about the election. You know, as we speak today, it's down to Hillary, Bernie, and Trump.
Yeah, but see, you're talking to the wrong person. I never believed there was going to be an election this year, and it's not. Mm-hmm. Trump ain't got no money. Trump ain't never had no money. They talk about his daddy. You ever seen a picture of his daddy? You ever seen anybody write a story about his daddy?
No. I mean, they got his money from his dad, yeah.
I didn't ask you that. See, you keep talking to me. I don't want to hear. I asked you, have you ever seen a picture of his daddy?
No, I have not.
Have you ever heard a story about his daddy? And that don't bother you? Huh? That don't bother you? And so much of us out here been talking and shit. His sister had to hold a press conference. No, he didn't give him no $100 million. He gave him $1 million. I wonder why he didn't give me none. Huh? You know? See, if you're getting in this here and you're gonna call, cause you're gonna move to people more powerful than me. I ain't gonna talk to you if you don't know nothing. The fuck I'm gonna talk to you about money if you ain't got none? That's what this shit is about. That's why NBC and ABC, that's why I look at them. Not that I believe them, they got $1 trillion industry to do the research and I can pick it apart. That's simple.
So, I know you don't expect there to be an election, but did you think Trump would get as far as he has?
I didn't know who it was. Huh? Look, let me show you something here. Let me show you the shit that I know. It's the Wall Street Journal. One of the most powerful papers in the world. Don't mean it's no good. What's the date? Now, hold it 1 minute. Hold it. Hold it. I ran for president 1968. The election was Tuesday, November the 4th. This story ran Friday, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7. Now, what's the date on that? What paper is that?
Wall Street Journal, November 7th, 1968. Page
Headlines.
6. Election computer goofs gives Gregory 9 million votes.
That's why you can't talk to me. I got too much information. I got 9 million votes in the state of Pennsylvania. Huh? Okay? That's what fasting do. Huh? Now read the first paragraph.
Some machines just aren't to be believed. Take the big computer in New York that was designed to compile results of Tuesday's general election.
All elections are tabulated in New York City. Go ahead.
At one point early yesterday morning, the machine was crediting Dick Gregory, the comedian turned presidential candidate, with 9 million votes in Pennsylvania.
Now, here's what happened. The energy took over, the computers, and they had to shut them down because it projected me as president-elect of the United States. And they couldn't change it because they couldn't change the numbers. Wow. 9 million votes in one state. I know what it was. They went in there and tricked the machine for Nixon, but somebody put it on wrong and they gave it to me. So I'm going in the election and know all this bullshit y'all read. It ain't true. They did it just like they did that. Huh? Just like they did that.
Yeah. The one time Trump lost, he said it was rigged. The few weeks ago when
First,
Trump
there's
lost.
two Trumps.
Okay.
The one in the red tie is the real one. The one in the blue tie is not. The one you saw last night after the victory was the blue tie. Now, if you would punch up Dr. Carson, Ben Carson, when Trump called him a pedophile, and the next day he joined Trump. And the guy asked him, see, every now and then you slip and say something. He said, why'd you do that? He said, it's two Trumps. I was with the good one. You see it there. Just punch up. When somebody interviewed him, he said, there's two Donald Trumps. That's easy to pull up.
Okay. I was Googling Ben Carson pedophile. I was Googling the wrong thing.
No, he called him that the day before. So you know he got something on him if he's going to make him the next day say, I join you.
Dr. Ben Carson, there are two Donald Trumps.
There it is. Oh, you can read the rest of that later.
Okay, it's right there.
Okay?
So,
But now, why are we talking about that? Are you aware that made him world renowned? Carter, what he did.
Ben Carson.
Ben Carson. You know how he got world renowned?
He separated the twins.
Head
with
twins.
The brain. Yeah, from the brain. He separated two
Siamese twins.
Siamese twins.
He wasn't even in the room when that happened. Wasn't in the room. He's been campaigning for 8 months. Have you ever heard him mention it? No. Everybody else mentioned everything they did with a puss, right? If what they said he did was true, then the question we need to ask, how come he's never been nominated for a Nobel Prize? Didn't say get one. The nomination. He's never been nominated for a Nobel Prize in medicine. See how the thinking, when the thinking hits? And when he said at the president's prayer breakfast, compared Obama, what do you call it, the insurance, Obamacare.
Obamacare, yeah.
Is worse than slavery, remember that? He was fired by the time he got back to Johns Hopkins. They'd already paid him for 2 weeks later to do the commencement. They said, keep the money. You better not be caught on this campus again.
So the two Donald Trumps, Bernie. Bernie Sanders. So
I didn't know that much about Bernie other than he come from a place where there ain't no black folks. So I just assumed he's CIA. You know, you can't do what he's doing across the country and nobody know you. But I got the experience of the Beatles, how they can manipulate crowds. Young folks, okay? That's how I'm saying you compound stuff with the stuff you know. And you do that by shutting up and listening. Huh? Wow. And so, Hillary, they can take her down anytime they want her. Put her in jail. And she don't have to do nothing. That's how they do it. You saw the pictures of Monica. They can have a picture with her screwing a gorilla. They have that technology now. ISIS, I mean, you stupid enough to believe with trillions of dollars, satellites, we didn't see him put in the military. He's us. Trained by General Petraeus. And every time we overrun his lines, he ain't got nothing but American equipment. You know, it's a game. The mightiest military in the history of the planet, and these white folk, they bomb him every day and they can't, come on.
So, I mean, well, what does it say about the country this election that somebody like Trump would even be the prime candidate?
I'm not even gonna answer. See, you take it to someplace else. Huh? You answer it. I just told you. Huh? I said so-and-so is a man in a dress. What color dress he gonna wear next week? That's your shit. Okay. You getting into gossip now. Okay. The people I talk to know who I am. They wouldn't even ask me a question like that. Because if I know that, they know I know something else they don't know. A brother asked me, he said, I saw the article. You said Trump is gay. How'd you know? Because he ain't never bashed gays. Talk about Jesus, you know, the Pope. You use some of that shit on your own. Mm-hmm. Huh? Mm-hmm. And then you see it. Mm-hmm. Huh? It's simple.
Okay.
This here is, no, hold that 1 minute.
Keep this one?
No, just read, that's the one about, read the first paragraph again.
Well, we did it, but...
Up top, first paragraph.
Some inaccurate data gets on TV before use is halted by News Election Service?
Yeah, go ahead.
Some machines just aren't to be believed.
Now switch over to the last paragraph.
When it gets down to those crucial calls...
The top of the...
Oh, CBS anchorman.
No, the top, I'm sorry, the top. The last paragraph up top, where your hand is.
Yeah, CBS anchorman, Walter Cronkite.
Yeah.
After the errors were pointed out to him, apologized for not questioning the
Now, you
figures.
think he don't even know what the fuck happened, but he thinks he has a right to apologize to America. There it is right there.
He says, apologize for not questioning the figures. He said, any fool should have known they were out of line. Later, when the news election data system closed down, urgent word was sent to the networks and news services for at least half an hour.
That's all. That's what you just to see that I cut it off before that. Mm-hmm. Now, O.J. Simpson, they run it. They run shit every 10 years to get your children and your grandchildren. So let's go back and look at O.J. He cannot read or write. So when the cop said he sent this message out to be read to his fans, now to show you how powerful he was as an athlete, his godfather was Willie Mays. So when he finished high school, Willie Mays took him and put him in a junior college when wasn't nobody looking. So 2 years later, they slipped him in USC. He go to a 4-year college and in 2 years break all the football records that it took them 4 years to do. Now you know what kind of... So if he can't read or write, who was that was writing all the way through the trial? See how it works? And so when you stop and think about, so a funny thing happened. Here's how the universe works. A funny thing happened. They asked Nicole, here's how white folks protect white folks, a franchise. They asked Ron Goldman folks and her folks, why was he at Nicole's house at 1 o'clock in the morning? You ever heard that story?
Yeah.
Said her mother ate there and dry her glasses. So she called the restaurant and said, are my glasses there? I said, yeah. I said, well, I'll pick them up tomorrow. And she says, no, Ron Goldman will bring them. So that justifies how Ron Goldman can be by not Mom's house, but Nicole's house.
Right.
Now, if you look at Goldman, somewhere the universe said, a newspaper called her mother the next day. I said, when's the last time you spoke to your daughter? before she was killed. So around 11 o'clock. Now, the press didn't think nothing suspicious. She just said, well, that couldn't have been. Because this all happened before 10:20. So she still don't think. Okay? So, here's a federal judge. What paper is that? What's the date on it and what's it say?
Los Angeles Times, February 26, 2000. O.J. Simpson sues for Brown's telephone records. The former athlete claims GTA's data on calls can prove he didn't murder.
The call that her mother made. Federal judge put on a lock and key for 75 years.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah, O.J. Simpson claims that records of phone calls between his ex-wife and her mother on the night Nicole Brown Simpson was murdered
It's in Dallas.
clear
It's
him
in the,
of
it's
any
in the,
role in the stabbing deaths of her and Ronald L. Goldman.
Okay. Now, so now let's go to the chase. All them white folks on the bridge with their signs, how'd they know which way he was going? The cops didn't. Go, Juice, go, you my man, Juice. With big signs. You ever seen white folk with signs in their trunk so they can write messages on it?
Right.
See how it works? Al Sharpton is probably the most powerful Negro in America. Why? He had that television show, white station, 5 days a week. Black station, 5 days a week. Anytime something happened in New York, blacks and whites, they came and got Al. And then the Pope came to New York 6 months ago. The most powerful human being on the planet. Bullshit, but he is. They made Al leave town. The Pope, the only black place he went to when he was here was the black school in Harlem. Al wasn't there, and that didn't bother him, and that didn't bother his supporters. Are you crazy?
One of the things a lot of people are commenting on, and after watching your videos, they want to know what your thoughts are, the difference between white supremacy and white privilege.
White supremacy? People that got white supremacy get killed by white supremacy. People got white privilege still have to go to the military. The big folks don't go. White supreme. They just break the word down. I'm white and I'm supreme. They didn't say supreme to niggers. I'm supreme to anybody who ain't my blood. It's simple. It's a good question you asked. And thank God you shut up long enough to hear an answer. Because the answer is in the name. I say to my children, that's one of the richest men in the world. They don't have to ask why. It's in what I told them. In what I told them. Queen Elizabeth. See, white ain't a color. Most of y'all ain't never met a white person. White person ain't never met a white person. White's not a color, it's an attitude. And if you ain't got trillions of dollars in the bank, you can't have the attitude. Queen Elizabeth made $360 million every 24 hours just interest on her money. Every 24 hours. Plus you don't even understand money. You take $1 million, every nigga I see won't be a millionaire. Take $1 million and change it into seconds. 1 million seconds is 13 days. Take $1 billion and change it into seconds, it's 32 years. Who want to be a millionaire but a fool? But if you don't know that, then that's the games they play. And yet, Queen Elizabeth cannot go in London without getting permission from the Lord Mayor. Did you hear me? Because, see, London's not part of Britain. Like Rome's, the Vatican's not part of Rome. So if they give her the permission, the Lord Mayor, then she got to go dress up like a servant and come through the back gate, the temple gate. And they do that devil ritual with the purple and all the stuff on. Queen Elizabeth. Okay. These are the games they play. But then you listen to something else that you're born with. You ever heard of Marie Antoinette?
Of course.
Yeah, I didn't say of course.
I'm sorry.
I said it because I heard of her. Everybody heard. You know what the bitch looked like? Huh?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And what brought her down?
The let 'em eat cake.
Okay, now think about that. Because I did when I ain't never met a nigga that didn't like cake. What did that bitch do? There's a universal thing she interfered with. That's simple. There ain't no guns. Huh? No bullets. She said, let them eat cake. I ain't never met somebody that didn't like cake. But you better not tell me. That's what it's about. And then the rest of the country said, okay, let's have welfare. Let's give free food away. Never let this happen to us. They bumped into something they couldn't deal with. Huh? That's simple. I ain't never knew what that bitch looked like. Still don't know what she looked like. Not interested in knowing what she looked like. Huh? But I know about that. I know about that. And so the whole game is something that's bigger than us. Huh? You get on a show and do a show and try to tell, especially poor folk, that reading is a violation of the universe. If you get on a plane today and go to Tokyo, can you read a Japanese paper? Do you think the universe made something that changed when you cross a border? Because when this planet, there were no borders. You hear me?
Yes.
There were no borders. This is bullshit so I can control you. I got 10 children. If you interviewed my children and they told you, we're so scared of our daddy, why? Well, he taught us to fear him. You know I'm crazy, right? Then when they tell you fear God, you don't think God's crazy, or are they lying? Huh? Fear is a negative. But if you do the research and find out what fear do to your body, huh? Fear God. Ain't that a bitch? And we believe it. Forgive, 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 forgive. But God tell me, the universe, if I mess up, it's gonna put me in a pot and cook me. I don't wanna be with that God. That tell me I ain't supposed to do it, but you can. I didn't know that the Romans invented crosses 1,000 years before Christ was born. I thought they invented it for Jesus. Huh? So 1,000 years. Why? Because that's where they killed revolutionists. So if you walking down the street with your mother, wasn't no radio, TV, and you saw a man hanging on the cross, they didn't do women because all their vagina, everything would come out from being hung. And so you say, Mommy, what's that? Oh, he made the state mad. It's for revolutionists. Then why was those two thieves on the cross, nigga? Were they revolutionists? See how easy it is? When you get a bit of information? And then the one said, if you who you say you are, boy, thank God I'd have killed him right there on the cross. You don't talk to me like that, you thug. And then the other one said with niggas and po for, Father, when you get to where you no, nigga, you ain't even repented. You ain't even asked for forgiveness. Huh? See how it works?
Right.
That.
So I remember you saying, that we're all part of the filth because we pay taxes.
Pay taxes. Not all of us. Most of us who think we. There are people Do you know how many slaves jumped off the, before I be a slave, I'll be buried in my grave? The niggas be saying that ain't gonna die. They're just singing a song. But there are people. There are people. Oh, my mother and them taught me that Baptist bullshit. That the one thing you can't be forgiven for is suicide. That's what my folks taught me. You mean if I'm gonna come by your house and kill your family, I can be forgiven? But if I shoot myself so I'm gonna do it, I won't be forgiven? Y'all buy into that bullshit? And so once you stop it, then you get to the order, to the order. And then people come and tell you things. We got children that let me look at. I let my children look at George Washington. Them was a bunch of slave owners. They don't look like slave owners. Spit and polish. Once you own me, you rape a chicken, man. But I didn't see that. My mom and them didn't know. They thought they was heroes. They were slave owners.
That brings up one of the topics. You know, I guess Harriet Tubman's going to be on the $20 bill now. Do you have any thoughts about that?
Big thoughts. You didn't say it right. She's going to be on the front.
The front of the 20, yes.
Yeah. See, if I'm looking for you for information, that slave owner's going to be on the back. The most important thing about that is a black woman, felon, fugitive from justice, replaced the slave owner with a slave. Whew. Tell my grandchildren that. Replaced the slave owner with a slave. They had reward for her and her two sons. Well, the back of a $20 bill now. She got the money to pay it. Here, take my money. How much I owe you? Put everything in. Figure up how much interest from back then. You talking to mama now. That's universal law. That's you. Nobody said, but she's a fugitive. Her sons were fugitives. There was a reward. Then you know there's somebody here other than you. And didn't change her outfit. Niggas would have been there. They tried to make her look like society. Gonna outdress Queen Elizabeth. Said, no, put her right there. Right there, let her see. And see, that's what's wrong with the word nigger. The N-word, white folk can't see what it was. And one of the sad things about the N-word, it wasn't one black person sitting in the room when the white folks made that decision that it's gonna be the N-word. Can you believe that? And then at the president's dinner Saturday, did you see it?
Larry Wilmore, yeah.
When Larry said, you my nigga, did you see the president pump his chest? And then Al Sharpton came out and still attacked Larry. I thought the president was your friend, nigga. If he pump his chest and he the most powerful man in the world, what's wrong with you? You sanction everything else he do. What is this about, man? Them white folks in the room was shocked, but the president. And so when you stop and think about it, and I heard something that night listening to what they were saying, Larry Wilmore, one of them thuggish News people reviewing it. So he wasn't talking to us. He wasn't talking to nobody in this room. He's talking to his people. That's what you do with this, huh? You go to bed sad because you can't get it on NBC. Something wrong with you.
Prison industrial complex, is it part of the plan to keep black families apart?
No, you see, you're always thinking this black crime. You go to Russia, the jails are full. You go to France, the fucking jails are full. You go out to Utah, the fucking jails are full. They ain't niggas, huh? Now, you don't get a fair trial, but why would you expect trials out of a white man that freed us legally, the 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment? We didn't get the right, but we had it legally. But his woman, his wife, his daughter, his sister, his mama didn't get the right to vote till 1920, which means she couldn't serve on the jury. So if she was framed, she couldn't even be part of the jury. That's his daddy. That's his daddy. And a jury? What they say? They got to prove you guilty what?
Beyond a reasonable doubt?
That means all I got to do is swing 1 out of 12 and I walk. Think about that shit, man. And all I got to do is hire the researchers to go in and find out which one's the lesbian and which one's the gay. And then show them the pictures. And said, oh, you run the schools in the county? Okay. Then all I gotta do now is just sit back and watch the theater. All I need is one. That's what that's about. And you bring in the researchers and everybody to get it. That's how it works.
But there are a lot of black people in prison, and even Clinton at the NAACP convention, he almost apologized for signing legislation that penalized black.
You know how many men beat their wife and apologize to them? So what the next question was what?
Well, in terms of just the systems, I think what I'm getting is that we have to break free of the illusions, the programming, and really see our true power, our true selves. I think
you don't have no true power if you don't know it. Huh? Look, I killed your mother, your grandmother, and your 2 children. Okay? So they put me in jail. And I got to make license plates that they sell. They sell. The people that I kill, you don't get 1/4 from me. So here's all you have to do. Queen Elizabeth go to bed tonight. Bed's already made up. Sheets are clean. She get up, breakfast is fixed. That's the same thing happened to me in jail. You ever heard of a motherfucker freezing to death in jail?
No.
Out here in the corner, they freeze to death. You ever heard anybody dying from flu in jail? I get taken care of out of the suffering I put on your family. So let's change it. The state is not going to benefit free from what you did to my family. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to pay you a salary in jail to do this work. Let's say $25 a day. I don't need no insurance. You already got that taken care of. So $25 a day, you make $5 a day go to the bank, to your bank account. You're in jail for 25 years. $5 a day? You get out, your family, they'll come see your ass now. Now you can send Mother's Day cards to your mother, children's birthdays, that's your salary. Huh? $8 go for your food and upkeep. Why should I kill your family and y'all got to buy your groceries and I eat for free? And so now, I got to pay taxes. So when I'm out of jail, I could have paid for books. Anything. That's all. It's that simple. That fucking simple. And I got to pay you all. And that determines how much time I get. You'd have people say, we're going to commit a crime, but they're going to be violent. Because the violence, after you finish doing your time, now you pay for the violence for your family. It's just that simple. But nobody asked the question, why should I put this grief on you and the state? Huh? Some rich motherfucker in New York, prison industrial, they make the money and you don't get a quarter. Simple. That's all.
What really happened in San Bernardino?
Well, in San Bernardino, they have this party every year. It's a Christmas party. It's 1,000 people come. Simple question. Nobody had a cell phone? 1,000 people? You didn't hear no sirens, you hear no shots, you hear no people screaming. So you just write that off as bullshit. Huh? Now, they find this man and his wife to blame it on. So before that, it was the sheriff deputies giving the press conference. After the sheriff deputy opened up the HIV they was in, she was handcuffed. When they said that, the FBI took over. You ain't seen them no more. Then the next thing you have, Apple is arguing with the FBI because they want to break into the phone in the car. Haven't you heard China said they get hacked? Pentagon said they get hacked. White House said they get hacked. And you think these motherfuckers can't break into a scroungy motherfucker's car phone? That's your fault. That don't even make sense. You mean they couldn't get in the car without telling people? So that's how it works. That's how it works.
So did it really happen? The shooting? You said there was no cell phone video.
If it happened, it didn't happen there. You know that you say like, I said it. What fucking party you ever been to that you left your cell phone someplace? Huh? That's all I'm giving you. 1,000 people there, and you ain't heard one siren, one shot, one person, but you got to always ask another motherfucking question. It's already been answered. Everybody looks like they got it, but you. It's already answered. You got cell phones. When did you ever go to a party you left your cell phone? 1,000 people. Them motherfuckers was jumping out the window, the World Trade Center, calling it home. But you didn't hear one person holler, one person scream. Do it need to be anything answered other than that? Okay. The Flint water crisis is not a Flint water crisis. It's genocide. Not one black leader, not nobody's. 90% of the Germans that got prosecuted for what they did to the Jews, it wasn't war crime, it was genocide. Genocide is when you try to interfere with the whole or part of an ethnic group. Not to kill them, just alter It's genocide. And that's what that was. Genocide. And then one day we hear people talk about taking water. Why water gonna help when they got brain damage? So then all at once, a woman filed her case in federal court. And she was at home with a friend of hers and her baby. And somebody come in and shot her in the head. And then shot the woman, her friend, in the head. And 3 days before that, the engineer that worked at the waterworks shot him in the head at home. And I was saying to a friend of mine, they know, we know they did it. But what would come out if there was a trial would be so awesome, they'd rather do this. That's how it works. Then they would find out that Washington, D.C., Philadelphia, Chicago, Detroit, the water's worse than that. It's a game. They're getting ready to roll, man. And ain't nothing nobody can do about it. I remember when I was a little boy, I lived in the Midwest. And I used to hear, we wasn't around no forest fires. So you turn on the news, radio, and you hear the governor say, if we can't get a shift in the wind, we can't save it. Huh? And one day I'm grown, and it dawned on me, a state ain't never burned down. Why? Shift in the wind. Who controls that? The universe. That's all. Never have there been a state that burned down. Shift in the wind. That's all. That you don't control. So you look at it and you think about, and then you got this new group of children, the indigo children. Shit. They're back going in and change everything around. That's who they are. Yep. So that's all I say about that. Somebody asked me about look, young black children with the crack and shit, drugged out. So I said, you know what? More you old black folks will die today by midnight tonight from strokes and high blood pressure than they'll OD from hard drugs in the next 20 years. All of it is addiction. You're addicted to salt and sugar. They're addicted to this. At least they don't have to take 15 different type of pills in the morning so they can eat a piece of bacon. You do. See, they never see. It's okay what they like. Here it is right here. One soda pop will make your bloodstream 10,000 times more acid than the universe meant for it to be. Hey. I used to wake up with 15 bottles of Pepsi Cola in the morning. Sit on the porch, underneath the porch, and drink that shit, man. And then one day I set the world's record in high school mile. I said, somebody out there doing something, I don't know what it is. But then you think billionaires. How come you think their children aren't athletes? All that shit's a violation. They can go hide the right coaches, have the right diets. They don't want it. Poor, ignorant folks that need something. And it's that. It's that. And they give them drugs and shit. And they wonder why I slapped my wife. It don't run off after you get off the field. That's what it's about.
You were telling us last time we met off camera, you had an analogy about the number of hours in a day. Is that something that you can share with us?
How you mean number of
You
hours?
said, like, do the math. How many hours do you sleep? How many hours?
Oh, okay. So it's 24 hours to a day.
Yes.
So they tell you you're supposed to sleep what?
8 hours.
And so now you got how many left?
16.
And then you're supposed to work what?
8 hours.
And now you got what left?
8 hours.
You haven't cooked. You haven't got dressed. You haven't said hello to the children. You got sleep deprivation. That's how they get you. Sleep deprivation. Huh? You haven't watched TV. You haven't called your mother, your children. Sleep deprivation. It's right there. That's why the rich folks, you better not try to call their house after 8 o'clock at night. They sleep. You work midnight, what do they call the midnight shift?
The night graveyard shift.
Graveyard. What graveyard mean what?
Death. The cemetery.
Death. Okay. Death. A cemetery. Why? 90 minutes after the sun go down, your brain get recharged. After midnight, the charging stops. If you're not home by midnight, you turn into a what? The nursery rhyme. Pumpkin?
Pumpkin, yeah.
What's the only part of your body look like a pumpkin? Your fucking head.
New World Order. What do people mean when they use that term?
Nothing. Anytime my ignorant cousin know about it, he don't know about nothing else. He just give y'all something to hang on to, and y'all buy it. New World Order. You know, don't mean nothing. They've been doing this shit. They've been building cities in outer space since 1963. That's what this shit's about. Let me tell you how genetic engineering works. Punch up BBC's wire service, that's British intelligence. And then put in make love, not war.
U.S. military pondered love, not war. BBC News. The U.S. military investigated building a quote-unquote gay bomb, which would make enemy...
Now they say contemplate, it's already built. They can go to a football stadium with 100,000 people and drop that genetic engineering. Everybody leave there gay, okay? All right? That's all. They do the same thing with cannibals, okay? That's where they are. Then they write the shit and make like, oh, they contemplate. No, oh, you really? Huh? That's genetically engineered. They took a June bug, we call them June bugs, we call them lightning bugs, and crossbreeded it with a carrot. And at nighttime, the carrot lights up. So I called my partner and said, what day you think they're gonna have a baby born and light up and kick ignorant folk like my mama that the second coming of Christ? Why wouldn't she believe it? He said, well, they just did it to a cat. They genetically engineered a tomato with a fish cell. So you can leave the tomato on the table and go to London, stay 6 months and come back and you'd be so pretty and red. But when you eat it, your body starts holding water. And your doctor would never understand it came from that. So he give you money, medicine, prescription to
reduce the water.
And you didn't have it, so that'll kill you. See how it works? That's what they're doing with genetic engineering. And been doing it. And what they scared of now is artificial intelligence have taken over. And there's a handful of people that know that. That's what it is.
So we've already seen the convergence, when technology catches up with human.
Oh, it's been caught up now.
Okay.
Been caught up. And that might be what they did. They might decide we got to get off this planet. You know, we discovered something here we didn't think we was going to discover. So that's genetic engineering.
So what does America look like in the next 10, 50, 100 years?
Most of us in this room will be dead by Christmas. That's what the fuck it look like. Y'all always want more time. More time to fuck you. Cold back to your nuts so you can get more time. The time's over. Huh? That's not run by us, that's run by the universe. Fucking time is over. Ain't no more. Motherfucker said, oh man, we need another king. The universal God said, one to a customer, nigga. You don't deserve two. It's a game. It's a game. So I'm just glad I'm here. I'll be here to witness. I told people that when Obama wins the first time, we're gonna run white folk crazy. Second time, we're gonna run them mad. You can deal with a crazy person, but a mad dog, you have to kill it. That's what's fixing to happen. That's what's fixing to happen.
You've elevated my consciousness with these conversations, and and learning more about your legacy. I'm a big believer in giving people their roses while they're still here. So just in the last.
Well, my belief is if you need some roses, I ain't gonna give them to you. It's bullshit. Huh?
I hear you.
You hear what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
You need some roses. It's a game. I'm just happy to know that Joe Morgan feels the way. I mean, people call me and tell me the stuff they saying, and then I'm just happy to know that that they putting the money into it. John Legend. What I didn't know, that there's few people ever had a play about them and they're still alive. And that creates some other problems. Because a friend of mine went to see it last night. See, I can't go see it till a certain time.
The premiere night.
And she said, wow, God, he have studied you. I said, yep. Now, when you come in there to see Turn Me Loose, you're going to see Joe Martin. So if I'm in the room, that fucks his shit up. Because people's looking at me and not him. That's why I just can't get up and go. So they got a time I'm going. It's the red carpet. And then time for my family to go. And they raised $50 million. It's in a theater that seats 120 some, off Broadway. And then they'll get the reviews, and if it's hit, they'll move into Broadway. Thank God that there's folks out there that will hear this alive and feel it. You know, what it's like to be there when they're sitting out there waiting to kill you.
Well, you've had so many accolades. I mean, you can't let it go to your head.
I ain't never let it go to mine. Niggas made me. If it let it go to my head, you wouldn't be sitting with me. You had to go through bodyguards and go through white folks. Huh? I'm listed in the phone book. Always been. Huh? Always been. Listed in the phone book.
Right.
Huh? Black folks made me. Huh? They came and listened to me when I was making $5 a night. And when they got through, I was so funny, they pushed me all the way downtown where they couldn't afford to see me. That's why I go back. That's why when the government, Kennedy, cut off the food stamps in Mississippi so the black folk couldn't vote, I went and picked it up. Carried 70 tons of food every 2 weeks and paid for it out my pocket. Okay? And then the government got scared and said, well, we're getting bad press. Entertainers doing that, so they cut it off. That's the game.
I was just reading one of your books, The Shadow I Fear.
Scares me.
Scares me. What exactly is the shadow? Is it is it the United States? Like there's a picture of the Statue of Liberty on the cover. Is that the shadow, or is it what's that? Do you remember what that's in reference
right
to?
there. Right there.
The shadow that scares me.
The shadow. So you see the shadow.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. A French billionaire sent this here.
Mm-hmm. The Statue of Liberty.
Where the nigger was breaking the chain of slavery.
Mm.
And then white folks changed it. Mm-hmm. And the only place you can see it if you go to the New York Library at 55th and 5th. They got the real one. Mm. It's a woman breaking the chains of slavery, and it was sent over here to honor black folks and ex-slaves. Mm-hmm. That's what I say.
Well, there's a chapter in here, America is My Mama. Mm-hmm. I mean, can you speak to that? Because so many really like genius level black artists left America, at least for a time, because of the oppression. But what do you mean by America is my mama?
I don't know nothing else. I wasn't eating chitlins when I was in Africa. I wasn't eating watermelon when I was in Africa. Huh? I wasn't wearing zoot suits when I was in Africa. I wasn't getting my hair cut when I was in Africa. This bitch is my mama. And yours too. Except I know it's mine. Mm-hmm. That's all I'm saying. Mm-hmm. That's all I'm saying.
But you hold this country up to certain standards.
Me?
Well, you fought, certainly, for civil rights, for truth.
Not for this country, man. You're getting really nasty now.
I'm sorry.
You ain't gonna have to be sorry. I'm just listening to the shit you say. Read the motherfucker.
I have.
Huh?
I have read it.
And you think I'm holding it up? Huh? Whew, man, you scare me. I was born just as ignorant as you was. With a mama probably more ignorant than yours. And so don't make like I did something you couldn't do. And them niggas in Africa was doing shit over there with no Harvards and no Yales. Huh? I just told you with the book what the Statue of Liberty really looked like. And that's the shadow that scares me. Huh? Yes. Okay? It's a game. Okay. But you meet people out there that need your level so they can break to another level.
I think that's what's happening. I think people they're watching all of this. They're really tuning in and.
The time is over. You don't hear that because you part of this shit. You don't hear it. Mm-hmm. And that's why I ain't told you and telling motherfuckers out there what to do to duck it. Because you're not ready. Simple thing you do to duck it. So simple. Walk down the street with a motherfucking bodyguard. If I'm your bodyguard, an odor comes off me. That's why they invented perfume. That's why hoes over perfume, because you can't smell who they really are. So if I'm your bodyguard, I'm willing to kill or die for you. There's an odor that you smell. So when the real assassination come up, you can't smell it because you've been busy smelling mine. Huh? All killers have the same odor. Whether you killing to save me or killing to kill me. Simple. That's simple. Kennedy had all them bodyguards. And not only did they shoot him, they sent the car back 3 hours later to Cincinnati to have it cleaned out and reworked. And I go around the world and I see my damn hatchets that cut kings' heads off. 10,000 years old. What about forensic? What was that about? It's a game. It's a game. We stupid enough to believe that I would have became president. I ain't never took a science course in my life. But I'm gonna walk around with the box with the nuclear bomb in. You stupid enough to believe that? Huh? So, you know, all you gotta do is open it up. You got a pocket full of apples. I can't put diamonds in your pocket till you dump that bullshit. And I told Medgar, I said, keep your eye open because they're gonna get us tonight. You can feel it. Then my wife called and said to him, I need to talk, I need Dick to call me. They tell me his son just died. So Medgar couldn't tell me that. He said, you need to call your wife. Call your wife. She got something. I said, oh, no, man. Shit, no, man. Dude, watch these motherfuckers here. He said, well, I think you said something's wrong with us. No, well, ain't nothing I can do about it. She got no sense to take him to the hospital. He said, he died. Fuck it. We soldiers on the front line. If I was in Vietnam, you motherfuckers wouldn't tell me to go home. Don't tell me now. And the reason I didn't get shot that night, my plane was late coming in, so the bags was in the car. So we had to go to Memphis, because there's a flight out at 2 o'clock in the morning. And I went there and I hugged him. I said, man, I'm sorry I can't be here to die with you. Just like that.
Now, there's at the end of the book Nigger, it says your wife was upset and you told her, you know, like you, to get her out of her shock, you told her something.
No, a white boy called me. So you that rich millionaire nigga? I said, this is me, you motherfucker, you. Said, I just heard on the radio your son died. I said, did they tell you that motherfucker was insured for $100 million? Did he tell you that? Would you say that to my wife? No, he said, I'm glad. I said, would you say that to my wife? I hand her the phone. She's still sitting there rocking with the, bitch, we soldiers. We got time for this bullshit here. And that's when she dropped it. And then we called the undertaker. He came and said, I'd come up talk to you, and you went, no, she ain't talking, I'm talking. So I go down. Told me what it was. Come on, man, this motherfucker's 2 weeks old, man. Me and her gonna ride in the limousine, that motherfucker gonna ride up front. Just simple. Just simple.
But did you ask her what she would have preferred if it had been your infant son or you who had died?
I didn't have to ask her. I know how that bitch think, man. She think like the typical nigga. You can go to war. I just told you, if I was in war, they wouldn't ask me. Ask that bitch what she think, huh? Okay? That's white shit you talking about. Funerals and all that shit. Putting all that shit outside. That's white shit, huh? I don't have to ask her that, huh? Fuck them children, huh? When that motherfucker come and take you, it don't ask you about your fucking family, huh? So why, when I'm trying to liberate niggas, I got to ask about mine. That's all I'm saying. And fuck y'all, you don't have to understand me. I know me. I know how silly. I know the nigga shit I've done for white folks. Huh? I don't get no goddamn permission from you or her. Fuck y'all. Okay? I was where you all were. Huh? Like I said, white boy coming in and tell all the niggas got killed, they're gonna kill me. Okay? I ain't going no goddamn where. Now I know you motherfuckers, oh, I'll go. Yeah, you ain't going no goddamn where. But get the fuck out of here. I'm a soldier, man. That's what a soldier is about. Soldier ain't about family or mama or Mother's Day and that bullshit. And I learned that from this movement. I had a black cop. He was really white enough to be white, married to a black woman, lived in black community, but they thought he was white. So he was at the meeting. And the next day they was gonna rope off the street at 16th and something. And then 2 blocks was all them rednecks, right, with their guns and their pickaxes to kill us. And they said, man, I'm just glad. Just want you to tell the people to cancel the rally. Thank you, man. I went there and got me a bottle of whiskey and went to sleep. Fuck them, these soldiers come out. We come out to die, let's die. So the next day we out there marching. And he see me, he can't talk to me because he's over suspicious that somebody know he a nigga. So he walk up to me and push me and say, what happened? Fuck you. You're a state trooper, I'm a soldier. Y'all ain't nothing but punks. So we get to the corner, and I look down, I see them motherfuckers, man. See, the movement was 70% black women, because the men couldn't show up till the weekend when they wasn't working. So we walking and singing, and now we in front of them. They move over to our side with their guns and shit, their pickaxes. And the sisters just sang, man, and sang and sang and sang. So all at once I see this funny look in one of them's face. And I saw this fear, and I saw fright, and I saw these motherfuckers dropping their guns and shit. Why? Because when you're not scared and you're not full of hate, the motherfucker saw the Spirit of God coming out of us and got the fuck out of there. That's what it's about. And one time we in Dallas and the FBI come up and say to me, said, so-and-so have broke out the jail in Dallas and he's gonna come here and he's gonna kill you today. We'd like for you to counsel. I said, fuck you, why don't you go get the motherfucker who's gonna kill me? You come all the way down here to tell me, fuck you. So I had this little punky ass son. He liked to flirt with the girls and play during the march. So he's back in the back of the line. So I'm marching and I'm thinking, God man, if this bullet hits me, will it hit me in my head, my shoulder? Will I be able to get down in this ditch? And then all of a sudden somebody come up and touch me. It's my son. Hey, what the fuck you doing up here? He said, I just wanted the right to die with you. You know what I feel like when your son tell you that, man? I just want the right to die with you. That's That's what this movement was about. Are you ready? Because when you get that way, can't nothing touch you. Can't nothing touch you at all. So that's what this shit is about, man. I've been so happy.
Well, you know, I can't wait for more people to see these and for people to go see the play. You know, I know you don't like compliments, but I have to say you're a living legend. And
No, I don't mind that. I'm just saying you already told me that. So how many times you gonna tell me? Hey, hi there. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, you have to look right into the lens.
Hey, God bless. It's Dick Gregory. Dick Gregory. Dick Gregory. And you watching Real Black. One of the cats is real black. The other one can't claim that. But y'all keep watching. Keep watching. Let me just say.
Hang on. Which one are you? I'm just moving this out of frame. Go. We'll do it again. This is cool. All right.
God bless. This is Dick Gregory. Having fun. And you watching us have fun. Why? Because you're looking at real black. Real black. At least one of them is. But just let me just say this here. There's a whole new rhythm in the world, and it's not on NBC or CBS or ABC. It's on shows like this, Real Black. Not the only one. It's 44,000 internet shows out here that's giving you the truth, and they can't kill everybody. So again, I just say, real black. That's what you're watching. And this is Dick Gregory saying have fun. Thank you.
I recently heard Run DMC doing an interview that they were supposed to do a collaboration with Michael, and DMC was startled when Bubbles ran up on him and he hit Bubbles, and there was no and Michael never called back. The collaboration was over, and so I quickly realized, knowing all of the true stories, that the only person that ever hit Bubbles and learned to still and lived to still have a loving relationship with Michael Jackson was Dick Gregory. He said out of the corner of his eye, he saw some shit coming at him. And he said he knew it was little, it was wearing a tux, and he didn't know what the fuck. He kicked the shit out of Bubbles. Bubbles slid across the room, Michael screamed, and Pop was like, what the, you got this nigga, little nigga running up on me with a tuxedo and a fucking diaper?
Oh my God, I wish I saw them.
And so Michael screamed, and then the new protocol was whenever Dick comes over, put Bubbles in the back. And so, you know, it wasn't Dick's not allowed to come over anymore. It just was, you know, they had to Dick Gregory proof Bubbles.
Hey everybody, this is Mike from Real Black TV, and I'm with
Brother Ron Hurd from We All Be TV.
And we have the honor and privilege of sitting here for a little while with Dr. Christian Gregory.
Absolutely.
Son of Baba Dick Gregory and executive producer of the new film, The One and Only Dick Gregory.
One and only.
So, welcome to the show. We haven't had an opportunity to meet. Last night we had an opportunity to see the movie. Which is fantastic. And it answers a lot of questions for a lot of people who are fans of our platform. So we encourage people to check that out.
Absolutely.
But, you know, we want to talk about the film as well as the other things that are happening with the Gregory estate. But I know, you know, today's Father's Day. I know, Ron, you want to kick it off?
Definitely. I mean, Father's Day is very important. Celebrating all the fathers out there, because especially Black Fathers matter. And you know, with Baba Dick Gregory, it was interesting y'all brought up the subject of fatherhood and how you growing up as a Gregory. How did it impact you? And was Baba a good or decent father, or was he a bad father? I mean, what is the story from your perspective?
Okay, well, let's jump right into it. First, I want to thank both of you. So, Brother Mike, Brother Ron, truly a pleasure to be. I'm kind of in the middle like a referee, so that was intentional, folks. So, there was a lot of passion in the interviews that both of you gentlemen did with my dad. I noticed you never gave him one of these baton like mics. You always had the brother with the big little cotton. Said, Brother Dick may course correct on us. So, no, it's a true blessing. The platforms that plural that both of you have and the folks you reach it's important. I mean, it's important. My dad was always an own your own media guy, and now we're in a day that it's doable. And so we're chopping it up in the hotel room. It's the morning. Yesterday was Juneteenth for the worldwide premiere, and the larger audience will be able to see it on Showtime on July 4th, Independence Day. So here it is, Father's Day. Very happy Father's Day to all the fathers and both of you gentlemen. I am not a father. I'm still the only child in my home. But growing up with a just a beautiful role model of what Black love and Black fatherhood was all about. And we touched upon this in the film, but it was, and I want to answer your question, but. At a very, very young age in my life and my siblings' life, my dad made it very clear he was the father to a movement, and made it very clear he was willing to die for that movement. And the movement became first in the pecking order. And when someone explains that to you at a young age and very clearly, you don't struggle with it because you knew it would say, hey, what was it like to be Dick Gregory's son? I wouldn't know anything different. This is my world. This is my life. And so, my dad would always say, don't talk to me about the Black family. I am the Black family. We don't need folks outside looking in, trying to figure out the inner dynamics. And my dad would also say, Hitler had a mother and father at home. Jack the Ripper had a mother and father at home. And he'd say most niggas aren't home when they are home. And so the reality is that being present, there's a lot of folks who are just there, physically there, but they're not present in the moment. They're not, parents who are just looking at their devices, children that are, they're not present. They're just occupying the same space. My dad, even 6 months, my dad sat fasting. I was probably about 11 or 12 years old in an Iranian prison cell. He was there working to get the American hostages back. When they were on his own dime, was immediately arrested upon touching down. 6 months in a prison. And I got the part of the reason I know how beautiful Iran is because he sent postcards to each and every one of the children. Every week we just got a stack of postcards that he was writing for prison. And I'm sure he was sending them to other folks as well, because the amount of love that Dick Gregory had, and I don't even want to say had, because his love is still present, has for humanity is really, you can't quantify it. And so, yes, I wake up every morning just filled with so much gratitude for just the fact of who my father is. And I don't mean the celebrity, I mean the human being, the humanitarian, the activist. And then just all of the blessings. My dad's childhood was profoundly difficult. And then, I always used to say, Pop, you changed the DNA, you restructured the Gregory DNA, like most Black families, diabetes, cholesterol, none of that. Because, the most important 20 years in anyone's life is 0 to 20. That's foundational. It's when your immune system's developing, musculoskeletal, lymphatic system. And the biggest blessing you could ever give folks is health. The rest of the world caught up. Us Gregory's we refer to as health nuts. And so now you go out and there's 5-star vegan restaurants. And so it's beautiful to sit and reflect. But I express gratitude to the man, my dad was like a supernova. And you get older, limelight gets heavy. And he was struggling with some age-related things. But, he'd sit down with both of y'all brothers, and once a camera and lights are on, he would reverse age right before your eyes and lock into his frontal lobe. And he just had some good, there was a lot of fire. There was a fine line between anger and passion. That was passion. And when we used to get it, we viewed it like a baptism. It was like, hey, what a blessing. Pressure and heat make steel, and that's why most of us Gregory children are pretty strong.
I had asked you that question last night. You're so well adjusted. Now, but the movie makes it very clear that that passion was that wrath that he put on us, because
he wasn't always sure if y'all were listening. So
Well, to be clear, am I interviewing you, or did I come to interview you?
It'd be a little more colorful than that. Who's interviewing who? Am I interviewing you, or you interviewing me? Yeah, he didn't like to have his time wasted. So
the question is, how are you so well adjusted? I mean, what? I mean, did you go through a rebellious stage, or did you break free of some of this belief system, or I mean, how did you become your own person?
Yes, I agree. Great question. And that's the power of the mind. Nature versus nurture, and we don't. And I always say nature and nurture because it's a combination of the two. It's not just one of them. And so here you have 10 Gregory children. We all have the same DNA, but the combination of life experiences shape us to be the folks who we ultimately wind up being. So, just because of proximity. So I was a chiropractor for 25 years, practicing in Washington, D.C., and, to my dad, I was the best healthcare provider in the world. I mean, I literally graduated from chiropractic school. The next day, my pop flew down. We flew up to New York. He says, I got someone I want you to adjust. And we walk into Miss Cicely Tyson's apartment. Yeah, I mean, my hands are shaking, man. Like, I'm not even licensed yet. And I said, wait a minute, you want me to adjust Miss Tyson? And my hands were shaking so bad, I thought she thought it was the healing energy coming from it. And I just rolled with that. Right. But it was, so my point in that is proximity. So I saw, it's one thing to see others respond to your father, but I saw the folks that most of the world also looks up to, just the reverence that they had for the man. And so it helped me to understand that I have we have a job to do, and I had a job to do. And Miss Tyson would always say, once an adult, twice a child. My dad's first childhood was profoundly difficult. And so I was hell-bent that his second childhood would be miraculous. And it was. And you all got to enjoy you all didn't know Dick Gregory in the prime of his life. I mean, Dick Gregory in the early 60s was the #1 entertainer in America, not black or white, #1, period. I mean, every 2 nights a week he was on The Tonight Show. I mean, he was the toast of the town, but he always struggled with that because he wanted to be rooted and connected with his people. So he would be uptown during the day, out working the clubs, hanging out with all the white folks, and then eating. He would eat with them. Then midnight he'd go to the South Side and hang out with the brothers at the Rib Shack. That's how he got to be 260 pounds. The duality of it.
All right, but you have not answered the question. I am still, if my molecular structure was shifted from just 6 hours of being exposed to your father, your entire lifetime, Right. How do you escape that? How do you rationalize that and become your own being? Or do you take it like he's superhuman and you give him a pass?
No, I would never be foolish enough, and this is to ever think a man who gave so much, I could give a pass. Like, this man got a pass from the world because he earned it. Like blood, sweat, and tears on the ground, fighting like no one I've ever seen fight for, the love of not I say humanity, but really, I mean, it was animals, it was the environment, so to answer your question as specifically as I can, there was a duty. Us Gregory, we were clear on how my mom's, grew up incredibly difficult times. Everything was insecure: food insecurity, housing insecurity, probably at times love insecurity, paternal insecurity. So the blessings that we had, some people, you had a silver spoon. We had so many silver spoons, we were gagging on them. So how could I sit with all that we received, never went to bed hungry even halfway a day in my life? We would fast regularly, so I knew what hunger was, but, we made a decision as a family to do that. And so I said, wow, as difficult as it is to literally go without food for 7 days, try it for 7 years, try it for 7 months. And so it was, my parents encourage us all to be big picture folks. And so when you look at life from 30,000 feet up, and I wasn't always this clear, we were just kids tearing up, having fun. We tore shit apart like most other kids, especially because there were 10 of us. So you realize that you got so much, that we gave so much back. So yes, did I go through I think, testosterone starts dripping. We get a little, hair on our chest, hair on our lip, and we start, being big dogs. But, we had no sugar in the home. So when most kids were experiencing, with drugs and alcohol, us Gregory's were sneaking and eating, a Reese's cup, a Snickers bar. And I would, I'll say it right here on both y'all's platform, for a child who never had high fructose corn syrup, the first time I had that, it hit like heroin. So it was, and we didn't have to worry about getting in trouble from anyone but Pops. And he probably would have been just as disappointed if we had a heroin needle or a Snickers bar. So we were clear. So no, it just is there. We were very clear that the movement came first, not just for him, but for the Gregory unit, the Gregory family. And when it's like asking, someone in a royal family, that's all I know, service. That's why I loved practicing as a chiropractor. It's like helping folks get out of pain, helping sick folks get well, and to be able to serve as my dad was dealing with health issues, to be able to serve and, coordinate with y'all for the shows and the interviews. I mean, the same passion he would put in for a CNN interview, he would put in for y'all's interview. It wasn't like he was like, oh, let me give these cats just a little bit. I mean, he was constantly all in. And there were others, interviews that he did, but, you two, your platforms. There's a lot of folks, and I never had a chance to thank you. I appreciate both of y'all, keeping the legacy alive, keeping him out there in front of the people. You learn so much in the documentary, and I July 4th, I can't wait for all the folks who weren't with us last night to get an opportunity to not see it, but experience it.
Yeah, we'll get into the movie next, but I don't know, Ron, if you had any follow-up.
I have a lot of different things, but let me ask you one word to describe your father.
Awesome.
Okay, that's great.
Yeah. So, I mean, well, tell us about the film and the process of getting it made.
So, Andre Gaines, just an incredible human being. He's the cool, loving little brother I never had. He just is a real down-to-earth, very talented. His intellectual, his financial, he was just all in on this project. He didn't have a lot of folks at the beginning because Pops could be prickly. A lot of people wanted to do the story, but they were waiting for Pops not to be here to do the story. And so Andre, and just kudos to him, because it started out bad. Andre went through what I call an intellectual hazing. It was a lot of tough love that brother endured. And, and that's part of my test, because I don't even, my dad had a lot of folks around him, a lot of handlers. And he would always refer to his, I won't say A-team, because they were not A-team, trifling niggas with talent. And I would say, Pop, I agree with you on the trifling nigga part, but the talent part is subjective. And most of these cats do not even, they have their best interest before your best interest. But it kept all the bullshit away. So whenever he realized something was real, he would say, hey, call my son Christian. So once I got a call from anyone, I knew he had already vetted it and he was somewhat interested in it. And so Andre it was during the first BLM movement, and black folks were fired up, white folks were calling and saying, oh, how can we help? You don't need to call each other. Don't call black folks asking for help. Don't ask the victims how can you and Dick Gregory's already told you, be loving and lovable. Start with that. And so Andre, it initially started out as wanting to interview Dick Gregory as part of this larger Black Lives Matter piece he was doing. After the first interview, it became to him, because I already knew it, because this happened a lot, because, oh, we want your dad to be part of something. I said, well, how much is part of it? Because if it's over 10%, then it's a whole different structure for that, because, he's a principal in it. And so once it became clear that this had morphed into a Dick Gregory film, I said, oh, we need to go back and we need to reset this. And that's what we did. And very clearly, this was 2015, and it was just, Dick Gregory Film, LLC. And, back then, folks would do Kickstarters and other things. So poor Andre started a Kickstarter, when Dick Gregory, whenever he heard someone was raising money in his name, he let Andre have it. And I said, you explain to him how that works. And at this point, I wasn't part of it at all, other than being the negotiator between them and my dad. Fast forward to 2021, and just to see the partnership, just to see Lena Waithe, Kevin Hart, and these people aren't just, Dick Gregory would always say, I don't hang out with celebrities, and that was true. That didn't mean some of his friends didn't so happen to be celebrities. Right. I mean, he wasn't at the Grammys, he wasn't at the Oscars, and so so many young folks that only know Dick Gregory at the latter portion of it, everything he says, they hold on to it hook and sinker, and they see him, posing for a picture with, Eddie Murphy. Oh, Dick said he done. No, he did. Never in my life did I see my dad with a bodyguard. Me and my brother Gregory were pretty big guys from a young age. So at least 5 times Jet Magazine ran pictures of my dad with me and my brother Greg and said Dick Gregory with his bodyguards. And so my dad was always so upset. He'd be like, what are you niggas eating? And so he was always so upset. He said, you're tapping into what well, I'm telling folks I never had bodyguards, and here y'all with big swollen 19-inch necks. So it was, the process was 5 films. I mean, we probably edited 4 films that are on the figuratively on the editing room floor. It really probably should have been a series, but you're a film guy, you know this all too well. The financial equations that go into it, how will this land better? There will be more. I mean, this is the first. My dad wrote 16 books, 12. Well, half were studio albums, but 12 albums, and all of that intellectual property, it's not historical. It still is relevant today, sadly, because we should be looking at those were some difficult times. Well, it still is now. And so those are the tools. All of his books we've republished. All of them are available for the first time on Audible's platform. And so they're theatrically read. So as a chiropractor, I encourage folks not to do this. So I say, hey, go listen to it. Go listen to it. Go experience it. His story is America. I mean, so it's so befitting that on, we're coming out of a pandemic. The fog is lifting, 2021. We've probably violated 50 COVID protocols in this room right now because we're all moving out of it. It's so proper that this summer, all of the holidays, Father's Day, right. Juneteenth yesterday, Independence Day. I hope you like Dick Gregory because he's taken over your summer. That's for certain.
Yeah, I want to ask you because you said y'all left several films on the floor. I was surprised y'all were able to get that under 2 hours what we saw yesterday. So what are the plans going forward? Because there's so much rich material from the Dick Gregory legacy. I can even think about today is the anniversary of the kidnapping and lynching of Swerner, Cheney, and Goodman, the 3 civil rights workers. And your father played a prominent role that's not always, talked about, and find out what happened to those young men.
Great point. So let me answer it how you asked it. This is the first of many. So this is not a one and done. And I'm not just one of the children of Dick Gregory. I managed my dad for the last 20 years. I'm the sole executor of his estate, and I protect his intellectual property the same way that most folks would protect physical property, right. Tangible property, because intellectual property is like fine wine. It gets better with time, and if you protect it and you insulate it and you control who has access to it. Far too many of states have just, hey, take everything. Right. We pick which of my dad's books we want to have developed into movies. I might as well break news here because that's what us Gregorys do. We get in trouble for selling things we're not supposed to say. The same team, so Kevin Hart, Andre Gaines, Lena Waithe, the same team have purchased the rights to multiple of my father's biographies, autobiographies, and is going to be developed into the biopic. And so immediately we've transitioned into that. And so this is just, this is like this is an appetizer. The real heavy lift in telling the story. And the only reason I'm an executive producer on this, because my dad's life was complicated. I mean, he part of the reason we have all these images here, my dad metamorphed so many times, each of them, and he never lost the cornerstone, his North Star of being loving and lovable and just fighting for humanity, fighting for his people. When my dad passed and the whole world reached out, my cell phone crashed because my Gmail account had too many emails coming. I didn't know such thing could happen. I thought it was just, and I'm saying, I know I haven't got emails in 2 days since and it took me a minute with all of the psychological and emotional distress to piece together, like, wait a minute, this thing crashed. And so it was clear from the moment he transitioned to put a firewall up around his life. And really, because he gave it all. I mean, some of these interviews were 10 plus hours, as y'all know. I mean, because he won't, he's the Energizer Bunny. If you don't shut it down, it's like he's like, I'm not gonna let this young cat out talk me. So we can go 10 hours. Mr. Gray, have you had anything to eat? Who has time to eat? So being on the front line, and so the. Stay tuned. There's a lot more. Now you mentioned, and I just want to quickly, yes, breaking news, absolutely. My dad would always say when people would say, "Hey, don't tell anybody," I said, "Nick, I got friends." If someone told you it was a secret, you told me. Why are you putting limits on who I can tell? I say all the time, and I want to touch on what you asked me too. Dick Gregory was the original social media. I mean, Dick Gregory kept Kinkos. Before there was FedEx Kinkos, there was Dick Gregory Kinkos. You would give him something and say, "Hey, Brother Dick, don't show this to anyone." And I already knew the drill. Our next stop, we were going to Kinkos when you have 1,000 copies of this secret document. And hey, brother, hey, sister. And he would just pass it out as he walked down the street. So that's what media is, distributing information. As my dad would always say, information is power. Right. Bad information is bad power. Right. Good sense stopped being common sense a long time ago. And we need folks to bring us back to thinking logically. We stop thinking. We just, we're emotional. We respond. And half of it is what we're eating. Half of it's what we're putting into our body, what we're breathing, chemicals and products off-gassing in our home. There's so many. We've been building these swag bags for the last 2 weeks, and the ink on the bag has me and my wife hiving up, headaches. And so, because we just are very careful about what we allow into our home, because we understand what your body consumes is not just what you eat, it's what you breathe, what you smell, what you allow into your mind. And again, bad information. So during Freedom Summer, to get back to the point you were making, and it's a beautiful, beautiful story. Not what happened, the Dick Gregory's response. Anyone who is not clear on just how superhuman this man was. He was in Moscow. He was in Moscow. He had just checked into his hotel, got a phone call explaining to him what had happened. My pops always rode with a lot of bags. I mean, he rode, anything you wanted to try to disprove, he knew right where to go in the bag to show you the proof. He'd say, "Nigga, I seen the check."
So he invented the internet, right?
I mean, he was the internet. Yeah, he was, which the internet is just connecting it, the World Wide Web. He was the nucleus of that web. So he flew overnight, which was hard to do back then. Airline industry has changed dramatically. Weren't just direct flights, so flew all night to get back, and made a decision. Had a huge press conference because he knew just his presence of being just a superstar and showing up would force people to respond.
Let's go back a notch for the younger viewers who don't know about Schwerner, Cheney, and Goodman.
And so, just to back up, because that is a very good question. The Freedom Summer was, and my dad actually was part, and it probably would disappoint me a little bit, he was part of the entertainment aspect of that. So it was the Freedom Summer Choir that went out ahead of time because, he said, Black folks want to be entertained. Right. And so so my dad was in part, we have his schedule from where all of the places they were going to. And so he was part of Freedom Summer. And so he left to go, and there was another movement that was going on. I forget the name at the time, but that's what he was doing in Russia. And when he realized that two white men, one black man, part of the voter registration. I mean, what we're dealing with now in this day and age, when he realized that those 3 civil rights young, I mean, these were college students, activists were abducted. He knew immediately they were dead. I mean, he said, I knew immediately they were dead.
He did some work with Mega down in Mississippi, so he knew the environment.
He knew the environment.
Right.
I mean, he knew. I mean, really, it's his love for Medgar. I mean, his love for Sergeant Medgar Evers is really the catalyst for Dick Gregory becoming an activist, because that was the first time he saw someone that was fearless but not reckless. Someone that said, hey, look, and that's his whole, I'm willing to die for this.
Right.
That came from Medgar. I mean, the fearlessness that you have seen in my dad's lifetime, part of it, and being able to reflect on it since he's passed, I'm certain there was a little survivor's remorse, because had my older brother, Richard Jr., not passed, that set my dad on a different trajectory. So a couple months after that, when Medgar was assassinated, my dad was certain he would have been there with Medgar, and he's told stories about, just Dick Gregory and Medgar Evers late at night driving around and just feeling the sense of someone's about to die. He said you could feel it in the air, and they looked at each other and realized, yeah, that someone is, we're the biggest 2 out here making this fuss. We're the agitators. That someone is most likely us. And so I think, and I never felt this way till after my dad passed, and going back and reflecting on it, I think there was a little survivor's remorse, because he honestly thought, I mean, so many people in his orbit, died a violent death.
He died before the age of 40.
Oh,
He was 37, Malcolm and King, 39.
I mean,
in
and
their prime.
we talk about just the black folks in his orbit, but my dad had a relationship with JFK, with RFK, all these folks. And so a lot of times, young brothers who think they figured it all. Well, Dick Gregory's around all these niggas who died. He must. Well, how did he not? And this is and well, I mean, and the only reason when folks are soldiers on the front line, it's what people die. I mean, they were killed. We talk about the names of the bigger personalities, bigger, activists that were killed. There were plenty of nameless folks, we don't know the name, which is a shame, who died for this movement. And so there was a lot of death. And I wouldn't say he was lucky. I would say, universal God had different plans for him.
You know what, though? I'm going to tell you this, because Dick was not only part of Freedom Summer, he inspired Freedom Summer.
Absolutely.
Bob Moses and them said they saw what your dad did in Greenwood when the government cut them black folks from their benefits. He got that plane and stuff. A one-man movement inspired Bob Moses and them to do Freedom Summer. And also Selma. He did Selma. He was there before all this stuff went down.
To lead by example.
That's right.
I mean, as we mentioned last night on the Q&A after the film, he didn't have a blueprint, but he left us one.
That's right.
He took a lot of body blows in developing that blueprint, but he left us one for all of us to do more. But back to Freedom Summer for a moment, he realized celebrity and financial rewards is how you motivate folks. A lot of them, a lot of those folks were poor white folks. Right. And so when one of the cops were arresting him, calling him nigger, aggressively putting the cuffs on him into the car. And that was the first time I think my dad heard, the confident being called nigger. And he just said, hold on, white boy. And like real talk, like things you couldn't, folks died for saying it. He said, you come up to my house in Chicago, then you take me to your house down here, and I'll show you who the nigga is. And so he was in that whip that was all, and it's one thing to talk shit when you're not, out there with it, right, with the baton inches from your head. It was, and I know that stuck with that cat. So he realized that there was $75,000. Don't quote me on the figure, which was a lot of money then. Yeah. So it was actually more than that. He put up about $25,000 of it as Hugh Hefner to back the rest of it. Calls started coming in. The FBI was embarrassed by it, so they quickly put $30,000 up. But the reward and the tips that led to them finding, tragically, those 3 killed civil rights workers was from Dick Gregory's money.
The Hollywood said, the Mississippi Burning version, that it was the mob. The FBI brought the mob to interrogate the good old boys or waterboard them, but they don't give the credit to your father, though.
Hollywood said. You said it right there. Hollywood said. Yeah, Hollywood's not facts. Yeah, and that's the importance of, what we're doing. That's the importance of, can only black people make films about black folks? All I know is you can tell when people love their subject by the work that you see. You can tell the love that people have, and you can tell when it's folks who, there's a lot of, as my dad would always say, there's a lot of niggas that hate niggas. And so you can tell when, so it's not just enough to be black, you have to love black people, and that love comes across in the art.
Well, the archival footage, like one of his jokes, they still hit today. I was laughing because it's so damn true. I wanted to cry. But why them jokes just like what he was saying there, it still hits today. And I think that's a part of the frustration. That's why he was so frustrated at the end too. Because all the friends he lost and all the sacrifices he made, he's still at the same place, so he's not worse.
He often felt, and he was quick to acknowledge the progress. Things were profoundly different. It's almost a disservice to folks who fought so hard to say, oh, it's still the same. It still needs a tremendous amount of work, but it is, profoundly better than what the reality was back then. And now, what used to take 50 buses of civil rights workers showing up, now you can do with one digital camera. This is the new movement. This is how, we disseminate information and good information. And so he was willing to put his finances on the line, his life. He didn't pay for other folks to do it. He chartered that plane and flew in with the food. You see the images of him lifting. You know how many folks, with that level of celebrity, they hire folks to do all of that. He wanted to be clear because he didn't want those people to feel like it was a handout. He didn't want them to feel bad about receiving it. He wanted them to know, like, hey, I'm treating y'all like family, not like family. I mean, black folks were family. That was his family. And so many people say, well, my dad was always so public. Phone number always listed, address always listed, a front door, there wasn't even a lock on it. So, of course, we didn't have a key. And so when he passed, we immediately said, no, we're open. And this man was a man of the people. This man was the amount of folks who reached out to me feeling like they had lost their own dad because, Baba was their Baba. They learned so much from him. And, he may be gone from the physical realm, but, the fatherhood on this father is still alive and well. There's a lot of lessons that, we could chop it up for hours, but more than that, folks are going to see.
That's right.
Well, talk more about the archival. One of the blessings of this film is that his career was documented from the earliest days. He's one of the most documented figures of the 20th and 21st century. How difficult was it to find the material and then to get access to be able to use it in the film?
Excellent question. So close to 1,500 hours of archival video and audio. For 60 years, this man had a mic and camera in front of his face. It was almost an embarrassment of riches how much we had to go through to extract what was going to be the most moving in trying to tell this narrative. One of the most difficult questions you can ask us Gregory children is, hey, I don't know your dad. What does your dad do? Now I can, hey, you got 110 minutes? Check this out. Then, circle back to me and let's talk it on the backside. Because he did so much. And so the only reason it was difficult, it wasn't difficult to find. What was difficult is that it kept coming in, which was a blessing. But, poor Andre, because, more incredible things came. And we just had to keep resetting so many times. Like, throw that movie aside. This totally changed. And so when Bob Lipsyte, the collaborator who my dad wrote Nigger with, when Bob Lipsyte sent his archives, so it was just, I wasn't born till 1970. My dad did Nigger in 1963. So for me to hear, hours upon hours of just a young 35-year-old Dick Gregory just clear. You know, when we get age, we get a little cobwebs, we get a little off. I'm only 50 and I have a difficult time staying on task. And so he was just laser focused, and that's what you hear. When you hear a 35-year-old Dick Gregory narrating his own life, that's what that allowed us to do, and that's what really made this incredibly special. Because my pops had a lot of wild folks that loved him, and if it wasn't him saying it in his own words, oh, y'all niggas changing Dick Gregory's story. And so to hear him say it, in fairness, we all have a right to kind of grow and evolve and for our opinions to change. Well, I heard him say, like, later in life, people would always ask my dad, hey, Mr. Gregory, are you still a vegan? He said, depends who's watching. And so, he had a right to pivot and change. It's always the folks who are not sacrificing, not serving, that want to be hypersensitive and vigilant about what the folks on the front line are doing. So the archival is extensive. I mean, it is absolutely extensive. And this, I'm certain, and that's why, it's and I don't consider this, shameless advertising. If we want to see more stuff like this, we have to support it. Right. And we support it by spreading the word. Eyeballs on screens is what moves the narrative. I mean, it's been a marvelous relationship with Showtime, but this is a business. They're in this to make money, and if folks don't watch it, you don't get more of it. So that's important that you all, tune in.
Well, that's July 4th.
July
everybody.
4th.
July 4th. Everybody.
9 p.m. Eastern time.
Right. But so what else is in the vault then? I mean, as an archivist, I'm definitely interested. Like, I wish I had captured some of the last shows he was doing because they were incredible. But I'm sure
they were captured.
I'm sure they were, and I'm sure there's lots of stuff. The books are out. I mean, can you just give us an overview of what's been released so far with the estate and what we can look forward to?
Absolutely. So the first, my dad's book, Nigger, over 1 million copies sold. So right now we've released the 4th paperback, trade edition paperback. That was almost immediately. That was almost 6 months after my dad passed. We knew we wanted to get that back out there. The title, the name, limits the marketing aspects that you have with it. But so one of the kind of workarounds and how they got large segments of Nigger into textbooks is they extracted certain sections and gave it shame, the sub kind of essay shame that was extracted. Shame is in virtually all McGraw-Hill textbooks in this country has shame in it. And so a lot of these young folks, black, white, are being exposed to Dick Gregory, not the totality of him, but just that small aspect of him at a very young age. So we got the autobiography back out there. We entered into a multiple book deal with Audible. Audible bought 12 of my dad's books that, I mean, almost every 2 months there's another one that's being released on the platform, and they're doing theatrical reads with it. So, I mean, we get in the car for a road trip, we tune it in, sync it to the system, and it just is, it's like he's still here with us. And so it's like he's still here with us. We have so many partnerships. So HarperCollins owns 4 of my dad's books, and so Cooking with Mother Nature, which we just re-released, Political Primer, thank you, and No More Lies, No More Lies is just, I mean, it's excellent. I mean, No More Lies, if you haven't read No More Lies, it is just an incredible book. And Reading Between the Lies, I forget the name of it, Black History, Reading Between the Lies. And so, because I read between the lines, and Pop said Reading Between the Lies. And so right now as we speak, there's 6 of his books currently in publication. One of them we just released, Nigger, in Japan. So there's a Japanese. So folks in Japan, Dick Gregory's been trending on Twitter in Japan because there's a conversation about this book, about this title, and how that came to be. The singer Morrissey, he's superstar Morrissey. He performs almost exclusively with a large photograph of Dick Gregory behind him. And a Japanese publisher was at one of his shows in England and saw and said, who is this man that's been on this screen the entire, if you went to see Michael Jackson and there was a picture of someone on, you'd say, well, who is this man? And my dad knew Morrissey. I wouldn't call him friends, but whenever Morrissey, he would always try to connect with him, just hug him and absorb his energy. And, hopefully someone from Morrissey's camp will correct me if I'm wrong, but how the story was explained to me, Morrissey was going through a dark period in his life and was suicidal, and watched a Dick Gregory clip on YouTube. And what he got from that gave him the will and the desire to live again. And now you see, okay, well, that makes sense. This guy has become my rock. This guy brought me back and gave me the will to live again. So to all of my millions of fans all over the world, if it wasn't for him, there wouldn't be me. And there's countless folks. And that's why we sit here and think, you never know how far reaching any of these segments that we're doing here are going to be tomorrow. And what Morrissey saw was probably 10 years old at that time. Sometimes we'll all be gone, and the impact of this work will outlive us all. And so the publisher saw it. She said, this guy, who the picture of has a book, reached out to the estate, expressed interest, and we said, sure, we do a lot of foreign language deals with my dad's book. So we just signed a deal for it to be published in Croatia. So folks in Croatia, Indonesia, Japan are all reading nigger. And so a good friend of mine works for Sony and speaks Japanese. So he held the book up, and white cat, and was like, this symbol here means knee, and this figure here means gar, knee gar. So you said that a little bit too good, my brother. I said, no, but I said I need to make sure my people know this means knee gar in case they're in Japan and they see that shit written on a receipt. They know that they need to pull someone aside. But to answer your question, there's tons of tons of intellectual property. The archives we should have a conversation about. We are getting all of his papers together. It's all digitized, and I want to at least share with you the list so at least you know what's there, because it would be too much to discuss.
Well, while we're here, though, the record albums, they've been out of print for over a decade. Is there an opportunity that will be coming soon?
Yes. So and a lot of them are out there now on digital platforms, and so but folks are getting back into vinyl again. They want something tangible they can hold. So we will be. So we did the books first. I mean, this stuff's been from the '60s. I mean, as we know, not just white folks, but business folks have been taking advantage of black talent ever since there was black talent. So some of these contracts on the back of napkins and that never had a proper legal vetting. There is a team. I don't want to make it seem like it's me alone. There is a massive legal team of folks who really love Dick Gregory, who are working hard to revert those rights from those bad contracts back to the estate. So a lot of that, now we've shifted to the albums. There's an extensive amount. We're getting control back of that so we can re-release it. So stay tuned.
Well, Bobby Dick's not the only one. I mean, most black artists from the '60s and '70s are now in a situation where they're able to get the rights to their masters back. So,
so copyright is complicated, as you know. I've had a crash course on it for the last 3 years, and so for there's 3 copyrights on live performances. Dick Gregory always, or any artist always owns the words that they say. So we can reprint it in books. No one can say, hey, we own that. But the audio mix of it, the cover art, we're getting it all back. And so there's a process to get it reverted, but we're almost there. We're almost there with the albums.
Fantastic.
You talk about the musician that was saved by Dick Gregory. I know y'all touch upon the documentary about John Lennon and Yoko Ono. From my understanding, they brought Dick out. I know they was on the cover of Jet magazine with Dick Gregory, and they brought him out to their cave mansion in Europe. And Dick not only cured them and kept them off, they detoxed and never went back to the drug, but also he was an inspiration for the song Imagine.
If you look, no one inspires us to believe and imagine more than Dick Gregory. Right. And so there was no coincidence that, so many of our superstars, Michael Jackson, the John Lennon, as you mentioned, Marvin Gaye, just, close, and which is epic. If you haven't, it's available out there to listen to. If you haven't listened to Dick Gregory's eulogy of his good friend Marvin Gaye, you're really in for a treat. And so, one of the many hats that this man wore was getting folks, off drugs. Getting folks, chemically realigned and realkalized to help them break addictions, whether it was food addiction, heroin addiction, which is just ravaging this country as we speak. Right. That was but it was always not. So many of these, 12-step programs fail because it's people in your face finger waving. He always did it with love. I mean, he always did. We would have folks come out to our farm and no one would know they were there. And there's some of the biggest names in the world would come to our farm and detox and just be around a big, black, loving family, ride bikes with us. Whenever someone was a gym, the reason my dad bought a 1,000-acre farm was for folks to come get off the grid and recharge their batteries. When the Watergate scandal broke, a young security guard, Frank Wills, they had cut the tape, opened the door, he closed the door, came back and realized it was open and called the police. So this young brother is the reason that Watergate even came to be, and he was unemployable after that. I mean, they just completely. And so Dick Gregory reached out to him, and he said, "Man, I don't have any place to live." He moved in with us. So Frank Wills lived with us. We were out there tackling this nigga hard. I mean, he lived. He lived.
He was basically 24.
Yeah. Oh, he was young. He was young, and he worked with my dad. He went down to live with my dad in the Bahamas and worked at the weight loss facility there. When we opened the large facility in Florida, Frank just moved around and. But this was he was a fixer. He reached out to his people. He was a fixer. But yes, Charles Mingus, another, and I'll tell this story because it's being developed into a play as we speak. Charles Mingus was suicidal, and he came and he spent one night at our boathouse. And my dad stopped everything, locked the door, didn't let it. Was Charles Mingus, his agent, Jack Healy, and Dick Gregory. And Charles left that boathouse a renewed man with a desire to live again. And it was such a moving piece that Jack Healy, the agent, wrote a play about it, a story about it. And it's a 3-person play, and it is just telling about that experience and just how blown away Jack was to be a fly on the wall witnessing it and see someone who didn't want to live suddenly be re-inspired. Because we think money, your money, your success. I mean, that's a heavy burden. We don't realize how many people struggle with limelight. And for whatever reason, he was struggling. So, when folks, Minister Farrakhan that has his big farm, he does the same thing. That was a thing. Let me get you off of the grid. Let me get you away from the polluted air, polluted minds. Right. Come here, now I hear folks talking about walking barefoot and grounding yourself. Well, we that's why we're grounded. Reconnect with Mother Earth, and he had a real powerful relationship with the universe. I mean, my dad would come home. He had a tent bigger than this room, so he would pitch the tent himself. I say this with respect. My dad was like a dung beetle. He could lift 10 times his body weight. So he would say, with all those bags, you need a bellhop. No, I got it, brother. So he'd build the tent. Hello, shortwave radio, and he would just be gone, out in the farm in, 5 days, just with nothing but distilled water, and he wouldn't talk. So we'd go up to get a note that he'd write to my mom to bring back and forth. And then when he would come back down or would connect, he would just grunt because he didn't speak when he was fasting. And so to this day, it's miraculous to me that he could grunt and my mom would translate because she knew exactly what each grunt meant. And so that's a documentary on its own. There's the horse whisperer, right, and then there's the Dick Gregory whisperer. And Lillian Gregory was definitely the Lillian Gregory whisperer. I said, how did that grunt mean go do your homework, son? I said, I think you're just telling me what you want me to do, Mom. No, he'd nod his head like, no, not at all. I said, okay, I'm done. But no, it was, the blessings are just flowing.
I know Marion Barry talked about how your father saved his life in his autobiography.
Yes,
your father appears everywhere.
Marion Barry was a good brother. He spent some quality time with the Gregorys, and his story hasn't properly been told. I mean, right, it's just just a miraculous man. I mean, what he was able to do. I live in D.C. I love D.C. You know, his fingerprints are still all. I do a lot of real estate development work. I still get documents, rare documents I got to pull, and it still says Mayor Marion Barron. So you know, and so that's maybe that'll be a project we all do together.
No, that's great. Now, I wanted to segue. I mean, you kind of touched on it in the last chunk. The Showtime documentary does an excellent job of, giving the narrative of Baba Dick as a human being.
That's right.
But it's, for those who know him or knew him, I think he's still an enigma because of his spirituality. I mean, can we spend a few minutes just to talk about his place in the universe, not just here on Earth?
Absolutely. I frequently say this, and not in spooky blankets. I mean, curtains blowing at night. My dad's still very much here. He's still very much present. My father would always say, especially if it was late, some folks may have been drinking, maybe not. Hey, get home safely. When you get home, call and let the phone ring one time. I'll know it's you. And so he would always say that to folks. And so he would count those rings. If 5 people that got 5 rings, be like, okay, everyone got home safe. We don't have to, because he can't get off a call quick. So I think part of that was just so he could get some sleep and not get back on the phone. So when he passed, there were multiple little things that made it very clear to me that he was still communicating with me. And I'm sure with others. I mentioned Mr. Farrakhan a moment ago. 10 times he'd go, Dick was with me last night. Dick was, and just that beautiful voice and cadence the minister has. And I said, it's, don't quote me on it, but it was very similar to, don't feel too honored because he's talking to all of us. And so it was like, he's talking to all of us. And if we sit still and we listen, he told us all of this when he was here. I mean, the man was, he was prophetic. He used to say, talking about that spiritual piece, he used to say, there will become a day where a gallon of water is more than a gallon of gas. Well, that day hit. There'll become a day when, just a little gasoline dabbed on your ear will become a status symbol, because, he saw the strife that was going to happen when, just look at what just happened here, 2 months ago, and through the 70s with the gas shortage. He always kind of, again, being vegans, that movement that came to be, there was so much that he, it was like a prophetic awakening. And, we would sit and we would meditate early in the morning. So all 10 of the kids, my mom and dad, and just sit still. And you'd sit still in that breeze, like the breeze that came through at the end of the documentary when we were all outside. I was clear what that was. I mean, that was the breeze I would always feel when we were on the pond. No matter how hot it was, you'd always feel that gentle breeze. And then afterwards, when we started talking, I said, "Do you feel that? Do you feel the universe, community? And it was never viewed as, oh man, Pops is crazy. But it's like, oh, that was deep. And you're seeing you're listening to the leaves blow, and they're saying that you don't know. You can hear a baby, like laughter. You can watch a foreign film that you don't even understand, or a foreign comedian, you don't even speak the language. But laughter is universal. You see other folks, that's the whole purpose of a laugh track. Like, hey, time to laugh. You got to tell me when it's time to laugh. The medicinal properties of laughter and joy, this man understood universal joy and just was a, one man, wrecking machine for just getting that out in front of the masses. So when my dad passed, it was, like so many times in life, later in life, it was just the two of us. It was just the two of us. He had stopped talking for some time, and he was just, we were squeezing each other's hand, and I was in his ear, telling him all the things that I had told. It wasn't like I had to get it out quickly, because, for 10 years I knew my dad's health was an issue and was failing. And so we had an opportunity to talk about everything, and that's rare. And so we had an opportunity to talk about everything. So I didn't have any last minute questions. And the man had talked so much in his lifetime, I wanted to allow him In this country, we make the birthing process and the dying process a medical emergency. And we're all here for a finite amount of time. We're all going to transition. You should be able to do it in a way that is in line and befitting to your spirit. Right. And the very, very, very last thing before he lost consciousness, and I always get a little choked up sharing this, he turned his head to the side, and that textbook Dick Gregory wink. So he gave that textbook Dick Gregory wink and then he lost consciousness. And I quickly brought the rest of the family in. The next day was the solar eclipse, and with all the moving parts going on, the last thing I was like, well, my wife's like, let's just get out of the house. Let's just get out of the house. And she's a news producer, and the newsroom had given them the glasses. And I mean, I begrudgingly walked up to the rooftop and put on the glasses and looked up. And at that exact moment where the sun and the moon, were eclipsing, I mean, it sounds crazy to even say it to this day, was the exact wink, I dropped and I just fell to the ground. It was like, damn, that's the one ring. That's the one ring. Him letting me know he had made it to wherever he is. And so it's in the tears and the emotion, it's really just joy. It's really just, I mean, we all are going to lose folks we love. I mean, so it is, so part of my passion in doing this work, it's just that. It's passion. It's real. Like this isn't a job for me. I think some people look at, wow, well, this brother, it's just taking over his life. It's a lot. It's like if your parents passed and left you 50 condominium complexes. I mean, it's a lot. And so to take the time and do the due diligence and do right by a person who did so right by us, it's an honor. It's an absolute honor.
Well, I appreciate you sharing that. Thank you. I definitely, the emotions in the room, hopefully it's carrying across. We'll give it a breath.
It's out there.
Take a breath. But please demystify this for me, because I'm a very literal-minded person. And sometimes it's hard for me to grasp, and that's why I get yelled at, I think. Who was doing the research? Were these real people, actual people doing research, like a research team, or was this a result of his spiritual connections?
Great question. So it really depends, like, in his lifetime, which section we're talking about. Right. There was a time where there was payroll. There were folks out there that were paid to go out and research, and many of them were, a lot of folks that work in the intelligence gathering space, they get jaded and they move out of that space, and they know, who can I give this information to who will not be afraid to share it? And that was a no-brainer. Hey, Dick Gregory, Dick, again, a one-man, social media. Hey, Dick, one of the ways that, there was a couple things that kept Dick Gregory alive as long as he was. And one of them was that he kept no secrets. So, hey, we gave Dick the document. Well, Dick gave it to 1,000 people today, so we can't kill it. And so that was part of it. It was almost a race when somebody, hey, don't tell anybody. Like, I just used to love to be in the room when someone would come in and say that. Be like, I already know, Pop, we're heading to Kinko's. And so these guys, and that is one of the things that kept him alive. And the other one is, he would always joke. He would always say, I owe Neiman Marcus too much money for those white folks to ever let me die. And so that's what he would, and a lot of people don't know. There's so much stuff a lot of people don't know. My dad was, he drove. Even when he was older, he didn't want anyone else drive. He liked to drive himself. My dad loved classical music, so he would just drive around humming and singing at the top of his voice with the music cranked up, the classical music playing. It was either news or classical music. A freak storm came through Washington, D.C. He was in Rock Creek Park, and just a massive oak tree fell over and crushed his car. My dad's like 120 pounds wet. So he was able to bend over and lay down, but the entire roof of the car was caved in on him. So they came, jaws of life, they cut him out. And when I showed up, the officer pulled me aside, and one of the reasons I love DC because so many of the law enforcement look like us, and they had a ton of love for Dick Gregory. I mean, it was I can't even put in perspective the love that the Metropolitan Police Department, and they all knew him because they had all arrested him before, so they knew, hey, Dick, it was he'd be in the front with handcuffs on so loose he could have slipped right out of them in the front seat, chopped up like they were driving their grandpa back to the precinct. And so the brother pulled me aside and said, we showed up. And we called this in as a fatality. We said, there's no way whoever's in that car is alive. And so when I went to the back of the ambulance to talk, and he had a couple scratches on him, he said, hey, Doc, hey, man. He called me Doc and Champ long, just like all you long before I was even in chiropractic school. He said, yeah, I saw that little white woman from Neiman Marcus tell me to lay down, and I laid down quick. And I mean, the ambulance folks were crying loud. I mean, you hear this man literally, I'm a first responder, so I've extracted people from vehicles. It's loud, it's stressful, it's scary. Folks are in equipment. And in that moment, Dick Gregory was still absolutely hilarious. And it's what he describes as the difference between being a comic and being a humorist. And so he could get up and do comedy, but the funniest shit with Dick Gregory was doing just like we're doing now, just the off the cuff, where you saw his wit and his wisdom just jump out at you. I mean, so how many folks just got extracted from a vehicle, and everyone, I mean, it was just joy. I mean, it was just absolute joy. So no, the universe was, and then it was a whole, hey, they finally found that tree that was killing all them white boys on the ski slopes. And so he had a whole piece about this tree, and he said, man, I've been pissing on trees my whole life. Them motherfuckers finally got even. It was like a whole piece, and we're dying laughing with. I mean, it was razor thin line, and we could have lost them. I mean, we could have. I mean, again, 10 lives. I mean, 10 lives. There were so many titles that we could have went with this film because he metamorphed so many times. And one of the things about metamorphosis, yes, you change, a beautiful evolution into a butterfly. And so, yes, you change, but your core DNA is still your core DNA. And those core principles, he never wavered.
He definitely was a hard man to kill. And I like the fact y'all touched upon the J. Edgar Hoover aspect of that, because people don't understand he ran for mayor of Chicago and also for president of the United States. And J. Edgar Hoover, they came out in the press that he had a hit out on Dick Gregory. He wanted the Chicago mob to assassinate Dick Gregory. You got to think about the Judas and the Black Messiah movie just came out this year with Fred Hampton being killed at 21 and Mark Clark. But like your daddy was funny, but he was serious at the same time.
And that's dangerous.
Yeah.
Because you bring people in with laugh, just like Harry Belafonte so beautifully said in the film. Dick would bring you in with laughter, and then he would drop that truth bomb on you. It was just like, someone shadow boxing and this clubber langing you with a blow. I mean, he mastered, his timing. Like you heard Dave Chappelle talk about Dick Gregory and his timing and just how he knew the exact moment. And you can't learn that. You can't, that's just, you have it or you don't. You can't learn that. And so, yes, that here, my dad and I would get up early every morning and, I'm talking like 5 a.m. early and go for walks through D.C. where we lived. And every day we'd walk past the Hoover building, the J. Edgar Hoover building, the FBI building. And he's like, this white chump tried to kill me and he's been dead. And so we'd be... And the fact this white chump still has a building, to me, it's troubling. It's troubling. But yes, I have my dad's entire FBI file. That's a treat if you want to read through something. I read the entire file. It's extensive. We're thinking about doing a documentary a film based on the FBI file because, so I would call my mom and say, hey, Mom, do you remember the street address in the little house in Chicago? No, but I'd rattle that. Do you remember the license plate number of the car? You remember the VIN number? All that details in there. I mean, these folks were surveilling Dick Gregory and Lillian Gregory, every move they made because people gave him information. And to answer your question a moment ago, he would always say, black folks are the janitors of all the buildings in the world. He was like, I got folks out here. And so initially there were folks on the payroll. Then later just became packages would just arrive to the farm. And some of the stuff I'm still not comfortable talking about because it's never seen the light of day. These are stories that would definitively disrupt the fabric of America if people watch some of the videos. And that was back then. You got VHS tapes that arrived to the home.
Right. But there's a layer of mystery there,
intentionally.
In the purest sense of the word mystery. And there's a video on YouTube where Bob is talking about his process of going once a year to a fast and receiving information. Have either of you ever fasted before? Like 7 days, just nothing but water. So I literally just came off a 7-day water fast. And so my wife and I, we knew the premiere was going to be hectic. It's a big family. So it's like herding cats, so many moving parts. We said, life as we know it's about to get real hectic. Right. Let's get off the grid. Let's shut down. We picked an hour each day to check emails, check texts, didn't do much talking, did a tremendous amount of reading, and just 7 days of H2O. In the first 48 hours, you're still getting, most of us have enough food source on our bodies, to eat good for some time. The what we feel as hunger pains is really not hunger pains. It's the brain saying, hey, you normally eat now, so we're secreting hydrochloric acid, and that's what you feel. After day 2, that goes away. So after day 2, the body doesn't know what's going on, but it says, okay, clearly there's no food coming. And there's like a gentle peace that comes over you, and you start receiving things. You start becoming clear on things you had forgotten. And so to do that, typically every year, my dad would go from Christmas to New Year, the 7 days, just on water and not talking. And he said, look, life had been so good to him. He said, I don't need to celebrate all these holidays. Let me just get off the grid because I don't want to get in the way of it. And so his saying thank you, you both probably had seen this. My dad had a little clicker that he would always have, and he would be clicking. It was a counter, like someone who's responsible for the fire code, react capacity. And because I let him, most of the things my dad said, I didn't ask questions. I was like, you do whatever you do, and let me step in when you need me. And so, which really wasn't all that often. And so finally we were in the car, and he was riding shotgun and clicking. I said, Pop, I never asked you, because it was a long road trip, so we were just talking. He said, man, every time I click this, I'm just saying, thank you, God, thank you, God, thank you, God. Mm-hmm. That's just how thankful and how grateful he was. And I'm certain, not the hunger strikes he went on, because that was profound. Really, my dad passed away from vascular disease due to damage to his arteries that he had sustained for 20 years. We knew it was there from damage from the not fasting, because fasting is very medicinal, but from starving himself for aspects of the movement, primarily the 40 days he did on for the Vietnam War, his opposition to the Vietnam War. So when he would say and talk about the universe, unless and any fasters out here that can attest to this, there's a clarity that's there. And, there's so many, I hate to talk about toxins, because what is toxins? But there are so many, on a cellular level, there's so much debris from all of the overconsumption and mental consumption too, to take a moment to cleanse and release other people. Say, oh, you're not eating, so you're not going to the bathroom. Of course, you go to the bathroom more when you're fasting than when you're eating, because it's all the body says, oh, shit, I've been treading water all this time. Now that you stopped force feeding me, let me go back and clean up all the stuff we've been literally, when people say they're full of shit, all the stuff we've been literally packing to the side, we can go back and get to. So that process, that was real. And so it's like running. If you're not a runner, you'll never understand what a runner's high is. But this is physiological. When the heel strikes the ground, there's a vibration that goes up and stimulates the pineal gland, and endorphins and all kind of other things there is a cat could have lost his shoe 5 miles back, and if he's deep, and he or she are deep in that runner's high, they'll be oblivious to it. And so my dad realized that the most powerful pharmacy in the world
was the human body. And he really, I mean, he would go to bed and just have a stethoscope in and just be listening to sounds that his body was making. I mean, he would go, I mean, Dick Gregory to the dentist. That's a documentary. Dick Gregory going to the doctor. I mean, there was always a hazing. You know, we go, new doctor, and before the doctor could even do anything, there was let me make clear who's sitting in front of you. And never with disrespect, but just as clear as it wasn't just when the camera was there. I mean, I called it an intellectual hazing that always took place. And then once it was over, it was like, all right, now can we get to the reason where, tell me about your sore throat. So it was until you go through that and understand it, there really is a deeper spiritual connection that's very real.
So therefore, you're verifying to me and the audience here that a laser killed Michael Jackson at 3:00 in the morning.
Now, you know, us Gregory's are quick not to let other folks put words in our mouth. So I don't know what killed Michael Jackson because that's not my thing. Michael and my dad were great friends. So my dad was on the. I would say this: if anyone did know, he would know. So like, you know, if anyone did know, he would know. But sometimes, of all of the knowledge that Dick Gregory has shared, we pick up on the periphery stuff and we put it in the front. I mean, there's too much there. We don't have the luxury. It's like, you know, I don't want to, you know, call my nephew out, but during that whole flat earth time that everyone's worried, and I was like, nigga, you can't swim, you can't row a boat. It does not matter if the earth is flat, round, triangle. You are never going to see the end of it. So why are we spending time discussing it? And so we get caught up in, and I would see this all the time. And, you know, very rarely do I make blanket assessments. But the biggest difference between white folks interacting with Dick Gregory and black folks interacting, Mr. Gregory, pleasure to meet you. I'm a big fan. You spoke at my college. Can we take a quick picture? Boom, 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 done. Right. Black folks, hey, brother Dick, oh, my man, you know what you said about 9/11? You know, what? What? And then how you even have the audacity? Here I'm here minding my goddamn business, shopping for clothes. You come up to me. I don't fuck with you on your job. You come up to me, and now you, who I don't, you know, and that's when he'd always go into, you know, truth doesn't have to be validated by ignorance. He would just lay into, and I'd see it coming, and I'd say, you know, just say it's an honor to meet the man and keep it moving, you know. And what's the purpose? So you can go, I really put Dick Gregory in his place. Like there's some, and I'm not saying all, but a disproportionate amount of black folks walked up to Dick Gregory and wanted to say, well, I taught Dick Gregory something. And so so yes, I mean, he was out there. Michael, I mean.
Well, again, you know, that's just an example. We're using the word. We're using the word mystery.
Yes.
Because there's things none of us as individuals will ever know. We have to.
But he did save Michael Jackson's life back in 2005 during that trial.
He saved Michael's life a couple times.
We can talk about that.
He saved Michael's life. I mean, you know, my dad and Michael had a great relationship. I mean, the whole Jackson, when Randy Jackson was in a terrible motorcycle accident, they called Dick Gregory like while he was still in the emergency room. And my dad showed up and was, you know, blending cabbage and onions and wrapping it in an ace bandage around. The doctors were looking like, what in the fuck? Even in an emergency room, this brother's coming in here with cabbage and onion. My dad, and I'll get back to Michael in a minute, but my dad had to give they needed a bone marrow sample back during his cancer. And, you know, that's my dad, you know, if you knew, you would have knew when you interviewed Dick Gregory to have a hypodermic needle around, because that was his one fear in life were needles. And so if there was a needle in sight of him, a very different man comes out. So, you know, I came early because I was like, oh man, I know he's going to see the size of this needle that, you know, is good going into bone to extract bone marrow. And yeah, this isn't going to be a good thing. So we were at Howard University Hospital. Pollen was real bad. So we got up there and somehow in all of the bags of what he had brought a neti pot, and a little pot you use to rinse your sinuses. And so here's Dick Gregory gown poorly tied, so his entire ass is hanging out, bending over the bed, and 3 of the doctors are laying down as he's neti potting the doctors that are getting ready to do his procedure. And I said, this has to be against every hospital policy and protocol and procedure, but if anyone could do it, it's Dick Gregory. And all 3, he said, hey, when they walked out the room, he said, hey, Doc, I gotta make sure these motherfuckers shit together before they start fucking with me. And so, you know, he was the healer to the healers. But yes, but Michael, I mean, you know, and I don't know. My dad had a relationship with I've met Michael plenty of times, but you know, just like the rest of the folks in my dad's life, hey, these are the Gregory children, how you doing? And kept it moving. Michael's life was complicated, and what twists and turns it went, I do not know. I know that whenever someone, when Michael bought the Beatles catalog, and when he bought it, he didn't know it contained all of the Beatles had previously bought all of Little Richard's music. Michael, without no one talking to him and never wanted a pat on the back for it, gave Little Richard all of his music back. Just like, and Little Richard was shocked. It was like, oh, and it wasn't like they were, I mean, they admired each other, but it wasn't like they were close friends. And so this was there was a Michael, the businessman, that was incredibly savvy, that folks just didn't, because part of that, you know, it's show business. You see, you know, what's the persona. You know, as my dad would say, he would always know, you know, which Mike was calling based on how much bass was in his voice. And when Mike was fired up, yeah, I mean, it was a different experience. And I recently heard Run DMC doing an interview that they were supposed to do a collaboration with Michael. And DMC was startled when Bubbles ran up on him and he hit Bubbles, and there was no and Michael never called back. The collaboration was over, and so I quickly realized, knowing all the true stories, that the only person that ever hit Bubbles and learned to still and lived to still have a loving relationship with Michael Jackson was Dick Gregory. When now let me explain it. I'm glad it's not, because Peter would have, you know, Peter had a great relationship with Dick Gregory, but they would have had to cut him loose on this one. So my dad had a different relationship with animals. I mean, the civil rights movement, dogs weren't pets. You know, dogs were on leashes. They were ferocious. They were trained to go after black people. So whenever he saw an animal, you know, he always moved away from it. And so he tells the story, and I've heard it multiple times, and it's never changed. And so, and I heard it from Michael too, and my sister Lynn, I believe, was there. And so he said, out of the corner of his eye, he saw some shit coming at him, and he said he knew it was little, it was wearing a tux, and he didn't know what the fuck. He kicked the shit out of Bubbles. Bubbles slid across the room. Michael screamed. And Pop was like, what the? You got this little nigga running up on me with a tuxedo and a fucking diaper?
Oh my God, I wish I saw the.
And so Michael screamed, and then the new protocol was, whenever Dick comes over, put Bubbles in the back. And so, you know, it wasn't Dick's not allowed to come over anymore. It just was, you know, they had to Dick Gregory proof Bubbles. So, and it was I mean, there's so many stories. But yes, I mean, he had a wonderful relationship with Michael. He was there when Sony was doing some real nasty things to Michael Jackson, some real, you know, I mean, it's you know, right now we sit here, where I think they call it the Havana syndrome, where some have been using microwave signals, and people in U.S. intelligence have been getting quite sick. I don't know, lasers, sound. I know we've moved away from guns and bullets a long time ago. So I don't know. I mean, lasers make planes crash all the time. So I don't know. But what I do know is, if someone did play a hand in killing Michael Jackson, yeah, there's lots of it, even with Prince. I mean, you know, there's a lot that still needs to be explained to, and part of it, some of it's the lifestyle. I mean, the pain that these people have that we don't, in Prince, you think you're both Dick Gregory fans? Yeah. I've never met a bigger Dick Gregory fan than Prince. I mean, Prince had a segment when you walked into his home, just a shrine to Dick Gregory. I mean, it was off-putting. I mean, just a shrine to Dick Gregory. And my dad and I, we were connecting, in Minneapolis. And Prince ran over, gave my dad the world's biggest hug. And, you know, that brother was always fly, always the folks around him. Wow. And you would have thought my dad knew every Prince song by the way they were talking. Prince turned and walked away. My pops said, "Who was that little motherfucker?" He had no idea who he was talking to. He had no, but you know what? He'll roll with you. Hey, but how's the family? How's it this? He'll roll with you. He won't say, "Hey, I don't know you," because sometimes he just needs a gentle. But who was that little motherfucker? And I said, "Pop, that little motherfucker is Prince." I said, "He's one of the biggest, you know, iconic recording artists in the world."
What is this thing with Dick and musicians? Like I know a guy from Memphis named Charles Lloyd. He talked about how Dick came to his birthday at the Kennedy Center. He's a great jazz saxophonist.
Oh, I was there. I was there.
It's a birthday.
Yeah. He was. I was there. I was there.
What is this thing with him and musicians?
You know, it was. You know, back then, you know, so much has changed. Back then, comedy and musicians always shared stages. So, you know, my dad would be part. You know, sometimes he would open, sometimes they would open. But the piece at the Kennedy Center you're talking about, they were trying to kind of bring that energy back. That wasn't that terribly long ago, but they were trying to bring that energy back of having Dick Gregory do comedy. I have some great photographs from that night that I'll share with y'all. But and it was just a great set. My dad had the ability in his frontal lobe to kind of, you know, compartmentalize his comedy, you know, his nutritional knowledge, his lectures, his financial lectures. And as he got older, those firewalls broke down and they started to bleed through. So, you know, he was always funny in what he was doing, but, you know, 2 or 3 high schools that he was speaking at, because he used to speak at a lot of high schools, we got some pretty fiery letters sent that, you know, Mr. Gregory's language was way out of line for our high school. So finally we said, you know, there was some of the civics like, let's have an intervention. I said, you don't have no intervention on Dick Gregory. I said, that would have been some shit to document. Let me watch y'all niggas go in here and intervene on Dad. That would have been some entertaining shit. And I would have been the main one that edged him on to do it and then jumped way to the back to shake my head. Pop, I don't know what these niggas are thinking about. So let's intervene on Dick Gregory.
Like
it would have been, you know, a couple bubbles, couple niggas sliding across the floor. So it was, and we decided, let's allow, and decisions for my dad were never, we're going to tell you what to do. It was just, you gently, hey, this, and we reached out, and there was a, Zoe, who was a young lady who became my dad's, booking agent and road manager and manager for comedy. She was working with Paul Mooney at the time, and they said, hey, well, why don't we put together a tour? And they were really kind of saving Dick Gregory's life. And so the beauty of Paul Mooney and Dick Gregory, there was always, because both of them were dealing with some health issues at that time. And so both of them refused to say who's opening for who. And if they heard anyone in their camp say, oh, Paul's opening or Dick's opening, they'd be, don't disrespect Paul, don't disrespect Dick. Right. It's who's going first. And it was so beautiful to see the respect that they had. No. Because my dad always said, Paul would always say, no one, Dick Gregory, I'm not opening for Dick Gregory. I'm going to never be foolish. And depending on whose health, who was dealing would whoever was feeling better would always be the closer. And so, but they would never say close, they're going second. And so you've both seen these shows. I mean, it was dynamic. But what you didn't see were the amount of folks, the curtains were always closed, helping them into their chairs, opening the curtains up. And some days my dad would be spry and jog out there himself. I mean, the aging process, the math isn't linear. Some days you're a true 84. Some days you're like 64. And there's no rhyme. Some hour it will change. So it was just always standing by to be where we always brought tables out with a lot of props on it for my dad. So if he did lose track of what he was doing, he could pick up something and hold it up. And, we'd spend an hour deciding what we were going to do. And he never touched none of it because he was such a professional. He would just go. And my dad never did. You can look at all his old comedy. He used a lot of profanity, when he was just kicking it with the folks, but never on stage. When Paul Mooney's health in dementia really started to impact him, my dad pivoted. he started, becoming, almost morphing like a little into Paul with his delivery. And that was intentional. He said, I wanted these Paul Mooney folks are coming here. His fans are coming here to get this. And so while Paul's reacclimating and, going through a process until he bounces back fully, I'm going to give it to him. It was a beautiful respect. And so, so whether it's Paul Mooney, Bill Cosby, as my dad would always say, show me our good. Show me our good. All we want to talk about is the bad. You look at Paul Mooney, well, have you heard this, brother? Show me our good. There's a disproportionate amount of good out here. Even Bill Cosby, I don't know what happened, and nor do I want to know. I'm not the criminal justice system, but I know you tell me that we're a land of law and order, a nation of law and order. But there's a disproportionate response when black folks do things than white things. I've been arrested since I was 8 years old in the civil rights movement. I can remember a time, my little wrist with little zip tie on them being led into a hot ass bus in Reedsville, Louisiana, gnats and humidity, and sitting there for hours they put all the children, not the Gregorys and the other children, all on a bus. And we just sat there and just roasted. That was our punishment. Y'all little niggas gonna roast in this heat. And we just roasted. Fast forward to, January 2021, and the attack on democracy as the Capitol is attacked, and I'm watching white folks that look like every teacher I had in elementary school, every teacher I had in high school. All us Gregorys went to black colleges, so not the teachers I had in college. Storm, this nation's capital. And I'm like, I got comfortable. I had some popcorn. I said, we were about to see some white folks get arrested. I know that because I knew my little ass at 8 was arrested. I said, oh, no, this shit's about to get fun. And so to watch all of them walk out, some of them helped down the stairs, it was a sad moment because it said, we're going to show you the duality. We're a nation of laws, but you show me the man and I'll tell you the law. And if anyone needs to be crystal clear on that, just look at how that went down and look how it's still going down. We had officers get beat to death. Just imagine if folks that looked like us had even did a fraction of that. So we sit here, oh, we love this country. It's my dad loved America. That's all he knew. He just, we've been all, my dad, and that's another documentary. 3 a.m. in the morning, gambling in Accra. Dick Gregory hit for $1 million Ghanaian dollars, and which with the current exchange rate may have been about $1,000. And he said, oh man, this is just fucking $1,000. I said, Pop, $1 million fucking dollars is $1 million fucking dollars to the folks who live here. I was like, we need to ease up out of here because all types of bells and excitement. And so and just the stories, just the love. Harare, Zimbabwe, Accra, Ghana. I could go on for hours, just the love. The pilots, we flew to Ghana. And it was either Ghanaian Air or Air Ghana. And the pilot, midway in the flight, went and got us and brought us up into the cockpit and pulled these little jump seat downs for us to sit in the cockpit as these 3 brothers are flying this 747 as we landed in Accra. The things that, and I'm clear, it's not like, oh, this is not for the love of Christian Gregory. Christian Gregory is just riding on the coattails and being able to witness and experience the love and the history. So he was a lot of things to a lot of people. But the man loved his people. The man absolutely loved his people. The week he died, Bill Cosby called 5 times with all that Bill was going through at that time, because that was the time of his trial, just to make sure that Dick Gregory was clear how much Bill Cosby loved him. And he was real clear. Hey, Christian, write this down for your dad. When he wakes up, I want him, this is the first thing I'd like for you. And it wasn't always the first thing I handed him in full disclosure, but wanted this to, because there were a lot of things going on, just to know that Bill Cosby loves Dick Gregory, and there would be no Bill Cosby without Dick Gregory. And just with all he had going on, he could have simply sent some flowers. Every day he called. And then finally he called a day that my dad was up to talking, and my dad talked to Bill Cosby about an hour, and then Minister Farrakhan called, and we recorded all of this, audio and video. Minister Farrakhan called, and they spoke for about an hour. And those were my dad's last 2. That was all the eulogy I needed. At my dad's funeral, the 7 hours, y'all didn't see me other than inviting people there. I was in the back working. It was a beautiful church, and thank you to just the first family of this church just being so incredibly gracious with their space. But Minister Farrakhan, when he shows up, he rolls deep, and so we had the Christian security service of the church, we had the Fruit of Islam, and there was some shit popping off. So I was like, damn, it was like it was biblical. I'm trying to step like I'm between you two brothers now, saying, wait a minute, hey, we this is for Dick Gregory. Like, this is for Dick Gregory. Dick Gregory has never been into isms and osms. We all need to take a deep breath. And so, oh no, man, it was, I didn't see my dad's funeral to 6 weeks later when I watched on YouTube, because I had already, the conversation that my dad had with Minister Farrakhan was all the eulogy that I would ever need. So no, it's been a real blessing.
Wow. Well, final thoughts. I mean, there's a lot. I know a lot of people when they watch the interviews with Baba Dick, they say, "Wow, I wonder what he would say if he was here now. This just happened in the news. This just happened in the news. Vaccine, the Capitol. This. I mean, what can you generally share with us, to take us into the future when more things like this happen, these racial injustices, these health crises, the government, what did Dick Gregory stand for? What would he say today, in your opinion?
And I won't even, Mike, I won't even give you my opinion. I'll give you Dick's opinion, because he's saying it. It's there. I mean, all of these things he addressed, because none of it's new, So one, either directly or indirectly, he touched on it. There's huge sections in some of my dad's health books and lectures about vaccines. And so, my dad, so most of the younger Gregory children, myself included, were never vaccinated for anything. None of the childhood vaccinated, none of it. My dad with his cancer didn't do chemo, didn't do radiation, but he never was telling people, none of y'all do. It's how you live your life. We're not anti-vaxxers. We're do what you do and how you live your life. Some of these things out here, my dad had a great line that he would say. He said, man, I was walking in the park, and, this brother came up, had cocaine dust on his nose, heroin needle on his arm, and I offered him an apple, and he said, but Brother Dick, is it organic? And so how you live your life is profoundly important to, half these things, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, Mickey D's, you've already ate everything in the vaccine every day of your life. So now to say, no, good, for the protection of the community, let me drive you to your vaccination appointment. Like, it's not, it depends how you, so my dad, he just through the way he treated his mind and body as a temple, there's no, the best defense the best defense is strong offense. The best offense is strong defense. And so he didn't just, I'm sick, let me take this now. It. The man would line, hundreds of supplements out and just be popping them all day long. I mean, it was he understood the body needs nutrition, not food. And he always, like his Bahamian diet, his 4X formula, that's now it is Caribbean shake. All of these things were about optimizing whole food. As you hear in the video, this is Dick Gregory back in the 60s talking about whole foods. I mean, and very clear talking about whole foods. The body needs whole foods, whole nutrients. Every Dick Gregory supplement was always a whole food. It wasn't these kind of Frankenstein. He talked about genetically modified food. Half of the tomatoes and carrots out here aren't tomatoes and carrots. And so he saw all of that long before the shift. Monsanto and what they're doing with the seeds. He was very clear on all of that. So when people say, hey, would Dick Gregory get do you know the brother at all? Like, of course, he's not going to sit here and say, well, I'm not getting the vaccine because Brother Dick told me that. He's not going to tell you what to do, but he's going to lead by example and not wait till there's a pandemic to strengthen his immune system. And so it's important because there'll be, there's hundreds of thousands of microbes, and there's a small percentage of them that are deadly to human beings. Not everyone that got COVID died. So to say, this is a deadly disease, it's deadly for some, but not, and most of it is people that have poor immune systems, elevated amount of inflammation in their body, primarily their lungs, were the ones that there was an overimmune response, an autoimmune response, where the immune system flooded the lungs with fluid, and those people basically drown on their own lymphatic fluids. And so that's your body turning on you, because our immune system, it's taken so many blows, it's just on the ropes. So when people say, we learned a lot during this pandemic. I mean, it really taught us a lot about ourselves. There was a tremendous amount of silver linings, and to slow down. And what my dad would always say, slow down and sit still. You talk too damn much. So he had a lot to say because he lived it. Right. But to slow down, take your time, and sit still. And so, a lot of if Dick Gregory was ever aggressive with someone, with either one, it was out of love. And what a lot of people, these things get edited, always at the end, hugs, God bless the family, love you, brother, love you, dot, and so because I know I'll see the comments and they'll say, oh man, it couldn't have been me. I don't know how he sat there and took that. Shit, I sat there and took, because you're witnessing. It ain't about, I never took any of it personally. It was just, I'm honored to be here. And thank you to both of you, because had you said, I'm packing my shit up and getting out, we wouldn't have it. Yeah, we wouldn't have, because he's gone now. So whatever we didn't get. So in the height of his career, it was, the big professional news agencies follow him everywhere. It was the FBI follow him. And as we get, later in life, it was brothers like both of y'all and the others out here that provided a platform. I mean, we looked a lot at the work that y'all did as we were putting this film together. I remember Andre, I think, reached out to both of you. So it is, to tell the totality of Dick Gregory's story, we wanted to look and are still looking at everything. So no, this is just, this is an honor. It's a privilege, to sit here and know both of you brothers as well as I do, and know how much admiration, my dad used to, we'd always say, hey, and we would just talk about wild shit on road trips. Like, hey, if you're walking down the street and a white boy said, hey, nigga, look out. Are you going to respond to nigger, or are you going to look out? I said, man, I'm ducking. I don't give a fuck what he was like. I'm ducking. And he said, you know what? If Tiger Woods, was out with all his white buddies at the golf club, and the cops rolled up and they said, nigger, get on the ground. He said, all Tigers would be like, Tiger, get on the ground. he said, and he said, but why do you? If I walked in the room and said, I hate all you billionaires, you wouldn't feel any way. So if I said, I hate all you niggas, if you know you're not a nigga, well, you don't give a fuck. And so that was his, and he would use laughter and comedy in just the most brilliant way to drive a point home. If you ain't a hoe, don't call you a hoe. If you're on the fence, right, and that's some processing you have to do. So there's a fine line between anger and passion. And Dick Gregory, because he's so expressive, he's so, he communicated with his face, he communicated with his body, and then he communicated verbally. Yeah. And all three of those came together to just really be a beautiful expression of love. And it's he's the least violent man I've ever known. Mm-hmm. But as he got older, a defense mechanism of a louder bark was, and it's somewhat typical with old age, right, of a louder, and I just knew, it's like, oh, look, that loud bark over there is nothing but love. It may not sound like love, but it is rooted and is nothing but love. And when that interview wraps up, there's only one brother that the interview went sideways. It was a newspaper interview in Richmond. I wasn't there, but I got a call immediately from the publisher, and it was a younger brother who clearly didn't, quick segue. My pops didn't trust credit cards. He was cash operation. It was always cash. And so we're at downtown DC. He cashed a $10,000 check, walking out, counting them. I said, Pop, these young folks, you're just an old cat with a pocket full of money. I said, we can put that away till we get to the car, because, and he thought of it, say, damn, you know what, you're right. A lot of younger folks didn't know who he was. And so, sometimes he would say some shit to folks, and they would rise up like, well, and then other brothers would be like, oh, hey, young blood, you know who that is? And so I very rarely ever had to step in, because I knew that others would. And so when this brother was interviewing him down in Richmond, I guess he jumped up and like flipped a chair and went to like charge at my dad. And someone put their hand up. I was not there. My dad's other body man, Keith Silver, was there. Shout out to Keith Silver, just a amazing, beautiful human being. And just really, there was a real solid team around Dick Gregory that were all folks that just loved and adored the man. So I didn't hear about it from my dad. The publisher, because I had set the interview up, called me to say, it was clearly a white cat. I'm so embarrassed, but it was a brother who was interviewing my dad. I'm so embarrassed by what happened today. I just got word of it. Keep in mind, I don't know. I'm getting ready to say, what the hell are you talking about? And I just want you and your father to know we fired that journalist today. He was fired immediately. And I just said, oh, okay. I said, well, I'll wait till I hear, clearly he thinks it was reported back to me. So I don't want to think that, hey, I'm not high enough on the pecking order that it wasn't reported back to me. And when my dad said, hey, what happened now? He said, oh, nothing. It was a great interview. And I was like, wait a minute. I said, the white cat called, said they fired. He said, that nigga did. He said, that nigga, I said, I told that nigga he was about to find out. Fucking with me is not like fucking with these other niggas. And so sure enough, shout out to that brother for showing folks what not to do.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Yeah, thank you, gentlemen.
All right, so for those who hung out with us, this is us chopping it up together for the first time.
And may not ever happen. So this is history. Yeah,
this is history.
Yeah, this is history.
But if you know, if you think you know, if you don't know, July 4th is when it all goes down. The one and only Dick Gregory.
Please. You won't be disappointed. You will not be disappointed. The one and only Dick Gregory. And I just want to, the Roots, Black Thought. And they didn't play it, but when you see it on Showtime, his new song, which is a tribute to Dick Gregory, At Your Service, is just a beautiful, beautiful song. And, Dick Gregory was Black Thought. Dick Gregory, as we sit here, we're Black Thoughts. And I said that with Lena Waithe on the stage last night. Like, my dad would always say, I'm super black. And he wasn't talking about complexion. It was a lifestyle. It was an attitude. My dad didn't believe there were white people. He thought most of them were imposters. He said, I believe there's maybe 5 white people in the world. The rest of them are imposters. If you don't have $1 trillion in the bank, your ass can't be white. And so he said most of the folks, they would kill them white boys on the way to come and get you. And so he was very clear the importance of being super black. This is a super black production that just is befitting everyone that played a role. It's just a tremendous amount, 6 years, which is just a profoundly long time. The first 3 years of it, because I've been hearing all the comments about, oh, they better get the story right. I'm like, you telling me what I better do? Go make a documentary. As you know, anyone can make a documentary. My dad's life is public record. Mm-hmm. So, I hope there are as many Dick Gregory documentaries, and because there's way more than the Gregory family could ever do. So I would encourage, if you have a Dick Gregory, share it, just like you brothers are doing on your platform. But on July 4th, we'd like for you to check out the one and only Dick Gregory on Showtime, 9 p.m. Eastern. I'm not a marketing cat, so I'm going to leave that to Showtime. But while I have this opportunity, and I want y'all to reach out. Once you see it in the proper environment, we watch it outside. But once you see it in the proper environment, let's chop it up and let's discuss how you feel about it, what the experience was like for you. Excellent. Thank you all, and brother Ron, Mike, always a pleasure. Take good care. God bless, folks.
We love you, man.